morning, good afternoon, good evening. It's 1:30 here in the UK and it's 8:30 in northeast Tennessee. The court has already got a live feed up, but there's no sound as of yet. I've got the sound up. Judge Goodwin hasn't turned the microphones on yet though. So I think it's a good thing that we're here half an hour before the jury gets here. It's a very good thing. But let's see who's in the house while we're waiting for Judge Goodwin to turn the camera, the mics on. We got Linda, we got Lisa from foggy Central Florida. Okay, foggy in Florida. We got Mally, dreary day in North Alabama. Raining in California. Wow, Artemis. I didn't know it rained in California. All right, I've never been there, so I don't know. Hello, Holly. I know you're in Sullivan County, very local to this place here. Megan Boswell, the web of lies. I think we're going to hear more lies. Like yesterday, I think I characterize it as the prosecution laying out a whole bunch of Megan's lies. That seemed to be the focus. We got through a lot of witnesses yesterday and a multitude of lies. That poor girl at the end, though, who's got to come back today to face cross-examination. I think that's terrible. All right, we got Rue from a very cold UK. It is cold here in the UK, I agree with you. It's probably not quite as cold as it was yesterday. Yesterday was really cold. But I've got my heating on. I'm sat right next to a radiator and I'm still a little bit chilly. And that's not like me. I can handle the cold, but it's chilly this morning. We got Only Grands, Dreary, also in Florida. We got Emmosland. We got Celtic Vegan, Wendy. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Sound is up, right?
I like this little approach of it.
Tuning in. There's Megan. I've got it on Law and Crime right now. I may decide to change it over if we have a problem with the volume. But Court TV have not got their feed up yet. So we'll stick with Law and Crime for now. I think they're just generally chatting at the moment. So I'll leave us I can't even know what I was saying. I don't even know where I was going with that sentence. I'll just keep talking until they actually do something. We got Cat Lover, we got Tracy. I'm not going to try. I'm not going to try with your name. I'm really sorry. We got Karen. Just finished watching yesterday's. Oh, man. We got Susan, Insanity Mom. We got Aurora, Moira, Dawn. We've got Phoenix, maybe. We got B, we got Rachel, Petunia, Amy, Beth, Dogirl, Sassy Gigi, Dark Willow, Lisa, Tat, Rose Duffy, maybe another Karen. I can't remember which Karen I said hello to. We got, Cat Lovers in Sullivan County right now. We've got Velvy, Barbie, Beth, Jadzia. Wish they cut her hair. Well, they do have a hairdresser in jail. Maybe she doesn't. Maybe she's going for the long flowing locks look. Maybe. Oh, Snap Ginger, Heather So, CW, good afternoon, Mailer's Mom, G Crime M, and Belinda. We're right down to the bottom of the chat there. It's very early for a lot of people, isn't it? Like if you're on the west coast of America, what time is it? Like 5:30 in the morning. And then for those right the way down under, it's going to be night time. Like 11 p.m, 12 maybe? I don't know. I guess it depends whereabouts you are in Australia. Yeah, Megan had a good life. She could have had a good life. She might have had her problems, and the family might have had her problems. You know, dysfunction in a lot of ways. But at the end of the day, potentially, she could have a good life. She could have made a good life for her and Evelyn. But instead, Evelyn didn't get the choice, and Megan has completely ruined her own life. I know. Bailey. Yeah, poor Bailey. Having to come back today. Poor Bailey. I felt so bad for her yesterday. She's an impactful witness for the jury, in my opinion, because she was so genuine. Those tears were absolutely real. There was no fakery. There was no, you know, trying to, I don't know, be dishonest in any way. And just the testimony itself, like going through all of those text messages and all of the like having to wait, it was kind of boring, but I can understand why it was necessary to lay out for the entire month of December and then into January and February just how many lies Megan told, even to her best friend. Nobody escaped from her lies. It was constant. But having to come back today, I just wish they'd have just let her finish yesterday. I know it was a late night for the court staff. I understand. But I don't know. It's not going to take that much longer, is it? I mean, the defence, I'm sure I heard them when they were coming back from one of the sidebars. The microphone was catching their speech, and I'm sure he said 5 minutes. He may have said 25 minutes. I don't know. I may have misheard. But if they've made her come back just for 5 minutes, I think that's pretty shady. Because, no, I bet she went home absolutely distraught, and then, you know, bringing it all up again after 5 years and then having to come back today. It's not like she could go home and, you know, process the day, is it really? She's now on tenterhooks, waiting to do it all over again today. Bless her. Very mean doing that. 7:30 Central Time. Perfect for you, 2:30. Well, yeah, it's a good time for us Europeans. It's a good time. Unless you're working, like you're working a job and you can't tune in, then it's not a good time. So, New South Wales, Australia, it's 12:35 a.m. Okay. So, you're going to be going to bed soon. Unless you work a night shift, and I'm keeping you company throughout a night shift. Got Liz from Denmark. Hello, Jacqueline. Magpie. What else have I not said hello to? Pam. Ali. Jaffe Jackie. There was a sound from the courtroom. It's when I made the comment, the sound is good. Yeah, he's just turned off the mic. Because they're not in session yet. I found we can watch these like at lunchtime. Oh, we can watch this. We can watch this. I've got a 10-minute interview with Megan from February 2020. And yesterday, don't worry, we're not going to miss court. As soon as he turns the mic back on, we'll go back to it. I'll be able to hear it, even though you can't. But Ansley Daniel has interviewed Jean Scott, who is Megan's attorney. So let's listen.
By with Megan Boswell's defense attorney, Jean Scott. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us this afternoon. Well, first off, you fought hard to have the video that was played this morning, first off played and admitted as evidence. So what did you want the jury to see in that?
I just wanted to see the jury to understand the full context of Megan's interview with Agent Fraley and the fact that she had explained what happened to Evelyn and that there was more to it. And that kind of, for the first time, maybe put her side of the story out there to the jury.
So what are you trying to convince the jury of, that Evelyn's death was accidental or that Megan didn't do it?
Well, honestly, we don't know. I mean, when I say I don't know, obviously we think Megan didn't kill this child. Was the child rolled over in bed, or could something else happen medically? So those are issues that are still there before the jury. But obviously, I'm adamant that Megan did not kill the child.
There are a lot of questions about whether Megan will take the stand herself. What can we expect out of her?
That decision hasn't been made yet. We will make it closer to time.
And I know it's only day 2, but what can we expect tomorrow?
I think more witnesses like we saw this afternoon, just setting the stage for the state's case.
And what is your strategy, and what are you hoping to, again, convey to these jurors throughout this trial?
Well, I think what I'm trying to convey to the jury is Megan's was a young girl. Her reactions, while they may seem unreasonable, were reactions that she had because she was a scared young mother, not because she killed her child.
Is there anything else you want folks to know about your client as we head into day 3?
I wish people would not rush to judgment about her. She loved that little girl, and we think that'll show through the course of the trial.
All right, Jean, thank you so much for taking the time to talk with us. And again, court will resume tomorrow morning, and we do expect to hear from the witness that was on the stand last today, as well as several others. Sarah, Casey?
Yeah, right. I've got questions. I've got questions. So when he says he doesn't know what happened to Evelyn, well, is it because he doesn't believe Megan? I assume he's saying, well, Megan believes that one of them, either Megan or Hunter, rolled over on her and suffocated her, but it could have been sudden infant death, right? I assume that's what he means medically. But look, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. If you have a child that you wake up and they're dead, you absolutely do not wrap them tightly in a blanket, put foil over their head and squash the foil in, and then dump them upside down in a trash can. You're going to call 911. Even if you know that child is dead, even if that child is cold and has clearly been dead for hours, you don't do what she did. So I think how they're going to play it is that, yes, Evelyn was dead. She was scared. She lied to the police because she was scared. And it wasn't Megan that put her upside down in a trash can. That was Hunter. So Evelyn's death was an accident. Megan was scared to call the police, fearing that she was going to get accused. And Hunter said that he'd deal with the problem and he disposed of her. I think that's what they're going to argue. And it just doesn't work for me. It doesn't work for me. He's going to have to do an awful lot to get me to get my little dial from guilty to okay, there's some reasonable doubt. It's going to have to be an awful lot of evidence to suggest that. I mean, if they can put Hunter on the stand and he says, yes, that's what happened, and I disposed of the body. Okay, after all this time, he's not still protecting Megan, and he's on the stand under oath and he tells the truth, and he says that. All right, well, get the handcuffs out and slap him in jail, because disposing of a dead body, that's a crime. So that's not going to happen, is it? And we have to trust the cops that they did an adequate investigation into Hunter, and he's not been charged with anything relating to Evelyn's death. So let's wait and see. But there's no way. I mean, look, it's nonsense anyway, because why wouldn't you, if you were scared of calling the cops and your kid was dead, why would you lie to your family? Why would you lie to your family and friends? Like, why would you make a whole ton of different lies up to your family and friends? You might not want to tell the cops. I can kind of understand that, you know, she's only 18. She fears that she's going to be judged and they're going to arrest her. But then she goes on the news and she laughs and fake cries, tells a multitude of different stories. Why would you go on the news? Why would you agree to be interviewed by the news if that's what really happened? And why wouldn't you confide in somebody from either your family or your friends? You think you'd confide in somebody because you will be consumed with guilt. You'd be consumed. If you truly believed that you'd caused your kid's death by rolling on her accidentally while you were asleep, okay, and then you made the terrible mistake of letting your boyfriend dispose of your child in an unknown location, how long would it take for you to be that consumed with guilt that you confide in somebody, especially somebody like Bailey, the friend from yesterday, who constantly asked her, how's Evelyn? Where's Evelyn? Can I see Evelyn? Can you send me a picture of Evelyn? And she was just continually lying. You would think she'd confide in somebody if that's what happened. I just don't believe it. I'm sorry. I do not believe it. I do not believe it. And the foil over the head is the icing on the cake. That's the thing that if I had any doubt, that would break it. That foil over the head. There's no reason you'd do that. If your kid had been dead through sudden infant death or through rolling on them, there's absolutely no reason why you would put foil over their head. You absolutely wouldn't. Even if you hunt her, why would you put foil over her head? There's no reason. There's no reason to do that. There's no reason to do that at all. And dumping her upside down in a trash can, well, that seems, that's just an act of laziness to me. If she truly died through accidental means or through a medical emergency and you were too scared to call the cops and too scared to tell your family and friends, at the very, very, very least, you would give her the dignity of burying her somewhere. You absolutely would give her the dignity of burying her somewhere, not dumping her upside down in a trash can. And I don't believe anybody would do that. I don't believe anybody would do that unless it was an act of malice. It was an act of, I'm done with this person. And, you know, it's so unceremonious and so undignified and just so callous. There's no way you would do that. No way anybody would do that unless it was an act of anger and malice. Literally throwing her away in a trash can. Yeah, the childhood playhouse is where you'd hide your secret special things. The place was only a safe place for Megan. She'd only known Hunter a number of days at this point. If Evelyn... Exactly. You're exactly right. How would Hunter know about the playhouse? Because she hadn't known Hunter for very long. So how would he know to take her to Tommy Boswell's? All right, I could understand he might use Megan's car and there's the key fob. How would he know what that key fob was for? Like, Megan would have had to give him instructions. So the story also fails for that reason. Because if she said, I can't face disposing of her, and Hunter played the dutiful boyfriend and said, oh, I'll do it. Well, for her to be in that playhouse on Tommy's property, how would Hunter know to go there unless Megan gave him instructions? Like, this is the key fob. That gets you in the gate. And then my playhouse is go through the gate, go up the road a little bit and turn left. And the playhouse is at the back. You should have to give him directions because it's not like he knew that property. She'd only met him a few days before, apparently, unless she knew him longer. And that's also a lie. Which I guess it could be the case that is also a lie. But no, Hunter would not, nobody would think to hide a body in a play. Like when the cops, those two TBI agents, were interviewing Megan, I don't think they believed that she would be on Tommy's property. I don't think, like, one of them said that would be too much of a risk. When she said it would either be at his house, i.e. Hunter's house, or at my dad's property. And the cop said, well, wouldn't that be too much of a risk? Why would she be there? It'd be too much of a risk. So I don't think the cops believed that she would actually be on that property. Like, just putting her in a trash can in the playhouse. Unbelievable. Like, it's just, that's an act of pure laziness. That you can't even be bothered to dig a hole. You can't even be, so the playhouse had some significance only to Megan. It had no significance to anybody else. It wouldn't have been a place where you would even in the wildest dreams imagine hiding a body there. There's only Megan that would be a place where she would think, oh, no one goes in there. That's mine. No one's ever gone in there except me. So no, even that lie does not make sense. Exactly. If you've got a child who's had sudden infant death, exactly. You want and need answers to what happened. Exactly. You're not scared, you're confused. And you want answers. Yes. Like when I was a kid, one of our neighbours had a baby who died cot death, sudden infant death, and it literally drove her mad. She was a basket case. Like, she had to go for mental health treatment, like she was an inpatient for a while. It drove her insane because she couldn't understand. Like, she blamed herself. She couldn't understand why this baby had died, and there was no answers for her. Like, this was in the late 70s, early 80s. So a lot less was known about cot death then than it's known now. And even now, very often, there's no actual reason like that can be, that can be shown on an autopsy. It's just put down as sudden infant death, like the baby stopped breathing. Some babies, they take, if you listen to a baby breathing when they're asleep, it is pretty scary because they do stop breathing for like seconds at a time. They do. So, some babies' brains are like kind of like immature or something, and they stop breathing. They just stop breathing. Yeah, and Diamond's baby dying from SIDS. Yeah, I remember that. Like, she did a lot to publicize the issue. Maybe it was a bit before that time. I can't remember this neighbour. Like, I didn't know her. Like, my mother only really knew her to say hello to. But yeah, she drove her insane. It literally drove her insane. She had to go for inpatient treatment. And then there was another neighbour who killed her baby. Around the same time. Not maybe a little bit later, maybe a couple of years later. Like, she had really serious postnatal depression, and she suffocated her baby. She couldn't cope, and she suffocated her baby. She went to prison, but not for that long. I think the mental health, like, I think I was only really small. I don't think I knew the full details even then, but I think it was documented that she was struggling, like, with mental ill health. So there was leniency there. B, thank you for joining. Welcome to the Secret Agents Club. Thank you. Yeah, if your kids slept through the night, you wake up in a panic. Yeah. Yeah. So no, it doesn't. It doesn't. No, it doesn't pass the sniff test, does it? It doesn't. It doesn't. It just doesn't. There's no reason why anybody else other than Megan would have had the motive to kill that child. Oh, here we go. All right, muting out.
Stay ready to proceed.
Yes, Judge.
Defense ready to proceed.
Yes, sir.
You want to get your next witness on the way?
Yes. I recommend, Your Honor.
Yeah, I agree with that.
It's basically what we do.
Yeah. And not necessarily that way.
Hey, we're ready for baby. Bye.
Good morning.
Good morning.
You're still under oath. Please bring your drink.
One stand. Maybe seated, thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, yesterday when we left, I gave you certain admonitions. Does any juror have anything to report about those admonitions? You do, raise your hand. Let the record reflect that none of the jurors have raised their hand.
Good morning, Ms. Hawkins.
Good morning.
I personally apologize that we've had to carry you over to the second day. I know that's hard for you.
Mhm.
Certainly wasn't purposeful. I want you to know that. We heard a lot of testimony yesterday that you were one of Megan's closest friends. Would that be a fair statement?
Yeah.
And that you had known her for some time, even through high school years,
Mhm.
before Evelyn was born.
Yes.
Okay, yeah. And I imagine that you got to know Megan quite well.
Mhm.
And you were around when Evelyn was born.
Mhm.
Spent a lot of time with Megan and both Evelyn,
Mhm.
the first year of Evelyn's life. Would that be a fair statement?
Yes.
And during any of that time in those 12 months, first 12 months up till Evelyn's first birthday, did you ever see any signs of abuse or neglect on Evelyn?
The only thing that I ever really noticed was every now and again I would look back and she wouldn't be buckled up correctly, but we would just buckle her up.
Understand. I guess what I'm saying is you never saw any injuries on Evelyn that gave you concern.
No.
You never saw anything on Evelyn. She appeared to be thriving well. You didn't have any concerns that she wasn't being fed or cared for.
No.
You didn't have any concerns that she was being physically abused.
No.
And I imagine, regardless of your relationship with Megan, had you suspected those, the quite clear yesterday from your testimony you loved Evelyn. You wouldn't have stood for that regardless of your relationship with Megan, would you?
No.
Okay. And in this time that you were spending with Megan, did you ever hear Megan say or indicate that she didn't love Evelyn?
No.
Did you ever hear Megan say or indicate that she no longer wanted Evelyn and would maybe consider giving her up for adoption?
No.
Did you ever hear Megan say that Evelyn was an inconvenience on her life?
No.
You're familiar with Megan's background and her family situation.
Mm-hmm.
You're aware that Megan was in foster care, correct?
Yes.
And you're aware that Evelyn was born while Megan was in foster care. And would it be fair to say that the one consistent love in Megan's life was Evelyn?
Yes.
Above everything, her family?
Yeah.
Judge, we're going to object to her being able to get into the defendant's head on how she's feeling about people in her life.
The way the question is phrased, that's the thing.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Well, were you aware that Megan had some fractured or broken relationships?
Yes.
Did it appear that Evelyn was the one constant thing that brought Megan joy?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, were you aware that, do you know who Tommy Boswell, do you know who Tommy Boswell is?
Yes.
That's Megan's father.
Mm-hmm.
You familiar with his girlfriend?
Yeah.
Do you have personal knowledge that Tommy's girlfriend wanted to spank Evelyn?
Objection. Thank you, Your Honor.
Sustained in part, overruled in part.
Ms. Hawkins, in all the time that you spent together with Megan, Megan, did you ever see her spank or hit Evelyn?
No.
Judge, that's all the questions we have.
Be direct.
No, nothing, Your Honor.
She free to go.
I, Judge, I mean, I don't oppose that.
And she
I can have
released
just 1 second. You have one question, Your Honor. Bailey, did you know Hunter Wood?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know that the defendant, Megan Boswell, was in a relationship with Hunter Wood?
The defense are very threatened by this witness. They really are. They know that the jury is going to be very favourable to this witness. But to try to blame Tommy's girlfriend, well, asking her the question, did you know that Tommy's girlfriend wanted to spank Evelyn? Even if she did.
Objection overruled.
Thank
Or
you.
what?
And were you aware that they were in a relationship?
Yes.
Okay. Did you personally ever see Hunter around baby Evelyn?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Recross.
None, Your Honor.
Is she released from her subpoena?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Hawkins, thank you for your testimony. You're released from your subpoena and you're free to go.
All right. Thank you.
Bless her. They brought her back just for that. They could have done that last night. So I wasn't wrong when I heard him say that he'd only be 5 minutes. It really was. It really wasn't 5 minutes.
Crawford.
That's insane. That's cruel.
What was that last name?
Crawford.
All right, I'm moving on, definitely, because I'm getting mad.
Raise your right hand. State your name.
Crystal Crawford.
You solemnly swear affirm testimony you're about to give will be the truth, all truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
Have a seat, everyone.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Amber.
Tell the jury your name and where you're employed.
Crystal Crawford at the Econo Lodge in Kingsport, Tennessee.
Okay. Is that located on Airport Parkway in Kingsport?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How long have you been employed there?
I have been working there almost 10 years.
Okay. What is your title there?
Front desk clerk.
Can you give us a brief description of your job duties at the Econo Lodge?
Front desk, laundry, some days housekeeping also. Just whatever needs to be done. I do all his management paperwork and all that.
Okay. So those duties include things like checking in and checking out guests.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I'm assuming Econo Lodge creates records and maintains those records at the hotel?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when you enter information to the hotel, is it into like a computer system that's maintained?
Yes, ma'am.
And are those records preserved for a certain amount of time?
Yes, I believe up to 5 years.
Okay. When you create these records, is it essentially the same procedure each time?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to pass you a document.
Okay.
You could take a look at that and see if you recognize it.
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Okay. Can you tell us what it is?
It is a check-in and check-out slip on Megan Boswell.
Okay. And have you seen that document before?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How was this document generated?
In order for this to generate, the guest has to come in and check in and provide ID. And then we give them the room keys and they sign a registration card stating that they were present at the property.
Okay. And was this particular document run, a search was essentially run on Megan Boswell's name, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And is this part of your record keeping that was kept and maintained in the normal course of business at the Econo Lodge?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, we'd be asked that made exhibit number 84.
Any objection? Before we do 87.
Thank you. I'm waiting for this screen to,
You're fine.
sorry, Judge. Permission to publish?
Okay.
Okay. And Ms. Crawford, you should be able to see this on your screen as well.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And is this the document you were just referencing that was produced at the Econo Lodge?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You recognize Megan Boswell's name as having been at the Econo Lodge on 3 dates in 2019 and 1 day in 2020.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can you tell the jury the dates that Megan Boswell checked in and out of the Econo Lodge in 2019?
She checked in on 10/11/2019, checked out on 10/12/2019, checked in on 12/14/2019, checked out on 12/15/2019, checked back in on 12/15/19, checked out on 12/16/2019.
Okay. And then she had one more, it looks like on January 6, 2020. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And if I could please have exhibit number 83 passed to the witness, please. It's
Would you like to see
Oh.
the next one? Yes, Edie.
okay, Ms. Crawford, do you recognize what I've handed you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and can you tell us what that document is?
It is a registration card for Bailey Hawkins.
Okay, and what was the date of check in and check out on that?
February 22nd of 2020 and checked out on February 23rd of 2020.
Okay, all right, you can pass that back to the clerk. Thank you. Do you know who the defendant Megan Boswell is?
Not personally, no, just from coming into the motel.
Okay, so you recognize her from coming into the motel.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you recognize her because of this case, or did you recognize her before Evelyn was reported missing?
No, she came into the motel a few times before I ever even knew that her baby was missing. And of course, I didn't speak to her very much in the first couple of times she stayed. But after a couple of times, you know, the guests get familiar to you. So I did spark up a conversation with her. I think it was around the third time of her staying there.
Okay. And you recall her staying at the Econo Lodge during those months that we just went through of December 14th and December 15th, which would have been, I guess, that third day, December 15th
Yes, ma'am.
of 2019. And did you talk with her at all during that time?
Like I said, about the third time,
Okay.
I spoke up, you know, a conversation with her probably for about 20 minutes or so, maybe a little longer than that.
Okay. Were you aware that if she had a child?
Not until the third time
Okay. And how were you made aware that she had a child that third time?
because of the conversation we were having. I can't really remember a lot of details. It's been so long ago, but, you know, I can't remember if she brought it up or I brought it up. I really can't remember.
Okay. And what did she say about her child?
She told me that she was with her father.
Okay. So is it fair to say you never saw Evelyn at the hotel with Megan Boswell?
No, ma'am, I never saw her.
Okay. Do you recall seeing Megan Boswell at the hotel with anybody else ever?
No, ma'am.
Okay. One minute. During the times that you saw the defendant, the 2 times in December and the 2 times in January, did she ever appear to be crying?
No, not that I can remember.
Did she ever give appearance of being scared or worried?
No, ma'am, not that I can remember.
Did she ever express any concern to you about the safety of her daughter?
No, ma'am, not that I can remember.
All right. Please answer any questions the defense has for you, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
questions, Ms. Williams.
Ms. Crawford, thank you for your testimony today. You're released from your subpoena, ma'am. You're free.
Thank you.
State would call Kaitlyn Jones.
Raise your right hand, ma'am. State your name.
Kaitlyn Carter.
Solemnly swear from testimony back here to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
Scoot up close to the microphone.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I just realized I called you Kaitlyn Jones. You are now Kaitlyn Carter. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I apologize. Okay, so you told the jury your name. Where do you live?
Kingsport.
Okay. Do you know the defendant, Megan Boswell?
Yes, ma'am.
And how do you know her?
We were friends in college.
Okay. And if you can, I'm going to ask you to maybe pull that microphone just a little bit closer. There you go. Thank you. You were friends in college. When you were in college or when she was in college?
When I was in college.
Okay. And when did you first meet her?
Middle school.
Okay. Did you continue to stay friends for middle school until you were in college?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did you reconnect at some point?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that was when you were in college, I guess?
Yes,
okay.
ma'am.
So during that time, is that when you met Evelyn?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So that means you've met Evelyn in person.
Yes.
Okay. How many times do you think you have been around Evelyn?
4 or 5 times.
Okay. And are those times that when you were hanging out with Megan Boswell
Yes,
as
ma'am.
well? Okay. When you hung out with Megan, was Evelyn usually with her?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you ever recall seeing Megan when Evelyn was not with her?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when was that?
The end of our friendship.
Okay. Which was when?
The 1st of December.
Okay. So then you're saying you saw Megan without Evelyn the 1st of December.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Prior to that, well, let me rephrase. Before, when you say the 1st of December, do you mean the first day of December or do you mean the first part of December?
The first part.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure we were clear on that one. Okay. So prior to the first part of December, do you recall ever seeing the defendant without Evelyn?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Do you recall going to Chili's with Megan Boswell at one point?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember when that was?
The end of my college semester.
Okay. And do you know when that would have been?
Around the 1st of December.
Okay. Who was there when you went to Chili's that day?
Me, Megan, and Evelyn.
Okay. Anyone else?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did you sit at a table or a booth?
Booth.
Okay. And did you sit beside anyone?
No, ma'am.
So Megan and Evelyn were on one side of the table and you were on the other.
Yes, ma'am.
What was your impression of Evelyn that day?
She was dirty, and I could smell her across the table.
Okay. Have you been around babies before?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Was she beyond what a normal dirty baby would be?
Yes, ma'am.
Sustained.
You said you've been around other babies. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Based on your personal experience with other babies, did you consider Evelyn dirtier than what your experience was with other children?
Based on my personal opinion, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And can you tell us how? Can you describe it for us?
Her face and hands were dirty,
and her clothes were dirty.
Okay. Do you recall when Megan started working at the chicken shack?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And do you recall if she was dating anyone when she started working at the chicken shack?
Not when she started.
Okay. When did she start dating someone shortly after?
About a week or two after.
Okay. And who was that?
Hunter Wood.
Okay. So around this time, did you notice anything different about the defendant, Megan Boswell?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell me what you noticed?
She was spending a lot more time with the gentleman and not Evelyn.
Okay. After this time, when she's dating Hunter Wood, did you see Evelyn with Megan Boswell at any time?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did you see Hunter with Evelyn at any time?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did you have concerns at this point?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you talk with other people about it?
I don't believe so.
Okay. What were your concerns?
It was strange that Megan Boswell was not with Evelyn because she was always with Evelyn up until this point.
Okay. Did you notice Megan doing things without Evelyn?
Yes, ma'am.
What types of things?
Usually things that you would take your children, such as vacations, going to the aquarium.
December. I'm going to pass you 2 photographs.
Thank you.
Take a look at those and see if you recognize them.
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Okay, can you tell me what it is?
Megan sent me those when her and Hunter and a few other people went to the aquarium.
Okay, and so you got those personally sent to you from Megan?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what is a photograph of?
Megan and Hunter Wood at the aquarium.
Okay, Your Honor, we'd ask that to be made exhibit number 85. No.
Judge, I would say that these photos are cumulative. They're essentially the same photo. The court wants to have been, but I wouldn't know if they're cumulative.
If they're going to be introduced separately, I mean, they should be introduced separately. They shouldn't be introduced as a cumulative.
Okay, you'll do 85 and 86, Your Honor. Permission to publish, Your Honor. Kaitlyn, is this one of the pictures you received from Megan Boswell? Was it via text?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did she indicate that Evelyn was with her that day?
No, ma'am.
Did she send you any pictures of her with Evelyn that day?
No, ma'am.
Did she seem to be upset at all that day when
No,
she
ma'am.
sent you these pictures? Okay. Did she also send you this photograph from that same day?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And can you tell me what the date is that's behind her on the photograph? Can you read that?
On the top,
Yeah.
it says 2019.
Okay. And you may not recall, but if you do you remember when those photographs were sent to you?
I do not recall.
Okay. Would it have been after early December?
Yes,
I mean,
ma'am.
because it would have been, you said she started dating Hunter 1 to 2 weeks after the beginning of December. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So is it fair to say it was at least 1 to 2 weeks after mid-December.
Yes.
Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. So for mid-December is, well, let me say this. Prior to Thanksgiving of 2019, did Megan talk a lot about Evelyn?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you see her post a lot about Evelyn?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What about mid-December? Is she still doing that?
No, ma'am.
Okay. At some point, did you ask her where Evelyn was?
Yes.
What did she say?
She said that she was with her father.
Okay. When you say her father, do you know who do you think she was talking about, or who was she talking about?
She was speaking of Ethan.
Okay. Did she say why Evelyn was with Ethan?
Yes, ma'am.
What did she say?
She said that Ethan came home and got emergency custody.
Okay. Did she ever show you any paperwork?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did she ever say why?
Ethan seen photos of Evelyn with a bruise on her head, and he used that.
Okay. And the defendant told you that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. So we're going to go back to that. Did Megan say why Ethan had taken emergency custody of Evelyn?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did she say?
She said that Ethan had saw photos of Evelyn with a bruise on her forehead.
Okay. You said she never showed you paperwork of custody.
No, ma'am.
Okay. How many times did she tell you that Evelyn was with Ethan?
A few times.
Okay. Was that in person or via text?
Both.
Okay. So do you remember seeing Megan around Christmas?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Where did you see her?
We met at the Pinnacle in Bristol.
Okay. Was Evelyn with her?
No, ma'am.
Did you talk to her about Evelyn?
Yes, ma'am.
What did she say?
She still said that Ethan had her.
Okay. And do you remember Megan getting a phone call while you were talking to her that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know who called her?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Who called her?
Her father.
Okay. And we're not going to be able to say what he said to her, but what did Megan say to her father over the phone?
She told her father that she would be getting Evelyn back around the 1st of February.
Okay. During this entire time, did Megan ever seem upset?
No, ma'am.
Did you ever see her cry?
No, ma'am.
Did she seem worried about Evelyn?
No, ma'am.
Did she ever seem concerned about Evelyn's safety?
No, ma'am.
Please answer any questions the defendant has. Okay.
Okay.
Morning, Miss Jones. My name's Gene Scott. How are you?
I'm doing well. It's Miss Carter.
Oh, Miss Carter.
Yes, sir.
Sorry, I got it wrong. Did it used to be Miss Jones?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So how often were you around Megan, let's say in 2019? Would you consider yourselves close friends during that time period?
Yes, sir.
How often would you see her?
About twice a month.
Twice a month. And you described a meal, I think it was at Applebee's?
Chili's.
Chili's. When was that meal?
Around the 1st of December.
You say around the 1st of December. Can you be more specific? And let me ask you this way. You equated it to your college semester or your earlier testimony.
Mhm.
Had you taken your exams? Were you waiting to take exams? What part of the end of the college semester were you at?
She actually took me out to eat for celebration of finishing my exams.
Okay. So the exams were in December.
Yes, sir.
That's typical, I think, of a college schedule, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
So this would have been sometime, say, after the 5th or 6th, maybe?
I would say so.
Okay. Do you know what day of the week it was?
I do not.
Would have been a weekday.
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Carter, you described Evelyn as being dirty that day.
Yes, sir.
Had you ever seen Evelyn dirty before?
No, sir.
Did you ever see any signs of abuse?
No, sir.
Did Megan seem like a loving mother to you?
Yes, sir.
Did she seem devoted to Evelyn?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever see her neglect her in any way?
No, sir.
Would be fair to say that at some point your friendship with Megan ended?
Yes, sir.
When did that occur?
Around the 1st of January.
And did that have anything to do with Evelyn?
No, sir.
Why did your friendship end?
She lost or misplaced her phone and did not have a way to communicate with me.
Okay, so y'all just quit talking.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Carter, just so we know, your exams, were they after Thanksgiving?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And in 2019, Thanksgiving, I believe, was on the 28th of November. Does that sound right to you?
Yes.
Okay. So your exams would have been sometime the first week of December. Monday was the 2nd of December. Does that sound correct?
Yes.
Okay. How many days would your exams been?
That whole last week of college.
Okay. So the last day of that week is the 6th of December.
Is that on
That's
Friday?
a Friday.
Okay.
Okay. Would that have been the day your exams ended?
Yes.
Is that the day you ate?
I cannot recall.
You said you ate it. Did you eat on the last day of exams or just after the last day of exams?
It was the last day of exams.
Okay. So if the last day of exams were on the 6th, it would have been on the 6th.
I guess I'm gonna ask if he wants to, we need to probably check that schedule so she doesn't get confused on the dates she's talking about.
Judge, can we approach?
Dear me. I can see I'm going to have to get my calendar out here. All right. 2019. All right. So the 6th of December 2019 was a Friday. So he's right about that. Yeah, so it was the same week that she started working at the chicken shack. So yesterday she said that she filled in the application on the 2nd of December. And then Evelyn mysteriously disappears later that week. We don't know exactly which day yet. Yeah, don't upset my timeline. Definitely not. My timeline's all up in the air anyway, so I need all the help I can get with a timeline for this case. Don't confuse it anymore.
Ms. Carter, you are certain that the meal was after your exams, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you're also certain that the exams were after Thanksgiving?
Yes, sir.
No doubt in your mind?
No, sir.
You have no memory issue with that?
No, sir.
You just can't remember what day in December it would have been?
Yes.
You would agree with me that your exams were definitely in December.
Yes, sir.
And do you know for sure they ended on Friday?
Yes.
Okay. So you would have been the first Friday of December.
It was before Christmas.
Do you think they ended the first week of December?
Maybe the second.
So they could have ended, the meal could have been no earlier than sometime the first week of December, or maybe even into the second.
No, sir.
Okay. Do you have any difficulty in remembering that whatsoever?
No, sir.
Thank you.
Redirect, Your Honor. Do you remember giving an interview to law enforcement?
Why is that a problematic question? Do you remember giving an interview to law enforcement? Why is that? Why does that need an objection? I'm getting mad with this defense. No, I'm getting angry. I think they're just getting desperate. They don't like these witnesses. They don't like them at all.
Can we have just a second, Your Honor? Kaitlyn, do you remember the last time that you saw Evelyn?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, when was that?
It was the day we went to Chili's.
Okay. And I know Mr. Scott was throwing a lot of dates out at you. How do you, let me ask it this way. Was that before or after Megan started working at the Chicken Shack?
That was after.
Okay. How long after?
3 or 4 weeks.
Okay. So you think that that was after she had started dating Hunter?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. That's all the questions I have.
No, sir.
Did she be released from the scheme?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Ms. Carter, thank you for your testimony today. You're released from your subpoena.
Thank you, sir.
No, that doesn't make sense. She's wrong on the dates. I think she's just confused about the dates. It's a long time ago. It's over 5 years ago. Like, this would have been...
Say it was called Gail Kite.
This would have been not that important in her life. Like, she wouldn't have any idea that 5 years' time, sitting in a courtroom trying to recall what dates these were. So I don't blame any of them for being fuzzy on the dates here. Does the defence team know ahead of time who the prosecution's witnesses will be? Yeah, they give each other a witness list. So yeah, they know what witnesses are potentially going to be on the stand. If it was like, I don't know, only a few weeks ago, I would be a little bit more concerned that she was getting dates and time spans wrong. But it's over 5 years ago, so I don't. The jury might think it's odd, though. I guess.
State your name.
Gail Kite.
You solemnly swear affirm testimony about to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
That's it, right?
Okay. Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, so we get that you're spelling your name spelling correct. Your last name is spelled K-Y-T-E. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And where do you live?
Roan Mountain.
Okay. And do you know Megan Boswell?
I do.
Okay. How do you know her?
I was her foster mother for 4 months.
Okay. Do you know what year that was in?
2018 to February of 2019.
Okay. Do you know how old Megan was when she came to live with you?
17.
Okay. And do you see her in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you point her out to us, please? Okay. And I'm going to ask that you describe what she's wearing, please.
Looks like a black and white shirt.
Okay. We had asked the record to reflect she's identified the defendant. Were you also living in Roan Mountain during 2018?
I was.
Okay. Was Megan pregnant when she came to live with you?
She was.
Do you may not, but do you recall how far along she was?
7 months.
Okay. And do you remember when Evelyn was born?
I do.
Okay. What month was that?
November
2018?
2018.
Okay. And did Megan and Evelyn continue to live with you during that time?
They did.
Okay. Did Evelyn appear to be developing normally?
She did.
Okay. I'm assuming you have children of your own?
I do.
Any concerns, based on your own personal experience, that you had with Megan caring for Evelyn?
No,
Okay. Everything seemed to be appropriate?
it did.
Okay. And did Megan take Evelyn to all of her pediatric appointments?
Yes,
How did she get there during the time she was living with you?
I took her.
You took her? Okay. To your memory, did you take her to all of those appointments?
While she was living with me.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And I think you've already said they lived with you about 4 months and she moved out in February 2019. Is that right?
That's correct.
And do you know where they moved?
To her father's home.
Okay. That'd be Tommy Boswell?
Yes,
Okay. Did you continue to have contact with her after they moved out?
I did.
Okay. How did you keep in contact?
Most of it was Facebook, texts, calls.
Okay. And do you remember Megan bringing Evelyn to visit you in September of 2019?
I do.
Okay. And would Evelyn, so she wasn't quite 1 year old at that point, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Was Evelyn walking yet?
She was toddling.
Okay. So still occasionally holding on to things, but letting go occasionally, or did she wasn't letting go yet?
She was letting go. She was taking a step or two on her own.
Okay. And again, this is right before, 2 months before her first birthday. Did she appear to be developing normally?
She
Did
did.
she appear healthy?
She did.
Okay. After that visit in September, do you remember Megan contacting you regarding babysitting?
She did.
Okay. And do you remember when that was? What month that was?
She reached out to me several times. The first time was in August. She was wanting to go to school.
Okay.
And then she reached out to me, I want to say again, towards the end of December.
Okay. I'm going to let's see here. Okay. I'm going to show you a document to see if that helps you with your date a little bit. Okay. Do you we won't be able to say what it is quite yet, but do you recognize that document?
I do.
Okay. What is it?
That's text messages between me and Megan.
Okay. And what is the date of those messages?
December the 3rd of 2019.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate representation of the conversation that you had with her via text or Facebook Messenger on that date?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, we'd ask that to be made exhibit number 87. And permission to publish, Your Honor. Okay. Okay. Gail, can you read that okay?
I can.
Okay. So is this one of the times that Megan was looking for a babysitter?
It was.
And what did she say to you there on December 3rd, 2019?
She says, do you think your sister would babysit and let me pay her at the end of the week? I just got a job and won't get paid until next week. I just started today.
Okay.
And I told her, yes, I knew she would.
Okay.
She said, what's her number? Sometimes, mommy gets sick and she already keeps her for school. I talked to her. She said that was fine.
Okay. So essentially she's indicating that Sue can babysit. Is that right? And Sue is your sister?
She is.
Okay. And then what do you say to Megan?
Sue wants you to call her. She wanted to know if you had a pack and play you could bring.
Okay. And what does Megan say?
I'm at work. Yes, I have one.
Okay. Does that help refresh your memory a little bit on the date?
It does.
So it would have been early December, not late December?
Correct.
Okay. Now, is there a reason you were not able to babysit?
I had broken some ribs. I had 2 broke ribs.
Okay. And so you essentially gave her the name of your sister, Sue Witson.
Correct.
Where does Sue live? Or where did Sue live at the time?
In Elizabethton.
Okay. Does she still live in Elizabethton?
She does.
Okay. And to your knowledge, did Sue in fact babysit Evelyn a few times?
She did.
Around the same time, do you remember talking to Megan about, excuse me, a new boyfriend that she had?
I do.
Do you remember what that boyfriend's name was?
Hunter Wood.
Okay. And did Megan ever reach out to you about Hunter Wood?
She did.
Okay. And do you remember when that was?
December the 22nd.
Okay. How do you remember that date?
It was a Sunday. There was a church play, and we were getting ready to go, and she wanted me to meet Hunter.
Okay.
And I told her that we were getting ready to leave for church. So she said that they would meet us at the church.
Okay. What type of play was it at church?
A Christmas play,
Okay.
children's Christmas
Okay.
play.
And did Megan and Hunter actually come to church that day?
They did.
Did they have Evelyn with them?
They did not.
Did you ask Megan where Evelyn was?
I did.
And what did she say?
She told me that Ethan had her, that they were sharing custody.
Okay. Did she appear sad when she told you that?
She seemed fine.
Okay. Did she act like anything was wrong that day?
No.
Okay. I'm sorry. I thought they were discussing it. Take a moment to look at that and see if you recognize it. Do you recognize that? Okay. Can you tell me what it is?
It's text messages between me and Megan.
Okay. And what date were those messages sent?
January the 13th.
Of 2020?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is that a fair and accurate representation of your conversation with Megan on that date?
It is.
Now, we'd ask that be made exhibit number 88.
Objection? No, sir. School exhibit 88.
Permission to publish? Okay. So it looks like you start this conversation by asking how she and Evelyn are doing. And what does Megan say in response?
Good. Ethan has half custody now.
Okay. And then you respond, I almost bought Evelyn a beautiful dress at Cracker Barrel, wasn't sure what size. And what does Megan say in response?
She wears 18 months now. Isn't that crazy? Hunter and I can come when we get off work. Ethan has Evelyn until Friday, though.
Okay. And continuing the conversation.
I told her, wait until Thursday. We're having a DCS home inspection tomorrow, and I'm cleaning and getting ready. It makes me nervous.
Okay.
LOL.
Okay. And what does Megan say in response?
Don't be nervous. You and Rick are hands down the best foster parents anyone could ask for. In a lot of ways, you are my family more than my actual family.
Okay. And what did you say?
Thank you. We love you and that baby. Is Ethan out of the Army?
And then what does Megan say?
We love you. And yes, he is.
Okay. We're going to move forward to February of 2020. We are not going to be able to say what somebody told you, okay? Do you remember, though, being contacted by someone named Shirley Boswell Lowry?
I do.
And who is this person?
Megan's aunt.
Okay. How did she contact you?
First by Facebook Messenger, and then I asked her to give me a call.
Okay. And give me just 1 second. Had you ever been contacted by her before?
No.
Okay. Okay. So again, we're not going to be able to talk about what she told you, but what did you tell her about what Megan had told you?
I told her that I didn't know where Evelyn was. I also told her that last time I'd spoken with Megan that she had told me Ethan had half custody of Evelyn.
Okay. And did you have Evelyn?
I did.
I know
not.
that may be a crazy question, but you did not.
No.
Okay. What did you do? Based on that conversation, what did you do?
I tried calling Megan.
Okay. And did you call her phone?
I did.
Okay.
And I got a hold of Tommy. Megan's dad,
okay.
had her phone.
Okay. And what did you tell Tommy?
I was looking for Megan, and then he discussed the same thing Shirley
Okay, yeah,
had
we-
discussed.
And we won't be able to get into what he said. We can only essentially get into something that maybe Megan told you or something that you say yourself. I know it's a little confusing. Okay, so essentially you call Megan's phone, but Tommy answers.
Correct.
Okay, and you're essentially trying to get in touch with Megan. You didn't get in touch with her that way, so what did you do next?
I text her by Facebook.
Okay. And did she respond to you?
She did. She
Okay.
said she didn't have a phone. She couldn't talk, that it had to be by text message.
Okay. And was that Facebook Messenger?
It was.
Okay. Did you contact anyone else that day?
I did.
Who did you contact?
Constance Cole from DCS.
Okay. And who is Constance? How do you, is that through the foster care stuff?
It was.
Okay. And were you able to get in touch with Constance?
I could not. It was after hours, so I left her a message on her phone.
Okay. What message did you leave?
I told her that Evelyn was missing.
Okay. So when is the last time you yourself saw Evelyn alive?
When she brought her to my home in September.
September. And that'd be September 2019. Okay. Please answer any questions the defense has for you.
Good morning, Ms. Scott. My name is Gene Scott. How are you?
I'm fine. You?
I'm good, thank you. I want to talk to you just a little bit about, you came to know Megan when she came into your care in foster care.
That's correct.
She was pregnant at the time.
She was.
Did you go to doctor's appointments with her, take her there and stuff?
I did.
Okay. How did her pregnancy go? Did it seem to go normal?
It did. She was a little underweight, but she started putting on weight once she got there.
Okay. You say Megan was underweight when she came to live with you?
She was 7 months pregnant, and you couldn't even tell she was pregnant.
Goodness. Were you present for any medical procedures she received while she was pregnant?
No, most I would take her, but I would stay out in the lobby.
Do you know if she had any medical issues while she was pregnant?
No,
You don't know, or
I don't know.
okay. Had you been told she had intrauterine growth restriction?
The room jet to hearsay.
Probably is. So you didn't witness any procedures?
No.
I feel like you're wanting to say more.
Well, I do know that she,
Okay, don't. If, unless it's something you know of your own knowledge, you can't talk about it. I appreciate that. How did she act while she was pregnant? Did you take an interest in being healthy and having a healthy baby?
she did.
And I guess you were with her when she had the baby?
I was.
Okay. Did she seem to take to the baby right away?
She did.
And I guess, basically you were helping her raise the baby when the baby was first born.
That's correct.
Was she loving to the child?
Very much so.
Was she devoted to the child?
Yes.
Did you ever see any issues of her neglecting or abusing the child?
Never.
After she went back to her, I guess she turned 18 when it aged out of foster care. Is that?
She was getting ready to turn 18, but she had got her a diploma, so they were letting her start trial visits, and then the trial visits led to her being going back to her father's home.
And how did Megan seem to take that going back?
She was fine with it.
Did you keep in touch with her?
We did.
Okay. You said the last time you saw Evelyn was in September of 2019, right?
Correct.
So up until that time, did you ever see any signs of abuse, neglect, or anything but a loving mother?
No.
That's all the questions I have. Thank you, Ms. Kite.
Nothing from the state.
It should be released.
From the state, yes.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Kite, thank you for your testimony today. You're released from your subpoena mandate. Free to go.
Good. We approach.
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to make sure you mark out. That's the first time they come up.
Okay. Are you next?
State will call, excuse me, Sue Witson.
Oh, I think this is the babysitter. Might get another date for the timeline here.
Raise your right hand and state your name for me.
Sue Witson.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
I need you to speak up.
Good morning. Okay. Your name is Sue Witson.
Yes.
And is your last name spelled Witson?
Yes.
Okay. Where do you live, Sue?
In Elizabeth.
Okay. And do you know Gail Kite?
Yes, I do.
Who is Gail Kite to you?
She's my sister.
Okay. And to your knowledge, has your sister taken in foster children through the years?
Yes.
Okay. And was Megan Boswell one of the foster children that came and lived with your sister for a while?
Yes.
And were you aware that Megan Boswell had given birth to a child named Evelyn?
Yes.
Okay. And were you aware that at some point Megan and Evelyn moved out of Gail's house and got their own place?
Yes.
Okay. And were you contacted by Megan to babysit Evelyn?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Do you remember how you were contacted by her?
Text message.
Okay. And did you actually babysit Evelyn for her?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember how many times?
I think maybe 3 or 4.
Okay. When you babysat, was it in your home or Megan's home?
My home.
Okay. So she would bring Evelyn to you in Elizabethton?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall when you babysat?
I think maybe last week of November or the first week of December.
Okay. I'll pass your document. See if you can identify it.
It's Evelyn.
That's Evelyn. And is that a photograph that you took?
Yes, it is.
Okay. When did you take that photograph?
I'm saying maybe about the second day I kept her.
Okay. All right. Is that a fair and accurate representation of what the photograph looked on the day you took it?
Yes.
Okay. We request that be made exhibit number 89.
Okay.
Full exhibit 89.
And permission to publish, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Well, I made it worse. I'm sorry. Yeah. Doesn't want to do that for me. Okay. Is this the photograph we were just talking about?
Yes.
Okay, so that photograph would have been taken, you said you babysat her last of November to early December.
Yes.
So this would have been taken around that time.
Yes.
Is that right? Okay. And does Evelyn to you appear healthy here?
Pardon?
Was she healthy?
Oh, yes.
Okay. And was she walking?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember the last day that you babysat Evelyn?
Pretty much.
Okay. Do you remember what time Megan picked Evelyn up that day?
It was late that night, say maybe 10:30.
Okay. And you may not recall, but do you recall the date?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Did Megan indicate that she needed you to babysit again after that day?
No, she said that she wouldn't need me no more.
Okay. And did she tell you that when she picked Evelyn up, or did she tell you that later?
She told me later.
Okay. So when she picked her up, did you think you were going to be babysitting again?
Yes.
Okay. When did you learn you wouldn't be?
Maybe a couple days later, she got to where she wasn't bringing her.
She just wasn't bringing her?
No.
Okay. Okay. During the days that you watched Evelyn, did you have any concerns?
Yes.
Okay. What concerns did you have?
She had a terrible diaper rash.
Okay. When you say terrible, can you describe it, please?
It was just really like sore looking, had marks through it, maybe scratches. It's just really bad looking.
Okay. Have you kept other children Evelyn's age before?
Oh, yes.
Okay. So you feel like you've got pretty good experience
Yes.
with babies and toddlers?
Yes.
Okay. Did that seem more than the average diaper rash?
Yes.
And how?
It was just, I'd never seen a diaper rash look that bad.
Okay. Did you tell anyone about this?
Yes, I called Cassie Kite.
Okay.
Or Cassie Salts.
Okay. And you won't be able to tell us what Casey said, but what made you tell Casey in particular?
She worked in a doctor's office.
Okay. Okay. When, for the days that you babysat Evelyn, was she clean and when Megan would drop her off?
No.
Okay. Can you tell us what Evelyn was like when she'd be dropped off by Megan.
She was dirty. She smelled like urine. I would give her a bath and clean her up.
Okay. And was that every time that you babysat was like
Yes.
that? Okay. What about her clothing? Was her clothing clean?
No, it was dirty.
Okay. What about her face? Was her face clean?
No, it was dirty.
Okay. Pass the document to you. Take a moment to look at it, see if you recognize it.
Yes.
Okay, what is it?
Text between me and Megan.
Okay, what's the date of that?
December the 21st.
Of 2019?
Yes.
Okay. Is that a fair and accurate representation of the conversation between you and Megan on that date?
Yes.
We'd ask that be made exhibit number 90.
No, sir. Full exhibit 90.
Okay. Permission to publish, Your Honor? Okay. Before I put this up, do you remember discussing with Megan about payment
Yes.
for babysitting? Had Megan paid you prior to this date?
No.
Okay. Why not? Did she say why she wasn't paying you?
She was supposed to be in a custody battle with, I guess, the baby's daddy.
Okay. Did she eventually pay you?
Yes, she did.
And how did she pay you?
She put it in a mailbox and sped out.
Okay. You said sped out?
Yeah, sped her tars.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right. I'm going to show you this conversation.
Yes.
It's okay. Okay. I was hoping it wasn't me. That's okay. Okay. Can you see that okay? Make it a little bit bigger. Let's see here. There we go. Okay. So we've got the date of December 21st, 2019, and you're saying to her, I don't know why you don't want to pay me. I could sure use the money. I'm broke out of gas. Please pay me. I hope I didn't do something to make you mad. And what does Megan say to you?
She said, I'm sorry. My baby's daddy is taking me to court. I guess that's supposed to be a lot of problems lately. I'm on my way. I'll put it in your mailbox.
Okay. And what does she say after that?
Sorry, I've been crying, or I would have stopped and talked. I'm sorry. It took me so long. It just been a process, and he has temporary custody of her. I've not gotten to see her in days.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. So you please answer any questions that the defense might have for you, okay?
Good morning. My name is Gene Scott. How are you? How well did you know Megan?
Not well at all.
Okay. Did you ever interact with her when she was at your sister's home and was part of
No.
foster care?
No.
So how many times did you meet her?
Maybe 3.
Okay. And the picture you took, you said was the last time you kept Evelyn.
Yes.
When was that?
In,
I realize you may not have the exact date, but you know
in
the month?
December, I think.
Okay. Was it fair to say it was after Thanksgiving?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember the day of the week it was?
I'm not sure.
And there was some talk, testimony, you said Megan later after that had told you that she wouldn't need you anymore. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you know, was that a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks?
I'm saying maybe 2 weeks.
Was it up around the time she paid you?
Yes.
She ultimately paid you, I think, for that babysitting in December.
Yes.
So around the 22nd, maybe. Does that ring a bell?
I'm thinking it was maybe the last week.
Up close to Christmas.
I mean, first week of December.
That's when you said that. Okay.
Oh, that's what I was supposed to. Yeah, I'm not quite sure.
Not trying to confuse you, but your testimony was that you last watched her sometime in December.
Yes.
Okay. And then we've seen your text messages here. I think they were. Can I withdraw the last exhibit, please? December the 21st is when you texted her asking her about the money.
Okay.
So would it have been after that she told you she wouldn't need you any further?
It could have been.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Can we have just a moment?
Yes.
We don't have any other questions, Your Honor.
May she be released.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Witson, thank you for your testimony. You're released from your subpoena, ma'am.
Well, okay.
We'll take about 15 minutes.
Oh, that's okay. Good timing.
You may be seated. Thank you.
We recess 15.
Court stands in recess.
All right. So the babysitter who saw her on the 6th of December, I'm going to discard that because I'm sure that was said in the opening statement. But I'm going to discard that because this babysitter couldn't remember the exact date. You would think that that photograph would have metadata attached to it, unless it had been modified, like, you know, somebody had edited it or something, and they weren't that sure. I don't know. I don't know why that photo didn't have metadata on it. Anyhow, that's beside the point. Evelyn was alive on the 3rd. We know Evelyn was alive on the 3rd. Now, one of the witnesses yesterday said that they didn't see Evelyn with Megan on the 5th of December. Megan started work at the chicken shack on the 3rd. And then Evelyn isn't seen again after this babysitter has her. And a previous witness from yesterday said that Evelyn wasn't with Megan on the 5th. So Evelyn had to have been murdered either the night of the 3rd, when she came back from the babysitter, or the 4th. Or the witness yesterday might have got a day awry, and she may have been killed on the 5th. So, all right, I'm fine with that, I suppose. So it's literally within a couple of days of her starting to work at the chicken shack. She seems to have basically discarded her baby for a young man that she hardly knows. She had her 3 or 4 times. Yeah. I mean, I think all these witnesses, we have to give them the benefit of the doubt. I mean, not that any of them are lying anyway. I don't believe any of them are lying, but it's 5 years ago. So their recollection of exact days is going to be way off, because none of them will have committed these things to memory, because they wouldn't have seemed important at the time. Because it was, it was a few months even before there was any issue. It was only in February, the middle of February, when Evelyn was reported missing. So even that is 2 or 3 months later than some of these people last saw Evelyn. So just thinking back to an exact date when you last saw someone is really difficult. Like, defense attorneys like trials to be delayed, because the longer the time it is since the crime, the less credible people sound to a jury, because they can't remember exact dates. So, it's benefiting the defense when witnesses can't remember exact dates. They sound less credible. However, in this case, I don't think that matters because the jury are getting a very consistent message here. Every single person, regardless of their relationship with Megan, is saying the same thing, that she lied. Like, each person is getting a slightly different story. So how she kept all of these lies straight, I've no idea. Like some people, it was, oh, Ethan's got half custody now. And then other people, it was, oh, Ethan's fighting me for custody. He's trying to get custody because there was a bruise on her head. And then the story then changed, but only changed once the cops got involved. And then it was, oh, someone has her. And then it was, oh, my mother has her. And then it was the final story that we heard yesterday, that yes, Evelyn was dead. Yes, I lied, but she died accidentally. Even if you can't remember all text messages, FB post messages can help. They can, but what if you've deleted your text messages? Like, I delete mine. Like, once I've read a message, I delete it. I don't save text messages. And, some people might just change the phone and not have. You change your phone and you can get all your text messages back if you use the same phone provider and stuff. But I mean, a lot of these witnesses, that's what they're doing. They're showing a text message on the screen and saying, this is the date. Does that refresh your recollection? And they say, yeah. So yeah, in some of these cases, they are using that to prompt their memory. Someone was saying in another chat that the Boswells were gypsies. It depends what you mean by gypsies. They weren't gypsies. They, like Tommy Boswell, had a property. This is Tommy Boswell's property. They may have come from, I don't know, some of their ancestors might have been gypsies, travellers. Hold on, let me show you. That's the property that Tommy Boswell owned. So Muddy Creek Road is where the pin is, and that's 543 Muddy Creek Road. So he's got, I can't point to it because it's on a, it's just an overlay. But there's a house. So if you go up the driveway, there's a gate, there's a creek and the gate, all right? And then to the left, that's where the playhouse was. Like there's a trailer and some sheds and stuff. That's where the playhouse was. And then if you turn right, past those trees, that's where the house is. That's where Tommy lives. So that's the property that Tommy Boswell owned. But I think it was like his parents' property originally. But that's where Evelyn's body was found, in the playhouse. So the Boswells were not too badly off. Like Tommy had his own company. They owned a trailer park elsewhere. So they might have had ancestors that were travellers, but they themselves were not. Megan actually mentioned it in one of her interviews. I think it was one of the interviews with Ansley Daniel. She mentioned gypsies. So maybe I don't know. Maybe that's where that's come from. But it's not like they were travellers. Thank you, Angie, for the £2. Thank you so much. Thank you. No, it wasn't. They had trailers like that people rented. Because that's where Megan was living when Evelyn was killed. She was living in a trailer. Like if you listen to Tommy Boswell's testimony from yesterday, Megan and Evelyn were living in one of the trailers at the trailer park, rent-free, and Tommy was paying all the bills. She did not keep the lie straight, that's why we're here. Well, she didn't stick to one story. But you see, the thing is, the lies were easily disproven. So once the cops got involved, that's when it fell apart. And it fell apart very quickly. Because the story that she'd been telling everybody else, that Ethan had her, all the cops did was tracked Ethan down. And no, Ethan didn't have her. So then they went back to Megan saying, well, he doesn't have her. And we saw that. We saw that interview yesterday when they told her that Ethan didn't have her. And she didn't seem concerned at all. You know, she was like, well, who has her then? Can we get an Amber Alert? And she just didn't seem fazed at all by it, because obviously she knew Ethan didn't have her. So she didn't even act surprised. And then she changed the story to, my mother's got her. And then they chased down her mother. And she didn't have her either. And that's when she had to resort to, oh, yeah, I know Evelyn's dead, but I was too scared to go to the police. Deleted text can be recovered in some cases. They can, but once something's deleted, you have to be pretty quick. So if you've deleted it like recently, you've got a greater chance of getting it back. But once something's deleted, that space on the device gets overwritten. So the longer it is, or the more use that device has, the increased chance of text messages or whatever being overwritten, and you can't get them back then. She told each person what they thought they would believe. Yeah. No, you can delete your text messages. So if you delete your text messages, they go into a deleted folder. But if you permanently delete them, like you can permanently delete them, and then it's difficult to get them back, especially if time has passed or that device has had a lot of use. So but at the end of the day, I don't really think it matters too much, not for the jury, because everybody's telling a consistent story. So we know that Evelyn was not seen after the first few days in December. Everybody is saying that. So that's clearly the time when Evelyn was murdered. Whether it's the 4th, the 5th, possibly. Somebody said they hadn't seen her on the 5th. So whether it's the 3rd, the 4th, maybe the 5th, it's very, very soon after she started working at the chicken shack. That's the thing that the jury is going to be really focused on. Oh yeah, if you're saving everything to a cloud, then yeah, it's not gone. If it's all being saved to a cloud, but not everybody has that set up. Hello, Mike. To the day, the only reason why I fixate on these things is that I like a specific, like, delete detailed timeline. But ultimately, no, it doesn't matter. Like, we know it's the first week in December, and we know it's very soon after she started working at the chicken shack. I mean, literally within a couple of days. It has to be within a couple of days. Very soon. Somebody close to her had to know something. I don't know. I don't know that they did. I think she literally lied to everyone. Yeah, it was a nice bit of land, yeah. Like, the house is right at the back. So that's where Tommy lived. And then there was like a camper trailer where Tommy's mother lived. And then there's a bunch of like sheds and stuff. But where Megan was living, once she came out of foster care, she went to live at Tommy's. Then she left there because Tommy was sick of her. Like, she wouldn't keep her. Oh, no, she wouldn't keep her bedroom straight, and he kicked her out. I don't know whether that's before or after she went in foster care. But then she went to live in the trailer, on the trailer park, rent-free. So that's where she was living with Evelyn. Okay. I believe their ancestors are. We have some of the same family in my town. Same last name. They're all pavers, own their own businesses. They are super nice. But we'll beat your ass in a sec. There you go. So there's the answer. Okay. So usually settle, work hard. So they all right. So it's an ancestral thing, and got several in the east of England. Not all gypsies are the trouble. Oh no. But there's a lot of like traveling communities now that settle. Like they just don't move, so they're not travelers. Like, how can you be a traveler if you're not traveling? But I think it's an identity thing, isn't it? Okay, so the nationality is Romani. Yeah, Romani gypsies. 10.9 acres of land. Is it really? Is that 10.9 acres? It must own the hill as well. If I owned that land, I'd build a castle on top of that hill. And I'd be like looking down on everyone. I'll have like a fortress. And the creek would be the moat. And then I'd have the fortress on the hill. I'd love that. The last date somebody saw Evelyn. At the moment, that's the third, when this lady Susan babysat her. But again, I think she probably died the 4th or maybe the 5th, unless we get a witness who says, I definitely saw her on the 6th. But look, I'm fixating and making everyone else fixate. It actually doesn't really matter. What we know is that Evelyn was murdered the same week that Megan went to work at the chicken shack. So she instantly fell in love with this boy Hunter and murdered her kid, which I find absolutely bizarre, crazy. Did the autopsy still show diaper rash? Well, the autopsy's never been released, but I don't know if it would, because Evelyn had been dead for 3 months by the time her body was found. So she was in a state of decomposition. So I have to wait for the medical examiner to give that testimony. Oh, okay. That's where they busted her with a big lie big enough to arrest. Someone in a Facebook group mentioned Gypsy because of a silver travel trailer. And my daughter, as they searched, she went on news. Okay, interesting. All right, she's coming back. She's coming back. No, I'm not going to comment. Not going to comment. She can sound off as much as she wants. Not going to comment at all. Yeah. Well, even if it's the second week in December, it's still within a week of her starting at the chicken shack. Yeah, if you're using Messenger, it is. But I'm talking about text messages. How did Evelyn die? Asphyxiation is her cause of death.
may be seated. Thank you.
She filled in the application on the 2nd of December and she started work on the 3rd.
Disabled called Erica Stacy.
All right, moving out.
Raise your right hand, ma'am. You solemnly state your name, sir.
Erica Stacy.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Submit here. You speak up and speak in your mouth.
Okay.
You ready? Okay, good morning.
Good morning.
Okay. Okay, and your name is spelled Erica
Yes, ma'am.
Stacy, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Miss Stacy, where do you live?
Kingsport, Tennessee.
Okay, and do you know the defendant, Megan Boswell?
I do.
How do you know her?
She dated my son, Caleb.
Okay, and do you remember when they dated?
It was spring of 2019.
Okay. Do you know how long they dated?
2 or 3 months.
Okay, and during that time, did you get a chance to meet Evelyn?
I did.
Okay. Can you recall how many times you met Evelyn, like in her face to face?
It was a handful of times, probably no more than 10.
Did you have a relationship with Evelyn?
I feel like I did.
Okay. What was your relationship like?
I mean, I would see her when she would come to the house and her and Caleb were hanging out.
Okay. So, what city did you say you lived in?
Kingsport.
Okay, so she would come to your house in Kingsport.
Yes.
Okay. During those 10 times-ish that you said you thought that you had seen Evelyn in person, was Megan always with her?
Yes.
Okay. Was there any time that you saw Megan where you did not see Evelyn? Yeah, but let me ask it this way. Before Thanksgiving of 2019?
No.
Okay.
No, they were pretty much connected at the hip.
Okay. So every time you saw Megan, you saw Evelyn?
Yes.
Okay. To your knowledge, personally, did Megan ever allow anyone to babysit Evelyn?
Just family.
Okay. Did you ever babysit Evelyn?
No.
Okay. Did you ever offer to babysit?
Yes.
Okay. So did you say they were together just a few months?
Yes.
Okay. When they broke up, did you continue your relationship with Megan? And why did you do that?
I wanted to help her.
Okay. Did that include Evelyn?
Yeah.
Okay. Why? Okay. Okay. Do you remember Megan bringing Evelyn to your house in September of 2019?
Yes.
And do you remember why they came by that day?
I was putting decals on Maggie's car.
Okay. And just so the jury understands, you occasionally make things on like a machine?
Yes, on a Cricut.
Okay. So you'd make like vinyl stickers?
It was like a Chevy decal. We were covering her Chevy emblems.
Okay. And was Evelyn with her that day?
Yes, that was the deal that I wouldn't charge her for the decals if she brought Evie with her.
Okay. And so you just said Evie. Is that what you would call
That's what we called
Evelyn?
her. Yeah.
Okay. And did you ever see Evelyn again after that date?
Not that I remember.
Okay. September 29th. Do you remember seeing Megan again in November of 2019?
Yes.
And do you remember why you saw her then?
I made Evelyn birthday shirts
Okay.
and a gift for her
Okay.
birthday.
Okay. And was that something you also did on your Cricut machine?
Yes.
Okay. Were you aware of when Evelyn's birthday was?
It was November 21st, I believe.
Okay. So this would have been for her first birthday?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you meet up with Megan to get those things to her?
I think she come by the house to pick them up.
Okay. Did she have Evelyn with her that day?
No.
Okay. Can you go ahead and pass? Okay. Can we approach?
Thought Megan's bio mum was the gypsy. She may have been. She may have been. Yeah, she texted Sue. Oh, she texted, what was her name? Gail on the, Gail asking if Sue could babysit. And she told Sue that she needed the babysitter for the 3rd because that's the day she started work. So she started work, she filled in the application on the 2nd, and then she started work on the 3rd. And then when Evelyn disappeared, no one saw Evelyn after that, the babysitter. Throughout December, whenever anybody saw Megan, Evelyn wasn't with her. So I think Bailey from yesterday with all of those text messages, I think is going to be the most useful witness to go back to, because like it was every day, they were texting every day. So there was a date record. So all of those many text messages that were read yesterday actually might have been quite boring to listen to, but it's very useful because it's got a day by day, like date stamp on it. Yeah, Hunter said he never saw Evelyn. That's what he told the news, but we don't know what Hunter told the police. November 21st, that's right. November 21st, 2018, that's Evelyn's birthday. And Megan was born in March. So she was 17 when Evelyn was born. So she'd have turned 18 in the March. So Evelyn would have been like 4 months old, three to 4 months old when Megan turned 18. Was that her first job ever? I don't know the answer to that.
I do your gloves up there, Miss Stacy?
Yes.
Okay, if you don't mind, grab a pair of gloves.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna pass up what has been labeled as piece of evidence that was
Okay.
in evidence with Sullivan County, okay?
Okay.
And the reason you need to wear the gloves is essentially is to, well, there may be something, will the scissors work okay? Just be very careful when you cut the top of the package, just cut it across straight if you can, like.
Cut across right up here?
Yes. And then, yes, if you can go ahead and just take out what's in the envelope and don't show it to the jury yet, but see if you can identify that.
Yeah.
Okay. Can you tell me what it is?
It's the shirt that I made for Evelyn for her birthday.
Okay. Your Honor, I guess at this point, we would ask for it to be made Exhibit 91. One moment.
For identification.
For identification only. Okay.
Maybe if you could place it back inside the envelope for me. Thank you.
Erica, because of the rules, the way the rules are laid out, we can't yet show that. But I'm going to ask you, if you could, to please tell the jury what it looks like.
It was a blue long sleeve shirt that had the yellow baby shark on it. That was her favorite one.
Okay. And did you put anything personalized on it for?
It just talked about it being her first year, her 1 year birthday.
Okay. Okay. And you personalized that for?
I did.
You had put that
I
on
did.
to the, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I'm going to pass you, again, we're going to do the same thing. This is the last one.
Okay.
Okay. And again, just be, try to take care and cutting it, if you can.
Pull it all the way out.
Yes, if you can identify it without pulling it all the way out, that's fine. We're just, I want to see if you recognize it.
Yeah.
Okay, you do?
I know.
Okay. Can you tell us what it is?
It's a baby shark blanket that I had put Evelyn's name on in pink glitter.
Okay. And is that also what you had given to Megan?
For her birthday.
For Evelyn to wear for her first birthday, or to have for her first birthday?
Yeah.
Okay. And what color, did you say what the color of the blanket was?
Blue. It's got the baby shark characters on it.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, we'd ask that to be offered as Exhibit 92 for identification only. So those two items, are those the two items that you gave to Megan before Evelyn's first birthday?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of those items?
This shirt was to be worn for her birthday party that I was told was being planned.
Okay.
And then the blanket was the gift.
The blanket was the gift. Okay, gotcha. Okay. During this time that you were around Megan, did she ever say anything about Evelyn that surprised you?
She would always say that Evelyn was mean as crap.
Okay. And is that the word she used, crap?
No, she would say mean as shit.
Okay. Did she say that more than once?
Yes.
Okay. And that would have been around the time that Evelyn was a year old?
Yes.
Okay. Why did that surprise you?
I was raised, you just don't say that about a child.
Was Evelyn a mean baby?
Not that I ever saw.
Okay. What type of baby was Evelyn?
Very happy, very smiley.
Okay. And do you recall trying to reach out to Megan to continue to try to see Evelyn again?
Yes.
Okay. And would Megan respond to you?
She did for a little bit, and then there was a time that she didn't respond.
Okay. Did you buy Christmas gifts for Evelyn?
I did. I bought gifts for Maggie and Evelyn.
Okay. And did you reach out to?
I did.
Okay. And did she acknowledge when you reached out?
She did. She was supposed to come by our house on the 24th.
Okay. And did she come by?
She did not.
Okay. Did you see Megan again after Christmas?
I saw her in January.
Okay. So January of 2020?
Yes.
Okay. Where did you see her?
Her and Hunter came to my church twice.
Okay. And who was Hunter?
Hunter was her boyfriend at the time.
Okay. So she came to your church twice. Were both of those times in January?
Yes.
Okay. Did she have Evelyn with her either of those times?
No.
Did you find it strange that Evelyn was not with her?
Yes.
Why?
Because anytime I saw Maggie, for the most part, Evie was on her hip.
Okay. Did you ask Megan where Evelyn was each time you saw her in January?
Yes.
And what did she tell you?
She told me she was with her father.
Okay. And did you know what his name was?
Ethan.
Okay. Do you remember when you saw them at church asking Megan what Evelyn thought about Hunter, Megan's new boyfriend?
Yes.
What did she say?
That they had not been around each other.
Okay. Did you ask that question both times that you saw her?
Yes.
And what did she say?
That they hadn't been around each other.
Okay. When you saw Megan at church those two times, did she ever seem to be upset about Evelyn not being around?
No.
Can you describe her demeanor?
She seemed happy.
Okay. Did she ever verbally express worry for Evelyn or her safety?
No.
Okay. Did she give you any indication that anything was even wrong with Evelyn?
No.
Okay. At some point, did you learn that Evelyn had been reported as a missing child?
Yes. They detectives just showed up at our house.
Okay.
Wanting to know where I was. And I was on my way to Knoxville taking my daughter to an appointment.
Okay. And is that how you learned that
Yes.
Evelyn was missing? Okay.
Mhm.
So not from Megan.
No.
Okay. So during the time that Evelyn's missing, did you see Megan Boswell again?
I did.
Okay. And do you remember where you saw her?
I picked her up at the Walmart in Bristol.
Okay. Do you remember what month that was?
I do not.
Okay.
I want to say February maybe.
Okay. And why were you picking her up at Walmart in Bristol?
She said she didn't have anywhere to go.
Okay.
And I thought maybe she would talk to me if it was just me and her.
Okay. Because you felt like you had that kind of relationship?
I did.
Okay. What was your purpose in talking to her that night?
To see if she could tell me where Evie was, who had her.
Okay. And are you doing this while you're driving
Yes.
with her? Okay. And I'm assuming you asked her those questions
I did.
when you got in the car. What was her response to you about where Evelyn was?
She didn't know.
Okay. Did she ever tell you, did she mention Ethan? Because she told you about Ethan before. Did she mention Ethan that day?
It was that Ethan had her. Ethan had quit answering her calls, her text, wouldn't answer the door.
Okay. What was her demeanor in the car that night?
Emotionless.
Okay. Can you tell me what you mean by that?
There was nothing. Like most answers were, I don't know. And there were no tears. There was no frantic, what I think I would have been had my child been missing. There was none of that.
Overruled.
Just to clarify, and this is after Evelyn had already been reported missing. Is that
Yes.
right?
Yes.
During the time that you knew Megan, do you feel like you got to know her fairly well?
As best as I could.
So that would be from the time she started dating Caleb.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And you said that was in spring of 2019. Is that right?
Yes. Yes.
Did you see Megan on the news interviews that she gave?
I did.
Okay. Did you watch those interviews?
Of course.
Was the Megan that you saw on those television interviews the same Megan that you knew?
No.
How was she different?
It almost seemed rehearsed, practiced. She just.
Okay.
I don't know how to describe that.
Okay. We can stop with that. Miss Stacy, give me just a second.
Okay.
going to pass you 2 papers. And ask if you recognize them.
I do.
Okay. What is it?
It's messages between myself and Maggie.
Okay. For what date?
January 8th, 2020.
Okay. Is that a fair and accurate representation of your conversation with her on that date?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, we'd ask that be made exhibit number 93.
Any objection? No, sir. Equal exhibit 93.
Thank you. Okay. Permission to publish? Okay. First one. You stated, I've been worried to death about you. Are you okay? Why did you send that message?
I mean, that's right in the midst of people looking for Evie. And I hadn't heard from her.
Okay. So Evelyn had not been reported missing yet at that point. So
Then that was if I've not heard from her, because we talked quite a bit.
okay. And then you asked her, did you and Evelyn have a good Christmas? And what did she say in response to you?
She says we did. Did me read all of that?
Actually, that's not verbatim. One moment, Your Honor. We approach.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna have you go with the officer.
Everyone stand, please. You may be seated. Thank you.
What happened? I was outside with the dogs. I was listening on my iPad, and then he said, "Oh, stand, please." What's going on? It's not lunchtime, is it? It's only 20 past 11. I think they put the wrong copy of... Oh, okay. They put the wrong copy of message up. Oh, maybe. It seemed to have a commentary after the initial message. Oh, okay. So they're having to sort it out. Because I couldn't see the screen. I was listening. I wasn't looking at the screen. Something wrong. Oh, no. Oh, no. It was all going so well. Oh. All right, I'm gonna just go on my iPad for a second and have a look. Just go on my iPad. See what the screen said. Okay, so that one is okay. So you couldn't actually... All right, so it just looks like a blank screen. After the one, say, January the 8th. So January the 8th, Megan Boswell says, "We did." Oh. How can I show you this? Because I don't want to go back. I don't want to go back in case they come back. So I'll keep that on. And then I'll go back on... I'll go back on Court TV. Do it this way.
Papers. Ask if you recognize them.
I do.
Okay. What is it?
It's messages between myself and Maggie.
Okay. For what date?
January 8th, 2020.
Okay. Is that a fair and accurate representation of your conversation with her on that date?
Just wait until the
Your Honor, we'd ask that be made exhibit number 93.
Any objections? Equal exhibit 93.
Thank you. Okay. Permission to publish? Okay. First one. You stated, "I've been worried to death about..."
So this here, this doesn't look like it's part of the text thing. So, did you and Evelyn have a good Christmas? We did. When asked, and then that's like talking about Megan.
About you, are you okay? Why did you send that message?
I mean, that's right in the midst of people looking for Evie. And I hadn't heard from her.
Okay. So Evelyn had not been reported missing yet at that point.
Right, look at that text.
So
Then that was if I've not heard from her, because we talked quite a bit.
okay. And then you asked her, did you and Evelyn have a good Christmas? And what did she say in response to you?
She says we did. Did me read all of that?
Actually, that's not verbatim. One moment, Your Honor.
There you go. That's the problem. That's the problem. That text bubble, like, it's only "we did" that seems to have been written by Megan. And then it says, when asked if she and Hunter are a couple, Megan responds to Erica, more or less, lol. Ethan's leaving to go home tomorrow. I want to have them tonight. So that's weird. That's weird. So it's something to do with that. So that was probably her own notes. Her own notes has got mixed up with the text messages. I think that's the problem. All right, so we'll go back to the original court now. All right, so we're back in real time. They did it twice. No. Yeah, court. We're in court tomorrow as well, because the jury is sequestered. So they're not going to want the jury to be sitting around for 2 days. When did Megan stay at the hotel with her friend? It was December. I'm going to go back to Bailey's testimony. We can have a look at it at lunchtime. Because we don't have to play it like all the way through. We can just look at the dates. Megan was really hopping from one boyfriend to another. Yeah, but she was young. Any idea who the father is yet? No, we've not been told. So Caleb seemed to have come on the scene after Evelyn was born. So whatever boyfriend she was with in around, well, the beginning of 2018, Evelyn was born in November 2019. So it would be the beginning of November 2018. So it would be the beginning of 2018 when she got pregnant. Did Megan think everyone was just going to forget about Evelyn? I don't understand how anybody could think that they're going to get away with it. How can they edit it like that? Because they're printing them out. Like they're downloading them. And I don't know. Yeah, they accidental copy and paste inside a response. And it pasted together. So the lawyer will have those text messages probably with her own notes on it. And somehow there's been this mistake where the lawyer's notes have ended up inside the speech bubble that's the text message. So they'll be printing them out and then probably editing, like copying them onto those, you know, those that they're showing the jury. So they've just done it wrong. Probably had notes on one version. Yeah. Notes on one version and a clean court version. They've got them mixed up. Yeah, I think you're right. I think that's exactly what's happened. No, it's not tampering with evidence. No, because you've got the original that they're showing the jury. So the text message is word for word. And then you've got a version that the lawyer's using with her own notes on for her private use. So it's not tampering with evidence, no. Because they're having to, you know, put them onto those cards to show them on the screen. But as long as they do it like word for word and it's true to how it appeared, they're not adding in words, then it's not tampering with evidence. The fact that they've now used the wrong version, they're now going to have to explain that. So I don't know what they're going to do about it, other than come back and say, I'm sorry, we showed the wrong version. Surely it's not a massive deal. Oh, can you see Judge Goodwin's head? I'm sure it's not like a massive deal that they're going to have to spend hours over. Just apologise to the jury, say that it was the lawyer's notes and it was the wrong version, and carry on. You see, as long as the witness is verifying that those are the words and that's exactly what was said, then you're not tampering with evidence as long as you use the same words. Oh, no, I wouldn't imagine it was a planned pregnancy. No, I don't think so. This is the one question. No, the baby's not Ethan's. We only found that out in opening statements. We only found that out like 2 days ago, and we don't know who Evelyn's biological father is. We don't know. We're all on tenterhooks waiting to see if we find that out. We may not find that out. Look, we may be in that situation where we never know. Oh, Judge Goodwin's put the sound back on. Here we go. Right, muting out.
Oh, okay.
The jury's outside.
Judge, it appears what has happened, we have been admitting what I believe to be screenshots, but I think the court believed to be screenshots of text messages, which were ultimately a created document that were taken from a cell phone dump. We have, I don't know how many exhibits of that. Notice that on the last one, that exhibit, it came in admittedly without objection because I thought it was a screenshot of the cell phone dump. Or a screenshot, not of the dump itself, but of a screen. Hence screenshot. When the last exhibit was published to the jury, it contained a note that Mr. Horn noticed in the letter of our objection that contained a note made by the district attorney's office. It's already been up on the screen and published to the jury. I have concern now that all of these documents, and I have concern that there could be other errors that we haven't caught. At this point, I'm going to move the court for a mistrial.
Judge, a couple things in response. Some of those are I know the Instagram messages actually are screenshots of what was on the phone. So those are not. The other ones are taken from the either Facebook proceeds or text conversations that were dumped from the phones. They're identical. The only thing we've done is put them in a format that makes them look like what you would see if you were looking at Facebook Messenger or at a cell phone. That's the only thing. The one that was most recently up in front of the screen is admittedly not verbatim what was in the text, and that's what was caught. It's just human error in reviewing all this. But everything else is identical. They've all been read. Most of them have been read in court, and those messages and Facebook communications have Mr. Scott's had those for several years now and reviewed them. And if he disputes the veracity of them, he can sit there and go back through and check them word for word, but they're identical. There's nothing substantively that's been placed before the jury that's either inaccurate or misleading. The only thing that's not correct is that last one that was up on the screen. Otherwise, it's just it's not a substance thing. It's just the fact of what they the only thing we've changed is how they look on the screen. The profile pictures, I told Mr. Scott, they're taken from Facebook Messenger. There's nothing, we haven't created any content as far as that's concerned. So there's nothing that's been put before the jury that's in any way misleading or inaccurate.
So the raw data was from the cell phone.
Correct. From the forensic extraction, yes.
Correct. And those were placed in, basically, you made a demonstrative
Correct.
evidence. Has the raw data been provided in discovery?
Oh yes, Judge. That's been provided. They've had that for years.
And the demonstrative.
That was made available. Mr. Scott wanted. We had him and his investigators at our office several weeks ago. They wanted to look at it. We didn't specifically identify which things we were using, and as the trial's going on, some we've used and some we haven't used. So, but yes, they've been available.
Judge, I was not aware of that. We did meet with Mr. Harper and Ms. Massinger. They're very kind to have us up there, but you have to understand, we talked over generally what data we had. I don't remember talking over this demonstrative data. We do have the cell phone extraction. And as these are coming in, the way they look to me, I'm not raising a big stink at it at the time because it looks like screenshots. Picture's worth 1,000 words. Until we see this last one come in. But as far as someone sending me the demonstrative data and saying, we're going to use this or we have this, no. That's my understanding now. In everyone's defense, these files are huge. I can't tell you that I can say chapter and verse, which is in every folder, and I doubt they can either. But at the same time, I find myself now in a position where we're in the middle of the trial. It would be near impossible to go back and compare all of these documents.
I don't think, Judge, if you want me to, I don't think it'd be that difficult for us to pull these messages from what they come in Facebook. And I mean, if you want to compare them, we can isolate those. I don't think that'd be difficult at all. I mean, it's not that many messages that have been admitted at this point.
Well, since the raw data has been given, I'm not going to bring this trial because of the discrepancy. Now, I think if the extractions hadn't been provided, I would have to. The other question would be, do I need to declare a mistrial because the one inaccurate demonstrative aid was placed up on the monitor? And I will know that part of that message was not read to the jury. It was not read to the jury. And I know that General Massengill is the one that first brought to our attention until the Crawford. So I'm not going to order a mistrial at this time for that. I will give a curative instruction that if any of the jurors read that last bubble for the few seconds it was up there, but to put that out of their mind and they're not to consider what was there. Now, my concern, so I'm going to deny the motion for mistrial for those reasons. I don't find that there's manifest necessity to mistrial the case. Now, going forward, well, I guess going forward, I'll just take any objections as they come. Since I can't give any advisory opinion. I just don't want you to talk about me.
Well, I don't have to take that long. A couple hours probably.
Yeah, no mistrial. I could only just hear what Judge Goodwin was saying because he doesn't use his mic. They need to turn his mic right the way up because he doesn't seem to use it. Anyway, no mistrial. But he's going to give the jury an instruction to disregard that text bubble. That's it. So now they're, I don't know, talking between themselves. They honestly just need to send the jury for an early lunch and just check them through. That's it. That's it. That's all. It's not going to take them that long. I don't see what the massive deal is. All of that about a text bubble. Yeah. what was wrong with the text bubble? It had some of the attorney's notes in it. So the attorney's own private notes had made their way into the text bubble. So it looked like Megan was saying it, when actually it was the attorney's private notes. So they obviously have one that they're going to show the jury, which is clean, which is just the words that Megan and whoever she's talking to includes, which is identical to the original that's in the discovery. And then they must have another version that they're using with their own notes on. So it's human error. It's minor. It's not a discovery violation because the originals are in the discovery. It's just they're recreating them to make them look like a string of messages. So it's easier for the jury to read. But as long as they recreate them, as long as the originals are in the discovery, and then whatever they show in the jury is word for word the same, it's not a problem. I mean, look, the defense, they're doing the job. They'll try everything to get a mistrial. It's fine. It's fine. I don't know what the big, massive deal is, honestly. That's it. The text bubbles are a mock-up of the messages as the data was extracted forensically. And it would have, yeah. So when data is extracted from a phone, it's just like strings of messages. It doesn't look like you would see in Facebook Messenger or on your phone, like with, you know, the bubbles that you can read easily. So you can see who's talking. So where they've got those kind of extractions, what they've done is they've arranged them to look like a conversation that you would see in Facebook Messenger. It's not a big deal at all. As long as the original text is in the discovery, which it is. Well, I haven't seen it, but apparently it is. They just need to check the ones that are already in evidence. That's all. They need to check the ones that are already in evidence against the originals that are in the discovery. They need to send the jury for an early lunch and just get it done. At this point, they're just wasting time. Yeah, everyone deserves a fair trial. Too bad it doesn't count in Indiana. You saw right there, Cat Lover. The jury's lunch is going to be here in 10 minutes. They tend to go for lunch about 12.
Well, and one of, yeah.
Okay.
So let them start that at 1 o'clock.
Yeah. You need to go through them over lunch.
Yes, you need to go through them over lunch.
You don't need to take them off, just pull out the screenshot.
Yeah.
No, most of them, yeah, most of them are not screenshots. Actually, most of them are Facebook screenshots.
Yeah, but there's some
Correct.
I don't think we put any screenshots in.
Yeah, we did. Audrey gives.
Oh, we did. That's right. Yeah. No.
Are we in recess, Judge?
We will be in recess till 1 o'clock.
So do you,
Oh, yeah.
do you want us to go?
Oh, okay. So we're in recess till 1 o'clock. Did he just say? Well, how do the jury know that? The jury have been sent to the jury room. All right. We're going to have to take Cassie out. So when I come back, I'll be like 10 minutes, less than 10 minutes. I'll play the Megan Boswell interview while I'm gone. She's just bugging me. She just wants to go at the front to go and sniff in the bushes where the cats go. She's like that about this time. So she's very, she just likes her routines. So I'm going to play the Megan Boswell interview that's 10 minutes long. And then when I come back, I will be, honestly, probably 5 minutes. But can I make this full screen? Yes. Okay. When I come back, we're going to go through those text messages from Bailey just to get the dates of when she didn't see Evelyn. All right. Okay.
I just want to tell you about like her favorite things and personality wise. I know like looking on TV and just kind of seeing a picture, it's a lot harder to, you know, envision a baby. Like her favorite food is like sweet potatoes. She's really sweet. She loves to give people kisses. Favorite song is Baby Shark. Just like that kind of stuff.
Can you tell me what's her favorite toy?
She has a little Baby Shark puppet.
What would y'all do together?
Well, she loved to take baths. That was her favorite thing. She had little shark toys that swim in the bath and stuff like that.
How old is she now?
She's 15 months today, actually.
Can you tell me a little bit? Like, so you said she's very sweet. Is she sweet with everybody, or just
she is? She loves everybody.
Can you tell me a little bit about like how you're feeling? Do you miss her? Are you worried?
Of course, I miss her, and like, I can't tell anything about the ongoing investigation, but they are. I'm sure you all have released an article about the car and stuff like that, so they have a pretty good idea of who has her. I mean, if they're watching, I just want them to bring her back.
Is there anything you'd like to say to them if they're watching?
I just want her back. Yeah, that's my child.
I'm sorry. I know this must be hard. Why don't you tell me a little bit more about her? Do you have any pictures of her? Have you been looking?
Not on me, though.
Not on you. Have you been looking at photos and stuff of her while you're? How are you coping with all of it?
I just want her back.
If you could tell her anything now, what would you say to her?
I love her and I miss her, and that I'll be with her as soon as I can get to her any way I can.
Is there anything that you can tell us about, like, what kind of baby she is? I know you said that it's hard to see.
She's a happy baby. She hardly ever cries. She wants to wave and talk to everybody. She walks funny. She doesn't know how to pick her feet up, so she kind of wobbles.
Is she talkative?
She is.
What?
She giggles a lot. You'll smile at her, she'll just start giggling. She's very happy.
Mm-hmm. And so you said she is talkative. It's full sentences. Like, what milestones has she met? Like, is she a smart little girl?
She is. She hit every milestone early. She can almost say I love you. She's not fully got to sentences yet, but she does say a lot of words.
You must be so proud of her.
I am. When Baby Shark plays, she tries to like dance with them and sing it.
You said that's her favorite song. Do you do the puppet with her a lot? Mm-hmm. And I know all of this is very hard. Can you tell me like how you're feeling?
I just want her back. That's all I want.
Are you feeling worried or anything along those lines?
Yeah.
Can you tell me about that at all?
Well, the reason I didn't report it or anything is because I knew the person who had her, and I didn't want them to run away with her. And as soon as they thought anything was going on, they just kind of vanished. Mm-hmm. So I'm just worried about, like where they're at, what they're doing with her at this point in time.
So you do know who has her? You do. Can you tell us who that is, or you don't?
I can't release anything further about that. I'm sure they will at the press conference, but further than that, I can't say anything.
Mm-hmm. And so you do know who has her. Are you worried about her safety?
Well, now I am, because they won't answer phone calls. They've just kind of disappeared.
Mm-hmm. What is it like to? I'm assuming that you trusted this person. How has this trust been broken? What's been going on with that?
It has definitely been broken after this.
Have you spoken to her father at all during this process? Are you having any support from
No.
Or from your family?
Yeah, my grandma's very supportive. She always is.
That's good. But you haven't spoken to him at all.
Mm-mm.
When was the last time you saw her?
In December.
In December. Okay. And what was that last day like? Was it a good day? I think it was about around Christmas, right? Can you tell me about that?
It was a good day. She had a little pink bow in her hair and a little Puma tracksuit on. It was hot pink.
And what, like, I know that you're hoping that she'll be returning shortly. Is there anything that you'd like to say to the person or people that have her that you think they should hear from you?
They should just bring her back. They always know like what's going on and like, you know, they need to bring her back home.
Mm-hmm. And you said that you trusted this person. So when did you realize that trust might have been broken?
Well, when they just kind of took off and wouldn't answer anybody.
Around when was that?
Whenever this whole thing started.
Okay. All right. And can you tell me a little bit more about like how you're feeling? I know all of this is scary and everything. Can you tell
It
me
is.
about
I just want her back.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I can think about. Is just get her back.
Is there anything the community can do to help you?
No. Other than look for her. I know they released the car information and the tag number and stuff like that. Just any leads at all, they need to like call so we can go check them out. Try to find her.
Has anyone like have you gotten any information from the community that's been helpful, or you just kind of been listening?
I don't really know. They've all been looking at leads and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they're working their butts off.
Has the police department and everything, the sheriff's office, been keeping you in the loop for this
They
whole
have
process?
been.
How's that been going? Has that been good?
It
Positive?
is good.
Good. And I know that you said that you're getting a lot of support from your family. Are they like helping you going to courts and meetings and stuff with you? I know you've had a lot of.
Yeah, they didn't know I had court today. Or I'm sure my grandma would have been there.
Did you keep it from them, or?
I mean, I've just not really talked to them that much today, to be honest. And like I said, stuff was going on like while we were sitting in the courtroom, and I couldn't, well, not while, but like, you know, waiting to go to court, and like I just couldn't tell her exactly what was going on.
So you said like obviously you can't share anything about the case, so you haven't been sharing with like your family or anything either.
No.
How is that of not being able to confide in anyone?
I mean, the police officers are very nice, especially like Sergeant Matt Price and stuff like that. I can talk to him or like them, and they've been like really helpful this whole time. They really have been.
And anything else that you think that people should know about Evelyn, about like what makes her so special?
She's just a very sweet baby. She's got, you know, the little dimples on her face.
Do you think she looks like you?
No, she definitely looks like her dad, but she does have my eyes.
That's good. You have very pretty eyes.
Thank you. She's the cutest baby ever. So you'll know it's her when you see her. She loves everybody. She tries to kiss everybody on the cheek. She tries to wave to everybody. She's very friendly. She's very friendly and sweet. So,
when hopefully you're reunited with her, what will be the first thing that you do?
just hug her.
All right, it'll come back in a minute when I turn it back on. I'm just going to answer a couple of questions. Who's her mother? Angela. And she blamed her mother. There was a car that she had the police chasing, but it belonged to her mother and her mother's boyfriend. I'll show you when this interview finishes. I'll show you that.
I mean, I know it sounds weird, but like I miss how she smells and like her laugh and like everything. I just want to hold her.
So I know that this must be like you're missing your baby, and then there's been trust broken, right, as well. Are you worried about her safety?
I mean, in a way, yes, just because we can't find, you know, the car or nothing like that. But they have exhausted almost every option, you know what I'm saying? They're working around the clock. They have a whole room of people up there like dedicated just finding her, and I appreciate that.
Mm-hmm. Do you think that they are going to find her?
I do. I have full confidence.
You do. Are you feeling hopeful?
I am.
Can you tell me about that? Like what keeps you going? What's giving you hope and
The team up there is just honestly really good. They're all really good. And I can like confidently say that, you know, like when I'm not up here, I know that they're doing their best to find her. I'm not worried that when I'm not up here, they're not like, you know, just sitting around and twiddling their thumbs. I know that they are trying genuinely.
Right. Do you have any regrets about not involving police sooner? I know that.
Well, sort of, but also in a way, I knew that as soon as anything went down, you know, the person was going to just disappear. And they have. And they've tried to find them. They are going to find them.
Mm-hmm.
And I know that they'll bring her back to me.
You feel fully confident then. That's good. But if you could do this all over again, is there anything you would do differently?
Yeah, I probably called the first day. I should have. But I just didn't want them to run with her. Like they have now.
Did you ever expect them to run with her?
I knew that if anything really happened and anybody got involved, that they probably would.
Can you tell me why she was with them if you were worried about this?
They were watching her for me while I went to work.
So it was like a babysitting type childcare situation?
Yeah.
But you thought they might run with her?
No, until they took her, no. Then after that, I was like, well, if anything happens, I'm worried they will run with her. And to be honest with you, I won't lie, I didn't know how good the team was up here. And if I did, I would have called the second that I realized. They are very good, like I said. They are doing everything they can, and I'm very confident in that. And that makes the situation a lot easier.
Mm-hmm. And so you said that, when did you realize that they had completely disappeared?
Like I said, I can't release anything like specific. I'm sure they will at the press conference, but.
So anything else you'd like to add? Anything that you want to tell me about Evelyn?
Her favorite food is sweet potatoes. She's allergic to carrots.
She's allergic to carrots? What else does she like?
She loves those little applesauce pouches.
Yeah.
She's very smart. Like, even she quit her own sippy cup at 6 months old. Or not a sippy cup, but she quit a bottle, I'm sorry. And went straight to a sippy cup. And, like, I would leave her snacks on the floor, like in the little containers. And she'd open them up herself and, like, get one at a time. Like, she's just a very smart, very good baby. Mm-hmm. And I just want her back.
You just must be so proud of her.
I am.
Is there anything that you would like to say to her?
That I love her and that I will find her. She'll be back as soon as humanly possible.
Anything else you think people should know?
No, not at this moment.
Wow. Wow. All right, so the car that she's referring to belonged to Angela Boswell. All right. So that interview was from the 21st of February. So this is 2 days after the Amber Alert went out. Okay. So the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office had a press conference on Friday, February 21st, and discussed the difficulties with this case. Sheriff Jeff Cassidy said the FBI, the TBI, and Sullivan County Sheriff's Office were working very hard on this case. Sheriff Cassidy said they believed Evelyn was still alive, and also that a babysitter was the last non-family member to see her on December 10th or 11th. So we've not heard that yet, this trial. Whether that's something that was confirmed by the sheriff's office or whether that's something Megan told them remains to be seen. A reporter asked whether the mother or father saw Evelyn last. And he said, I'm not going to go with what the mother stated because, like I said, some of the conflicting stories are inaccurate. Instead, he said he's going on the date the babysitter gave. Oh, okay. So a date the babysitter gave. Interesting. The main concern was finding Evelyn. We are not disregarding anyone as a suspect at this time. So Megan Boswell and the father, Ethan Perry, are both involved in the investigation. So there's the full press conference. We might listen to that, actually, at some point. So Megan Boswell was spotted leaving the courthouse in Bristol on Friday, February 21st, but stayed silent in the face of questions by reporters about her missing daughter. confirmed that Boswell was at the courthouse for juvenile court hearing. They were unable to get further detail. Well, I thought this interview was from the 21st. I thought that was from the 21st. Anyway, don't matter. Okay. So Evelyn's father is Ethan Perry. Now, we now know he's not her bio dad, but it remains to be seen who is. It remains to be seen who is. But he posted on Facebook on February 19th, so that would be the day after she was reported missing. That's the day that the Amber Alert came out. I'm currently working with authorities trying to find Evelyn. I can't say much more than that at the moment. If anybody knows anything, please message me. He also reposted the TBI's Amber Alert on the 21st. Right, so that's to do with their Facebook profiles. We had a look at that yesterday. Megan's ex-boyfriend gave an interview. That was Hunter. Oh, what's the stuff about the car? It must be further up here. I know it's in this article. Here we go. Here we go. It's right at the beginning. All right. All right. 2 individuals were arrested in North Carolina in connection with the case. William McLeod, 33, and Megan's mother, Angela Mae Boswell, 42, were then transferred back to Tennessee for questioning. So the cops, right, they chased down Angela Boswell and her boyfriend and arrested them. They found the car that Megan had told them they would be driving, and they chased them down in North Carolina and arrested them. Do you think she can be cured? Or born evil and die evil? Born evil, die evil. I don't think Megan Boswell is ever going to change. Honestly. I really don't. I really don't. But this is the article that's connected. 2 fugitives questioned in connection to disappearance of Tennessee toddler Evelyn Boswell. What year is this from? What day? What day is this? Doesn't say what date it's. Anyway. Okay. 2 fugitives who are accused of driving a stolen car have been arrested in North Carolina and interviewed by investigators in connection with the case of Evelyn Boswell, Bluntfield toddler, who has been missing for 2 months. Police also said the missing girl's mother was involved in a car sale that allegedly devolved into a vehicle theft. William McLeod, 33, and Angela Boswell, 42, who is the missing girl's grandmother, were arrested on Friday for fugitive warrants and will be prepared for extradition back to Tennessee, said Lieutenant Logan Kerr, a spokesman for the Sheriff's Department of Wilkes County, North Carolina. Can you see how many people were on the runaround based on the lies that Megan Boswell told? McLeod's relationship with Evelyn Boswell is not known. So this is William McLeod. Sullivan County, I can't even speak. Sullivan County Sheriff's Office Captain Andy Siebold said in a news release on Saturday that investigators in the Boswell case travelled to Wilkes County to interview McLeod and Angela Boswell about the missing girl. Both McLeod and Angela Boswell will remain in a Wilkes County jail until an extradition hearing, after which they are expected to be transferred to Tennessee. Neither McLeod nor Angela Boswell have been arrested or charged with any crime related to Evelyn Boswell's disappearance at this time. Instead, they were arrested for allegedly driving a stolen BMW from a seemingly unrelated case. In a news release, the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office said Evelyn Boswell's mother, Megan, or Maggie Boswell, was purchasing the car for her mother, Angela Boswell, but never completed the sale and still took the car, which amounts to theft. So Megan Boswell's involved in that as well. How can Megan Boswell be purchasing a BMW? How? Like, she works at the chicken shack. So this is Angela. That's Megan's mother, Evelyn's grandma. Payment was not made regarding the vehicle, and the title and registration changed to reflect the new owner. However, no purchase agreement was ever completed, and no money was ever exchanged. The news release stated neither Megan nor Angela Boswell completed these tasks, and the owner was unable to make contact with either party to return the vehicle. Unbelievable. Investigators have previously said they were interested in finding the BMW without revealing it was stolen. On Friday, Sullivan County Sheriff Jeff Cassidy said he believed the people in the BMW, who were not identified at the time, may have information about the missing toddler's whereabouts. According to a separate news release from the Wilkes County Sheriff's Office, both McLeod and Angela Boswell were arrested and charged with possession of stolen property and are currently held without bond on fugitive warrants. Their first court appearance is set for Monday. Seabolt said Boswell was also being held on a probation violation for theft out of Kingsport's General Sessions Court. Crazy. Crazy. Evelyn vanished in a confounding case that authorities have said is rife with conflicting and inaccurate information. Yeah, because Megan Boswell was lying through her teeth the whole time. The whole time. TBI initially said Evelyn hadn't been seen since December 26th, but officials said Friday it was more likely she was last seen by a babysitter on December 10th or 11th. She wasn't reported missing until February 18th, according to law enforcement officials. This is unlike anything I've ever seen, Cassidy, the Sullivan County Sheriff, said. Yeah, well, it's not very often, thankfully, you get a liar like Megan Boswell, who can tell a lie and they just drip out of her mouth. She tells lies like she breathes, effortlessly. Megan Boswell has full custody of her child. Her father, Ethan Perry, is in the military stationed in Louisiana. Both the child's mother and father, who are not married, have been involved in the investigation. Cassidy personally offered a $1,000 reward to anyone who came forward with information that leads to the child's safe return. Wow. There you go. There you go. Was she trying to set up her own mother? Yeah, it sounds like it, doesn't it? I mean, look, she tried to say Ethan got her. That didn't work. So then she moves on to her mother and gets them chasing in North Carolina. She sends them to North Carolina to track down Angela Boswell. And they did. Found that they were driving a stolen vehicle and arrested them. So they didn't know where Evelyn was. And then Megan had to then say, oh yeah, by the way, I do know she's dead, but it was an accident. And then they arrested her for lying. So it says December 10th or December 11th. Apparently so, but we haven't heard. We haven't heard that at the trial. Remember, this is from February 2020. We haven't heard that at the trial. But even so, if it's December 10th or 11th, it's still only a week after she started working at the chicken shack. Maybe why she gave them the stolen car, thinking they'd get done for the missing baby. Yeah. 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 Exactly. All right. I'm going to pull up Bailey's interview from yesterday. I'll leave the court as it is up in the background and pull up Court TV from yesterday. Okay, day 2. All right. So it was right at the end, wasn't it?
So what question do you ask Megan on January 9th of 2020?
Oh, that's January 9th.
When was your court date with Evelyn? That was like the first time.
She then explains, I guess she realizes what it is. What does she say?
I'll just speed it up a bit.
Yeah, I just hang out with Hunter. We're done now.
And what time did she send that message?
9:51 p.m.
You can't try to keep it in order, but just look through it and see if you recognize it.
Yeah, I do recognize
You
them.
do recognize that? Can you tell me, without going into what the context is, can you tell me what that is?
It's text messages between me and Megan.
Okay. And for what date?
December 5th,
Of what year?
2019.
Okay.
All right, so December 5th. And she's going to say that Megan is not with Evelyn.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of your conversation with Megan Boswell on December 5th, 2019?
Yeah.
Okay. Your Honor, we'd ask that be admitted as the next exhibit number 69.
No. Before we did 69.
But it could be that December 5th was one of the days when Evelyn was being looked after by Sue. Because Sue couldn't remember which day she last saw Evelyn.
I'm sorry, 70.
70.
Oh, I'm sorry. What, 69?
She didn't die from neglect. She died from asphyxiation. That's the cause of death.
Sorry about that. Permission to publish, Your Honor. Bailey, I'm going to show you each one page by page, okay? We're just going to go in order. Okay. This first message, who is the first individual to speak on this message?
Megan.
Okay, what does she say to you?
Hey, I'm still at the chicken shack.
Okay, and what time of day was that message? Did that message come through to you?
9:39 or 32 p.m.
Okay. And when you ask her what she's doing, what does she respond?
I'm actually just hanging out.
Okay. And when you ask her if she's having fun, what does she say to you?
Yeah, I just hang out with Hunter. We're done now.
And what time did she send that message?
9:51 p.m.
So now at 10:29 p.m., what does Megan say to you? Is that blurry a little bit?
I genuinely enjoy hanging out with him.
Okay. And when you respond to her, what does she say in response at 10:30 p.m.?
Like, I don't mind work at all. I've been at work all day. Yeah, no, I really like being around him.
Okay. And then when you say, that's awesome, I'm glad you like your job, what does she say in response to you?
I left and came back after they closed just to see him.
Okay. trying to make this not. Is that better? Huh? Okay, I don't know if I can make it better than that. Can you see that okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So at this point, we're at around 10:40 p.m. and you're asking if it was just Hunter. And what does Megan say in response?
His dad was in the back with him and I chilled up front.
Okay. And then what does she say in response or regarding Hunter and his dad?
Him and his dad went to go to church with them on Sunday.
Okay. And then what do you suggest to her in response to that?
I said you could bring Evelyn.
And what does Megan say?
I used to take her to church with Caleb. His dad was like, you can come to church with us Sunday. And Hunter was like, yeah. And we go to that barbecue place you like and get food after. I feel kind of bad. He's not a bad guy. And I was like, he's so weird.
And on this message, let's see if we can see it okay, is she continuing to talk about Hunter?
Yeah, she says, yes, his dad likes me a lot. I'm the only person on overtime.
Okay. When you respond about getting hours at work, what does she say in response to you?
Literally this morning, I wasn't supposed to go in until 10 and I went in at 6. Hunter called me and was like, do you want me to come in? I'm here. And I was like, sure. I'm going to the shack at 4:30 in the morning to help him open. I've not had a male friend I've actually enjoyed just like hanging out with in so long.
Okay. And
remember, this is all December the 5th. So she's been at work all day and now she's there at night just to speak to Hunter. So she's not seen Evelyn at all that day.
Has she indicated to you that during all these hours that she's working that her grandmother is keeping Evelyn?
No.
Okay.
I don't think so, Shelley, because why would she have put foil over her face? Why would she have put a blanket over her head and then wrapped foil tightly around her head and then dump her upside down in a trash can if she'd slid behind a bed or some furniture? No, it was deliberate. It was deliberate.
Okay, so when you say that so early, does Megan respond to you?
Says even if he does attempt to hit on me, sometimes I brush it off. It's fine. I'm just so genuinely content. I literally don't even mind. That's when he's gonna get there. Is that bad?
Okay, and then you say, let's hope he gets the hint. What did you mean by that at that point?
I guess
if you know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
Sorry.
It's okay. What did she say in response to you?
Like not even an I like him content. I'm just content, happy around him. That sounds weird, but I am.
Okay. And then what do you say in response?
But if you don't mind and have someone watch Evelyn, then definitely go for it.
So Bailey is continually bringing up Evelyn.
The same conversation still continuing, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. So we're at 10:57 p.m. now, is that right? Okay. Are you okay? Okay.
All right, let's move forward a little bit. What time are we on there? 7:38. Hold on. I hate using a computer for timestamp. Can't be dealing with all that waiting around. Right, what date's this?
Okay. What did she say?
I can wait if you're busy.
Okay. She indicated any time that Evelyn is with her, either on those messages or verbally to you in a different way that day?
No.
That's December 7th. That's December 7th. So basically, Bailey does not see Evelyn for the entirety of December. So she's a good witness because we've got all those timestamps. and because she saw Megan and Evelyn so often. You haven't heard about the tinfoil in her mouth. Can that be confirmed? That's never been confirmed by anyone official. It's doing the rounds. I know it's doing the rounds. Now, the forensic pathologist who spoke at the hearing in December 2022 didn't mention foil in her mouth. And we haven't heard at any point in this trial yet about foil in her mouth. What we've heard of is the blanket and the foil. Okay, so if we go back right to the beginning and go back to day one, if we go back to day one, this guy,
the next one, assorted items that were inside the.
I'm not going to play it all.
Yes, sir.
But this guy, oh, Kyle's just come in. Dogs are going mad. So Agent Fraley, who showed all the photos, he was the one who said that they had to unwrap the foil, like it was tightly placed around her head. They had to unwrap the foil, and it had been pressed in. So it's like someone had forced it on, and then once they'd unwrapped that foil, her head was wrapped in this blanket. And she was upside down in the trash can with her head bent back. So she'd just been dumped in. She'd just been thrown in head first, and the way she fell, she basically fell on her face, and it's bent her head right the way back. So the pathologist did confirm in earlier trial that there hasn't been an earlier trial. Take it easy. There hasn't been. This is the trial. If you mean a pre-trial hearing, the forensic pathologist from September 2022 talked about the foil, talked about the blanket. But this is the trial. There hasn't been an earlier trial. Earlier hearing, all right. Okay. We can bring that up if you want and listen to it. I mean, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not saying you're wrong, because the audio on that was so bad that I'm not saying you're wrong. So I've got it on Michelle Walks. So September 2022. How far back is it? It's after that. So that's 2023. That's 2022. All right, we're now in 2022. But I don't know if I've gone past it. So that's 2021. All right, I've gone past it. Played it the other day. Or a bit of it. Here we go.
Now, I want to talk to you in general before we get to 12 to 26. I want to ask you a few questions in general about the the photographs that we have here. And you do have copies of all those photographs.
Asphyxial component, and I just went a little more specific because of the way she was positioned, packaged, and wrapped and found at the scene.
All right.
Efficiently to enable her to breathe. So that because of the bend, kind of reverse S shape.
All right.
Define those terms for the court for the purpose of this hearing.
So the asphyxial death essentially means that there was a lack of oxygen that prevented the child from breathing and caused her death. The mechanisms and the four main mechanisms that I listed, positional is because she was upside down in a trash can with the inability of the lungs of the diaphragm to function properly. Confined space because there was a trash can with a really very limited capacity that was actually also inside the trash can. She was inside the trash bag. And then on top of that, she was also wrapped in a blanket, which would create confined space asphyxia with the lack of sufficient oxygen coming to her. And finally, mechanical and traumatic sometimes can overlap, but mechanical means that there was a mechanical obstruction to the airway, upper airway, which pertains to the foil and the blanket being wrapped around the head tightly. And then traumatic meaning that because of the bend, kind of reverse S shape, that she was sort of compressed in the can, actually that would cause compression not only on the diaphragm, but also on the chest wall, the ribs and the intercostal muscle that would not actually move efficiently to enable her to breathe. So that would be final traumatic asphyxia, inability for a chest to expand.
There you go. So there she was talking about the types of asphyxia that Evelyn could have experienced. So she was talking about the foil being wrapped tightly around her head, not in her mouth. She doesn't mention in her mouth. Now, whether she does elsewhere in this, I'm not going to play it all. But in terms of explaining how Evelyn died, those were the types of asphyxia. So mechanical is where something causes you to suffocate. So if you put like a pillow over someone's head, like the way that you do that, the method of doing that causes them to not be able to breathe. So in Evelyn's case, wrapping the blanket tightly around her head and the foil tightly around her head is mechanical asphyxia. But then you've got positional asphyxia, where the position she was in causes her not to be able to breathe. So the fact that she's upside down with her head bent back is positional asphyxia. But you've also got the fact that she's in such a confined space as well. It is difficult to hear. It's terrible, terrible audio. I'll play it again.
Case, in your experience and training, did you form an opinion about the cause and manner of death of Evelyn Boswell?
Yes.
And can you state that within a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
And what is your opinion as to the cause of death?
So I stated that I was a little bit more specific with Dr. Schmidt performed the autopsy, and I stated that the cause of death was asphyxia, with 4 different mechanisms being present in the manner that was homicide.
And you refer to asphyxia as it's a combination of positional, confined space, traumatic compressions, and medical via smothering with aluminum foil over the head as the...
See, foil over the head, not foil in the mouth, foil over the head.
Tops of asphyxia, is that correct?
That's correct, and I called the last what you described as a mechanical, yes.
And can you just briefly define those terms for the court for the purpose of this hearing?
So the asphyxial death essentially means that there was a lack of oxygen that prevented the child from breathing and caused her death. The mechanisms and the four main mechanisms that I listed, positional is because she was upside down in a trash can with the inability of the lungs of the diaphragm to function properly. Confined space because there was a trash can with a really very limited capacity that was actually also inside the trash can. She was inside the trash bag. And then on top of that, she was also wrapped in a blanket, which would create confined space asphyxia with the lack of sufficient oxygen coming to her. And finally, mechanical and traumatic sometimes can overlap, but mechanical means that there was a mechanical obstruction to the airway, upper airway, which pertains to the foil and the blanket being wrapped around the head tightly. And then traumatic means.
So again, the foil and the blanket being wrapped around the head tightly. And her face was flattened. It was flattened because of the way that obviously she'd been pushed down into the trash can. So when she's died and the decomposition process has happened, it's basically flattened her face. It's just horrible. Horrible.
Meaning that because of the bend, kind of reverse S shape, that she was sort of compressed in the can, actually that would cause compression not only on the diaphragm but also on the chest wall, the ribs and the intercostal muscle that would not actually move efficiently to enable her to breathe. So that would be final traumatic asphyxia, inability for chest to expand.
And you had reviewed the autopsy report as you stated with Dr. Schmidt. Did you agree with her opinions and her findings?
Also, this person is a forensic pathologist who's given an expert opinion. She's not the one who did the autopsy. She reviewed Evelyn's autopsy results, like based on photographs. She wasn't the one that did the autopsy. This hearing was actually about which photos they were going to show the jury. That's what this hearing was about. So we've not heard from the actual medical examiner who conducted the autopsy. So when we do, that's going to be really difficult to hear, but we'll get the full, the full story from the person who actually conducted the autopsy. This person is an expert witness who's talking about, like, in her experience, how Evelyn might have died, and they go through the photos. They go through each photo in detail so that the judge can make a decision as to which photos should be allowed to be shown to the jury and which are not. So that was the purpose of this hearing. But it was the first time, so this was September 2022. So the hearing happened on September 23rd, 2022. I posted this to Michelle Walks on the day after, on the 24th. So this was the first time that we'd actually heard how Evelyn died. And it was so much more horrendous than I thought. Because I initially thought maybe Evelyn had had an accident and Megan had found her dead, or she'd snapped, she'd, I don't know, hit Evelyn and Evelyn fell and banged her head, and then, Megan covered it up. That's along the lines that I was thinking. But no. This is intentional. There is no way that you wrap your baby tightly in a blanket with a blanket over their head and then put foil over their head and squash the foil on to make sure it's like tight. There's no way you would do that unless it was malicious. You're doing that out of anger and hate and then dumping them upside down in a trash can. That is not what you do if you find your baby dead. It's not. It absolutely is not what you do. So There you go. There you go. It is. It's impossible to comprehend how anybody would do that to a baby. Why? Why would you be so angry? Why would you be so angry to a baby? Why? Well, we've heard from the witness this morning that Megan said Evelyn was as mean as shit. She didn't say that to the news, did she? Did you hear her in that interview with the news that I played just before? Did you hear her say, oh yeah, my baby's as mean as shit? No. She was really sweet baby. She loves sweet potatoes. She loves Baby Shark. She's really smart. She's very happy. Everybody loves her. You know, that's the kind of thing she was saying to the news. But to people in her life, she was saying Evelyn's as mean as shit. Yeah. So what can you do? All right. What time is it? 22:01 Eastern. So they'll be coming back in like 20 minutes. 20 minutes. I've read this article. I'm dying to know whether we're going to find out who Evelyn's biological father is. Not that it matters, but why did she tell Ethan? Why did she choose Ethan? Why did she choose Ethan as the baby daddy? Right, why not the actual baby daddy? Or maybe she didn't know. Maybe she didn't know. And she thought, well, it's probably Ethan's. Yeah, maybe she doesn't know. And maybe she chose Ethan because she thought it was him. She thought it was most likely to be him, or because he got a job. Maybe she thought he got more prospects. I don't know. Why does anybody do anything? How long is this press conference? Be inclined to listen to this press conference. How long is it? Hold on, let's see. Oh, it's 14 minutes. We've not got time.
The people inside, they say, may have information.
Oh, all right. We'll listen to this until the court comes back, because this is about the car. This is when they're chasing down Angela Boswell in the stolen car. So this is interesting to listen to. We'll listen to this until court comes back.
This is breaking news from News Channel 11.
I'm Josh Smith.
I'm Sarah Diamond. Breaking news from the News Channel 11 newsroom. A news conference is set for the top of the hour to reveal information surrounding the search for missing Sullivan County toddler Evelyn Boswell.
And the 15-month-old was reported missing Tuesday.
The Tennessee Bureau of Investigation is looking for a car similar to this one, a 2007 gray BMW. The people inside, they say, may have information about Evelyn Boswell. Investigators say the vehicle has front-end damage and has a Tennessee tag with the number 3M96W9.
Also today, the mother of the missing 15-month-old appeared in a Bristol courtroom. We confirm Megan Boswell was there for a hearing in juvenile court. We've not been told why.
We take you live now to Sullivan County, to the sheriff's office, where the conference is going to begin.
This has been a very difficult 3 days for our staff and our partners assisting us in this investigation. The Tennessee Bureau of Investigation and the Federal Bureau of Investigation have been really working hard the last 3 days, 80 plus hours. Finding Evelyn is our main concern and our top priority at this time. This case is unlike anything I've ever been involved in. We've had a child that's not been seen by the parents or certain family members in almost 2 months and was just reported this week. Evelyn was last seen in December As you all know, these cases are already time sensitive, and we urge anyone with any information to come forward. I know there are a lot of questions and rumors floating around. Believe me, we have a lot of questions that are still unanswered as well. The investigation began on Tuesday afternoon, February 18, after the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office received a State of Tennessee Department of Children's Services referral. The referral stated that certain family members hadn't seen Evelyn in 2 months. The Sullivan County Sheriff's Office and the Department of Children's Services immediately launched an investigation to locate 15-month-old Evelyn Boswell. Her mother, Maggie Boswell, has been involved in the investigation as long as with the father, Ethan Perry, who is stationed in the military in Louisiana. On Wednesday evening, just before 8 p.m., the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation decided the missing child met the criteria for an Amber Alert due to the child possibly being in imminent danger of physical harm or death. Numerous tips came through the virtual command center and into our dispatch center. All leads will continue to be followed up on. We are continuing to interview anybody that may have any information on the whereabouts of Evelyn, or anybody that can provide us with that information. During this investigation, we were made aware of a person of interest that we would like to speak to. This may lead to additional relevant information in our investigation. This vehicle with the occupants is a gray 2007 BMW with Tennessee tags 3M9-6W9. That's 3 Mike 9, 6 Whiskey 9. I am personally donating $1,000 for award for any information that results in the safe return of Evelyn, and would like to solicit other community members or anybody from the nation to attach themselves with me to aid in bringing sweet Evelyn home. Have any questions?
Who first reported the child missing? Or who was in that referral?
The grandmother.
The grandmother?
Or grandfather, I'm sorry. My bad.
Now, normally the first hours in these kind of cases are the most important. Are there any worries since it's been 2 months?
That's our main worry. You know, this, like I say, this is unlike anything I've ever seen. We usually, we have to act really quick, and usually a 1 hour, 2 hour basis is when it's reported, but we're talking 2 months, and it's hindering a lot of our investigation. But we're going to continue investigating and continue and following up on every lead that's come through our Tennessee Bureau of Investigation virtual command center and our dispatch.
Why is your interest peaked around this BMW? How did this come about?
I can't release any information on that at that time because some of the information we're getting is conflicting. It's inaccurate. But we do have a vehicle description that we think maybe the occupants of that vehicle are just wanted just a question. And that's, you know, we just need to talk to these people just so we can move on to different leads.
And you have released a tag number, which leads me to believe that you guys do know who the car is registered to. Do you have the name of the person that you believe is involved?
I can't release that at this time.
Is it believed that the child is in danger with this person?
No, we just think that they have some additional information that could lead us to the contact or resulting in finding this child.
When was the last time the parents saw the child? You say that certain family members saw her last in December. When was the last time her mother and or her father saw her?
I'm not going to go with what the mother stated because, like I say, some of the conflicting stories are inaccurate, but a babysitter, and this is the day I'm going on, last saw the child December 10th and 11th.
There's a lot of rumors regarding the mother. I mean, is she a suspect in this case, or is she cooperating with you?
You know, we're not disregarding anybody as a suspect at this time.
Has the father said anything? I know on Facebook he had some comments voicing his concern. Has he been cooperating with you as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Why was the mother in court this morning?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure why she was in court.
That would be a question for the juvenile court system. And who has custody of Evelyn? Did the mother have full custody of her?
Yeah, they had a baby out of wedlock in the state of Tennessee. The mother has full custody, so the mother would have full custody of the child.
With reporting a child missing after the child's been gone for 2 months, I mean, even though she said she's cooperating with the investigation, could she be looking at any additional child endangerment charges or stuff related to that?
That'll be something we'll have to discuss with our district attorney general and our district attorney's office. At this time, you know, she is cooperating, but like I say, some of the information she's given us hadn't been really accurate.
And obviously, in these kind of situations, you hope that you
find the child alive. Do you think that we are looking for a child who is alive?
I think so personally, and that's our main concern is to find Evelyn.
Can you go into detail as to why you believe that the mom's comments are not trustworthy, and that there's conflicting information coming from her?
Yeah, during our interviews, her stories aren't leading up to stuff that we went out and checked on, video surveillance, eyewitness testimony. So a lot of her information hadn't been accurate.
And as far as her story, I mean, what is she saying? You obviously, as law enforcement, look at someone who comes in and reports a child missing for 2 months. What is that story?
Yeah, I won't release that at this time as well, simply because it's went so many different directions and led us to so many different directions. And I don't want to confuse the public. Right now, our main focus is getting Evelyn back. And the only information that I believe that could help us in maybe getting some more information is finding this gray BMW.
So it's not believed that the child is in that BMW. It's just believed that the person who owns that car
Has some information. Yes, ma'am.
And do you have any concerns about trafficking in this case?
Always have concerns about trafficking and any type of offense, across state lines and selling. And I always think of the worst, but we just got to hope and pray little Evelyn's okay and we can get her back as soon as possible.
And back to that car, do we know where that car could be? Is it in the Tri-Cities area? Could it be across state lines?
It could be across state lines.
Which, toward North Carolina or Virginia?
Pretty much anywhere. Virginia was the last state I heard that she had some family members down there, and so it could be that way, So I wish I could give you all more information. Like I say, we have just as much questions as you all, even after 4 days. I mean, we have literally. Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, I want to thank them, and Federal Bureau of Investigation. They brought all the resources, set up command centers, tip lines to take up all these tips, because our dispatch centers flooded with calls during the incidences like this, and we're following every lead, even if we don't think it may be inaccurate. We're still going to follow every lead we get.
And so, to be clear, no one has seen her since the day after Christmas, December 26th. Or would you say that it was the earlier date in December by the babysitter?
I believe the December 10th and 11th is a more accurate response, if that makes sense to you.
We've received several reports, so that's why the date of December 26th was entered into NCIC.
Yeah.
But again, like the sheriff said, we received conflicting statements.
Was it the grandfather that said that she was missing on December 26th, or they hadn't seen her since December 26th?
I'm not sure about that, Kristen.
Are you asking neighboring states to issue Amber Alerts as well? Are you working with other offices in other states?
If you all have any questions on Amber Alert, I'd like to leave.
Not this time, no.
Okay.
As far as an active search location, I know you said she had family in Virginia. This was that she had a Bluntbill. Where are you guys looking?
We've got foots on the ground everywhere. Every lead, 2 states. We went to DeKalb County because we had a tip up there. I mean, it doesn't matter where the leads are or if they've seen Evelyn. We're going to go to it. We're going to follow up on it.
Can you touch on the type of resources you guys are using in this case? I mean, just on the ground patrol.
Well, like I say, the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, Federal Bureau of Investigation, and every local police, sheriff office across the state and across other states, anything we've asked, they're more than glad to help us out and assist us.
Do you believe she could have been kidnapped?
I don't really put anything. I really don't disregard anything that could happen to her. I just hope and pray she's okay, she's alive, and we can get back with her as soon as possible.
And what would you say to the person that has her right now?
Please bring her back. I mean, that's all we care about is Evelyn and her safe return.
Guys, we understand this is a complicated case and you have a lot of questions, but truth be known, we just can't answer all of your questions right now. There's a lot of information that we can't release to the public because it would hurt the investigation. At this point, I can tell you we've received more than 200 tips and we're following up on those tips. And we just ask the public to be diligent and call us with any piece of information they may have. We appreciate you being here. We'll take 1 or 2 more questions and then that's it.
Where was that on last name? I'm not sure.
It's our understanding in Sullivan County.
Yeah, in Sullivan County. Yeah.
Does the mother or the father have any previous criminal history?
It's good.
You're welcome to request a criminal history from the TBI and we can provide that for you.
guys.
Thanks, everybody. I appreciate it.
There was Leslie Earhart. We remember her, don't we, from the Summer Wells case. But yeah, in regards to the BMW, it was classed as stolen because, it's in here, it was Megan who didn't pay for it. So it was Megan's fault that this was classed as stolen. So two individuals who we now know to be Angela Boswell and William McLeod. William McLeod and Megan's mother, Angela, they were transferred back to Tennessee for questioning. All right. Where's the stuff about the car? I read it just before. Oh, it's there. All right. Here we go. In a news release, the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office said Evelyn Boswell's mother, Megan Boswell, was purchasing the car for her mother, Angela, but never completed the sale. So it was Megan's fault that they were arrested for driving a stolen vehicle. She never completed the sale and still took the car, which amounts to theft. Payment was to be made regarding the vehicle and the title and registration changed to reflect the new owner. However, no purchase agreement was ever completed and no money was ever exchanged. The news release stated, neither Megan nor Angela Boswell completed these tasks and the owner was unable to make the contact with either party to return the vehicle. Investigators have previously said they were interested in finding the BMW without revealing it was stolen. On Friday, so the press conference that we've just listened to, Sheriff Jeff Cassidy said he believed the people in the BMW, who were not identified at the time, may have information about the missing toddler's whereabouts. So they truly believed, like the 21st of February, that Evelyn was alive, that they were looking for a living child. That's why they didn't search Tommy Boswell's property from top to bottom, because they weren't looking for a dead child. They were looking for a live child who may have been taken across state lines by her grandma. So you can understand why when the police were interviewing Megan and being told these stories, like Ethan's got her, oh no, my mother's got her, they were looking for a live child. And then we saw the interview yesterday where she admits that she knows Evelyn is dead, and they still didn't believe that she was going to be on Tommy Boswell's property, because the cop said, well, that would be too much of a risk. Why would he put her on Tommy's property? Because that would be too much of a risk, someone might see. But lo and behold, that's where she was, because only Megan had the mindset to hide Evelyn's body in the playhouse. No one else would have that mindset. No one would even think about looking there, let alone hide a dead child there. So it all leads back to Megan. Megan is guilty. Megan and no one else. Everything leads back to her. Everything she did once Evelyn had been murdered was for Megan, to hide the truth. Not that Megan would understand the truth if it hit her in the face. All right, we should be back any moment. Any moment, we should be back. So we'll keep this court feed on here. Yeah, a wild goose chase. That's absolutely what it was. 100%. Never a truer word spoken. A wild goose chase. And she did that intentionally. How she thought she was going to get away with it in the long term, I've no idea. I don't think she thought it through at all, did she? Because she went from one lie to another. When one lie was proven false, she went on to another lie. And I don't know, she must assume that people would just forget. People would just go, oh, well. Oh, well, we can't find her. Oh, well, we'll just forget it then. As if. It all came crashing down very quickly once the cops got involved. Because they weren't going to take no for an answer. And it was all about not wanting Evelyn anymore because she got a new boyfriend. It's such a shallow existence to just discard a child for a new man that she'd known probably about a week, maybe even less than a week. That's just nuts, that is. She did. She went hog wild over onto the wood, yeah. And he's nothing to write home about either. I mean, what did he have that no one else had? What was so special about him? Yeah, many hours of police work. You know, TBI, FBI, Sheriff's Office. All of them went all out to find Evelyn Boswell. They tried every way to find her. 12 inches. Oh, I have no idea. Don't. Oh, no. Yeah, getting in the way of her social life. Getting in the way of her new man. I'd also be interested to know if she really was pregnant. Or whether that was just another lie. That I'm pregnant and therefore I can't do a polygraph. That was a lie. The Sullivan County Sheriff came out and debunked that. But whether she was actually pregnant, I don't know. Or whether she was just telling her friends that. Because, yeah, I would imagine that she wasn't pregnant. I'd imagine it was just another lie. However, I'd just like to know, just out of curiosity, I guess. No man is more special than a child. Well, not for this lady. Not for that lady there. In the prison jumpsuit, the jail jumpsuit. Not that she's wearing a jumpsuit today, but dear me. Crazy. Maybe she thought if she said she was pregnant, maybe people would forget about Evelyn and concentrate on the new pregnancy. So it would give her the attention that she needed. She needed that attention to be on her rather than Evelyn. And people like Bailey, who kept asking her about Evelyn, well, she had to think of a way to stop them talking about Evelyn. So using a new pregnancy, that might have been the way to do it. That might have been what was running in her head. Oh, we're running late coming back. Yes, we are. 3 minutes late. They're probably still checking all of those exhibits. The defense is probably going through with a fine-tooth comb. There's people in the courtroom, though. They keep walking by. He's usually on time. But he normally gives the jury till 12:15. He normally lets them go once their lunch arrives at 12, and then he gives them an hour and 15 minutes. So maybe they're not quite done with lunch. Dick was running in her head. Oh, don't. Set your alarm for your nap. I've done that. I've done that occasionally. When I fancied a nap, but I knew I had to go out, I set an alarm. But then you never have a good nap. If you know there's an alarm going to wake you up in like half an hour or an hour, you never have a good nap. Well, I don't anyway. I like a nap where I can nap for 20 minutes if I want, or an hour if I want. I don't like to be on a clock. I don't like to be on a clock anyway. I don't do clocks. I don't like them. But sometimes it's unavoidable. 40 winks, yeah. I like 40 winks to be uninterrupted by an alarm. But for those who didn't see this yesterday, let me just show you this. This is one of Megan's old Facebook accounts. Here we go. Oh, not that one. That one's no longer with us, but there is an old one. This one. Maggie Boswell. The Maggie Wood one has gone, but the Maggie Boswell is still with us. And if we scroll down, we got Baby Evelyn in September. Spooky time. We've got her car. Look how good my bow tie looks. A girl can never have enough glitter. That's her car. And then we got all these stuff about kids. Check this out. Let's go down a bit further. Why do people talk about having kids like it's a bad thing? Want to know what true love is? Have some kids. They don't care how you look, how much money you have, or what car you drive. They truly just love you for you. That's the bond between you and your child is priceless. What about this on September the 7th? I'm not the best mom in the world, but I try so hard for this little beauty. I can't even explain the love I feel for her. And I know she loves me too. Lately, my life's been really sucky. But she'll come, reach for me and say, Mom, Mom, and my heart melts. And I'm reminded of her unconditional love. You can say whatever you want about me, being a young mom. But I promise you, my life is so much better with this angel. My life wasn't ruined when I had her. She gave me a purpose and a reason to wake up every day and to better myself. There's no love like the love for your child. And then 3 months later, she ditches her child in the worst possible way for a man that she'd known a week. Make that make sense. Make that one make sense. Terrifying. Just how shallow her emotional ability is. She must have read those messages somewhere else and rewrote them. One of them is like something that she shared. Like this one. That's just something that she shared from mommy and kids, whatever that is. But this one, same day, she's wrote herself. She's wrote that herself. So the 7th of September, Evelyn is the centre of her world. And then 3 months later, Hunter Wood comes along and everything changes. Everything changes. Yeah, maybe. Tried to convince herself that she didn't hate being a mom. Yeah, maybe. Maybe that just was another lie. I'd like to know if anything she ever told anybody was truthful, or whether she was just a perpetual liar for the, I don't know, for the sake of it. I used to have a friend at school who was like that. She would just lie about everything, and it was stupid stuff. It's like, well, why did you lie? I don't know. Yeah, it wasn't even bad stuff. It was just lie. It was just lies for the sake of it. And I'd be like, look, is that a lie or is that a truth? Like, I'm not talking to you if you're going to lie to me. Is that a truth? Yeah. And it was maybe a version of it. Maybe it was just a little bit to one side. But yeah, she could not tell you a story without having some kind of exaggeration or untruth in it. It's weird. Absolutely weird. What is the maximum sentence Megan can get? Life without the possibility of parole. That's the maximum. Because it's not a death penalty case. She did have so much support around her. You know, even if her family wasn't there. And I don't even believe that to be true. She had tons of support. Like, there was the woman that fostered her. There was the woman's sister. There was Caleb's mother, who's on the stand right now. Caleb was just a boyfriend she had for a few months. And his mother loved Evelyn so much, she carried on, like, buying her gifts, making her things. There's so many people who would have taken Evelyn. It's the same with Quinton Simon. If Leilani had said that she didn't want Quinton, there was people who would have had him. There was people who would have wanted to take him in. People who would have agreed to adopt him, no doubt. It's the same with Evelyn. Evelyn could easily have gone to live with maybe the foster mother who, you know, was cleared to foster kids because that's what she did. There was loads of people who was willing to support Megan and would have taken Evelyn and kept her. Oldest adopted son is a pathological liar. It's weird. Some people, they just don't know how to tell the truth. But, you know, there's lies and then there's lies. You know, there's maybe exaggerating a story to make it sound better. And then there's lying about how you and why you murdered your kid and where your kid is. You know, there's a bit of a difference in scale there. Daughter's school friend lies all the time. She never knows what to believe. It's draining. It's draining when you know that it's nothing. It doesn't mean anything. It's just lying for the sake of it. You're not lying to cover up anything. You're just lying to make your story a little bit better. So just tell the truth. Oh, I don't know. But this is a whole new scale. This is a whole new level. This is Susan Smith type scary. She is another Susan Smith. She is. Or Casey Anthony. She's even lied. She's more than Leilani. Leilani didn't lie as much as her. Leilani lied, but then you could see straight through her. She wasn't able to keep the lie going, was she? I mean, Megan kept the lie going for 2 months. Over 2 months. Before Tommy Boswell said enough's enough. So she was able to keep that lie going. All right, where are these people? Come on. You hope they charge you for lies. Don't let her off. Well, she has been charged for the lies. Let's show you her rap sheet here. All right, here we are. Let's take a look at this. Charges. 3 counts of first-degree murder. 2 counts of aggravated child abuse and neglect. We've got tampering with evidence. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 counts of false reports to an officer. We've got abuse of a corpse and also, what's that? Refusal or neglect to comply, death under suspicious circumstances. So reporting a death under suspicious circumstances. 20 counts in total. 12 of them about lying to the cops. So yeah, they have charged her. It took him ages. It took the district attorney ages to read all of these counts to the jury the other day, on day 1. It just kept going and going and going. So they have charged her. But if she's found guilty of murder and she gets life without the possibility of parole, then all of those lesser counts don't matter. Because they're all subsumed under, well, you're in prison till you die anyway, so you can have a few more years on, but it doesn't mean anything because you're in it forever. You're in it till you come out in a box. 12 counts of lying to the cops. Tommy Boswell just got fed up. He was like, no, he gave her an ultimatum. He was like, show me Evelyn, or I'm gonna call you out. I'm gonna call DCS, and he did, and then they got the cops involved. Because he had to, think about, well, yes, she's my daughter. I'm going to get her in trouble. But then again, I don't know where my granddaughter is. And I'm worried about my granddaughter. And he had to do it. And he did it. Has the death penalty been taken off the table because of her age? Yes. Because she didn't have any previous convictions. And because she was only 18, and it was something also about aggravating factors, that there's only one aggravating factor or something. But primarily it's about her age. So it's, I don't know, Tennessee rules. I'm quite sure that the district attorney would have put the death penalty well and truly on the table if he could. There's going to be a lie about being pregnant with Big Bertha's baby. Oh, well. I'm sure that she's been in jail for 5 years now, so I'm sure they're used to her. She probably can't give them the runaround like she did on the outside. She might try, but I don't think it's going to work. But if she's found guilty, and I do believe she will be, she'll be off to big prison, won't she? She'll be off to state prison. She won't be sitting in Sullivan County Jail for the rest of her life. They are late. Very late. What's up? What's up? Cassie's here. What's up? What's up? She wants to go out again. Do you need a wee? Need a wee? Just need a wee. Oh, she's got a ball. All right, I'll go and throw the ball a few times outside for her. So we're on. Hopefully, by the time I come back, I'm only going to be like 2 or 3 minutes. By the time I come back, hopefully, we'll be up and running. But talk amongst yourselves for a couple of minutes. I won't be long. Oh, we're not back. No. Why are we not back yet? My cushion's falling off my chair as well. Why aren't we back? What's going on? Tedious. Concerning they're taking so long. I would imagine that the defence is going through every single exhibit that have been shown to the jury so far with a fine-tooth comb, trying to find anything, like one word that's different than the original. They'll be trying to find everything. And also, they might want to look at the exhibits that are going to be shown, as well as the exhibits that have already been shown. But look, they're doing their job. I'd rather have, in a client that's clearly guilty, I'd rather have a rigorous defence. I'd rather have it because it gives them less grounds for appeal. Even though it's annoying at the time, it gives them less grounds for appeal. Who's Wade and Jesse? I think Wade is trying to get hold of the money that Jesse's in charge of that and raise to help Wade with appeals. Well, yeah, it might be a long trial. It's meant to last 3 weeks. But who knows? It might be longer. Maybe the judge changed his mind during lunch break. Don't say that. I don't think he will, honestly. Unless they find a bunch of other mistakes, and then he might. If it's just one, yeah, that can be easily explained to the jury because it hadn't actually been read out. So it would only be if the jury read it and got confused by it. It's not like it's been read into the record. But if they do find other mistakes, then that's more of a problem. Thank you, Weodust, for the £5. That's very kind of you. Travelling to visit my aunt in Leyland tomorrow. So here's a £5 for a drink. Are you well away from away past? I'm not too far away from Leyland. Kyle goes to the gym in Leyland. But thank you for the £5. If Megan changes her plea, what will be the maximum sentence then? Life without the possibility of parole. There's no plea deal. So she can plead guilty to avoid this. But it's not of any benefit to her now. I don't think the prosecution would come along with a last minute plea deal because they've got a very strong case. So why would they? We've got this far. Why would they now? So no, she may as well just go through with this. Wade Wilson and Jesse was one of Wade Wilson's supporters. I don't even know who Wade Wilson is. So that doesn't help. It would save the taxpayer some money, but I don't think Megan's concerned about that. Seeing as a lot of taxpayers' money was spent giving the TBI and the FBI a runaround and the local sheriff's office a runaround, sending them across state lines, sending them to track down a BMW and getting them to go to Louisiana to talk to Ethan. So she wasn't caring about taxpayers' money then, so why should she care about taxpayers' money now? Yeah, she has such lovely friends. The friends are like proper nice. And then there's Megan. Are they in court tomorrow? Apparently they are, yeah. Because the jury is sequestered. So why would they just, you know, they're not doing anything, are they? They're just sitting in a hotel. So, yeah, they may as well have court tomorrow. And then they get the day off on Sunday. They'll probably get, I don't know, to see the families or whatever on Sundays. Wade Wilson is the face tattoo guy. Even that doesn't help me. Where does the clown tattoo face mask murder? Makes no sense. No, I don't know who he is. Right, I'm going to look him up. Wade Wilson. Oh, that guy. All right, got you. This guy. I do know who he is. I didn't look into the case, honestly. Yeah, I do know the guy. I just didn't follow the case, so the name didn't mean anything to me. What a stupid tattoo. Like, who did that for him? Did he do it himself in the mirror? Like, who what tattoo artist in the world would put their name to that? Who would admit doing that? He's done that himself, surely, in the mirror. Oh, and the swastika. Oh, cool. Right. Nice one. Yeah, great. Classy. Very classy. Jail tattoos. Yeah, he's done it himself in the mirror. He got all these tattoos in prison, didn't have them before he got arrested. Well, that makes sense. Conference in judges' chambers, took a plea deal. There isn't a plea deal on the table. She's not going to have taken a plea deal. I would look. I would literally fall down. I'd literally fall down if they came back and announced that Megan Boswell had pled guilty. I would not believe it, even if I heard it from the judge's mouth. I really don't think that that's going to happen. Whether there's a conference in the judges' chambers, however, about these exhibits, well, that might be truthful. There's people in the courtroom though. You keep seeing the heads bobbing by. Keep seeing the heads. Hold on, let's see if we've got any other videos in this that we can watch while we're waiting. Don't think there is. It's a good article, this one. The reason why I like it, it's heavy.com. The reason why I like it is because they've got loads of links in it. So I just wish they'd updated it. It'd be useful to have like all the links in. I tell you what I want to do one day, like during the lunchtime, is look at, like, find a Susan Smith interview, one of the ones that she did before she was arrested, because the like her mannerisms, just the way she was in front of the camera, reminds me of Megan Boswell. Maybe hearing all those ladies testifying got to her. Maybe. He wanted to win the title of the ugliest face in America. Seriously. Oh, Susan could cry. Oh, yeah. It was a sly little smug face that got me. For those not familiar, this is Susan Smith. Let's find a picture of her when she was young. Here we go. So it's just I don't know, just a little smugness. That's it now. Right, he didn't know. He had absolutely no idea that she was lying. Her husband had no idea. Just a pathological, psychopathic liar. Look at her. Look at that. And that was who she said it carjacked her and stolen her kids. Like this artist's impression of this like generic black man. Such a liar. What we haven't heard about Megan is like any like mental health like evaluation, like psych evaluations. Like the defense don't appear to be using mental health as an excuse. Like they could have done, they could have tried that on, they could have tried that as a strategy, but it's never been mentioned, which I find interesting. I really don't think this delay is to do with Megan, like finding empathy for the people who have testified. I think it's more about them finding stuff in the discovery and the defense going through word for word. But it's not really like they can send the jury home early because they're sequestered. So what they're going to do, just send them back to the hotel. Will she be kept away from others in prison, segregated? honestly wouldn't imagine so once she's in prison. She'll be put in a pod with other similar people. Like, they can't keep her in solitary confinement forever. She'll be in a pod with similar people. It would only be if she was like suicidal. If they find more discrepancies, could that then be a mistrial? Potentially, that would be down to up to the judge, and it would depend on maybe the severity of it. Well, it's all down to the judge. Hope Evelyn gives you nightmares. Yeah. Oh. Oh. We got... Oh. I thought we were back. Did you hear that little shuffling? Shuffling of something. And then it instantly went away again. Oh. I heard the rumbling. We're now 42 minutes late. I bet Judge Goodwin isn't pleased. But he's really not pleased. It's not how he wanted his Friday to go. Especially as he has to work Saturday as well. It's not how he wanted his day to go. Close some of these windows. I've got so many windows open. See if anybody's talking about Megan Boswell on Twitter. Ha 26 seconds ago. Court is expected to be back in session soon for the murder trial of Megan Boswell. Well, okay. Tense moments. Ooh, tense moments. Cody Thomas uses a touchscreen to break down evidence in the case against Megan Boswell, who's accused of killing her infant. Who's Cody Thomas uses a touchscreen to break down evidence? Interesting. 10 witnesses take the stand in day 2. Yeah. Okay, not much going on there. Bailey Hawkins described Megan Boswell's changing stories about her daughter and cried, recalling asking for photos of the child. Oh. This is why trials take so long. At least when you're watching on replay, you can just fast forward through all of this. There's people in there. They're in there. Now, I saw 3 heads then. That's a good sign. Maybe prison will change, yeah? Well, I doubt it. I very much doubt it. Yeah, head count. There he is. There he is. We're coming back. We're coming back. Yes. All right. I'm confident. I'm confident we're getting going again. Wonder if Megan feels remorseful. If she does, it will be for herself. That's just my opinion. And there's no point anybody trying to ask her because she'll just lie. That was just the cleaners. Well, Judge Goodwin made an appearance, so maybe he tidies his own desk up. Maybe he doesn't let anyone else touch his desk. Our excitement might have been premature. Here we go! Here we go! Way! Sorry if you had your volume turned all the way up. I am sitting a ways from my mic so that I don't blast people. Please just use your microphone. I know. I know. It's annoying. He just needs to move it closer to him.
Message that was an error, everything else matches up. There are gaps in the conversations, which is concerning to me that they are not sequential. So the jury could be, I think the jury is left with a impression that these are screenshots. I think that's what several of us in the room thought when they were coming in. So without waiving my earlier motion for a mistrial, my suggestion would be if the court, since the court has denied that, the court craft a curative instruction to explain to the jury that these are not screenshots. These are text messages selected by the state, which are a portion of the text messages contained on a telephone download. I think that in fairness would at least let the jury know that this is, because for instance, there could be more conversation between Megan Boswell and the Hawkins, Bailey Hawkins. There could be more conversation between there, and it may not be relevant, but to make it look like they haven't had any more conversations between there, it's like they're talking about this and they're talking about it again. I think we just need for the jury to know that it's somehow, these are portions of conversations and what the state is deemed to be relevant to their case.
And Judge, I don't have any problem with you giving them an instruction, telling them that's a portion. To the extent it anyway insinuates or infers that there's like stuff that's been left out that might otherwise. I mean, yesterday we were arguing about how cumulative everything was. I mean, part of the reason we didn't do that was to avoid having 20 pages of text messages read to the jury that had nothing to do with the case. So that's part of the reason why they were clipped the way that they were. But, you know, as Mr. Scott said, there's nothing that's been left out or anyway misleads the jury in any way. So I have no problem with the court giving an instruction as to explain what those messages that whether they're taken from Facebook or Instagram or text are. I don't have any problem with that at all.
I'll do that when we bring the jury back in.
Your Honor, so far as Exhibit 93 goes, would that be for the exhibit in dispute? Would that be for ID only at this point?
For this, well,
I know.
I can't actually make it ID only at this point because it's been partially shown to the jury. I've got to talk with them about that as well. But what I will do is I will make it not published to the jury further.
Okay.
Okay. So Sherry, you need to make a note that 93 does not go back to the jury at the end of the proof.
Checking to make sure the equipment is ready.
Jerry, and I don't remember where it was done. Was the motion for a mistrial, did we make that sidebar, or did you make that?
It was made from the lectern. It's in the record.
It's in the record. Okay. Stay ready to proceed?
We are, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
And I believe you were still on your direct of Miss
Stacy.
Miss Erica Stacy.
We'll go ahead and have her. Juror's ready to bring them in.
Everyone stand. Maybe seated.
Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for the delay. With an issue that we had to get sorted. The last exhibit that was flashed up on the screen, the very bottom blue box contains some information in there that shouldn't have been put up. I'm instructing you not, if you read it, it wasn't there long. If you read it, I'm instructing you not to consider it for any purpose during your deliberations. Does each and every juror understand that instruction? If you do, raise your right hand. The record reflects that all the jurors raise their right hand. Now, the other thing I want to talk to you about, just very briefly, and I'm not commenting on the evidence at all. Some of these exhibits appear to be screenshots of conversations, either text, Facebook, Instagram, whatever other social media platform that they're on. It is. And they're not actual screenshots. They are snippets of conversations taken from a phone extraction that was done. Okay, and I just want you to understand that. Which means that it's not necessarily a sequential stream of conversations back and forth. Does everybody understand that? No? All right. I think that's it. I believe Miss Stacy was on the witness stand. Will come up, Miss Stacy? Miss Stacy, you're still under it. No, you're still under it. Sit there and speak up in your mouth. Go ahead, Jim.
Okay, thank you. Give Mr. Scott just a second to look at them. Okay, I'm going to pass you a document to see if you recognize it.
Okay. Yes.
Okay, can you tell me what it is?
Messages between Maggie and myself.
Okay, and when you say Maggie, are you talking about Megan Boswell?
Megan, yes,
Okay.
sorry.
And what is the date of those messages?
January the 8th, 2020.
Okay, and is that a fair and accurate representation of your conversation with her on that date?
Yes.
We'd ask that be made exhibit number 94, please.
Mr. Scott? No objection.
Permission to publish? Okay, see if I can make that a little bit bigger. Okay. So what does Megan tell you at 4:34 on January 8th, 2020?
That her and Hunter are for sure coming tonight, meaning church. We tried to come on New Year's, but there wasn't a service.
Okay, what did you say in response?
I've been worried to death about you. Are you okay?
Okay, and then what did you say after that?
Did you and Evelyn have a good Christmas?
And then what did Megan say to you?
My phone is broken. LOL. We did. Did you all?
Okay. The second part of that exhibit. And then how did you respond to Megan?
We sure did. I'll bring your presents tonight and give them to you. So are you and Hunter a couple?
And what did Megan say in response?
More or less, LOL. Ethan's leaving to go home tomorrow, so I won't have Evelyn tonight, but I'll bring her next week.
Okay, and what did you say to Megan?
Okay, what does Evelyn think of Hunter?
And what does Megan say?
She's not really been around him much because Ethan's in and has had her a lot. He won't get another break until he's out in September.
I'm going to give you this one. I'm going to pass another document to you.
Okay.
And ask if you recognize it.
Yes.
Okay, can you tell us what it is?
Again, messages between me and Megan.
Okay, what's the date of those messages?
February 24th of 2020.
Okay, is that a fair and accurate representation of the conversation on that date?
Yes.
Okay, we ask that be made exhibit number 95. permission to publish.
Okay. Before the
So it looks like this happened after Evelyn had been, or you had been notified that Evelyn was missing. Is that right?
Mhm.
And what do you say to Megan?
Can you tell me who has or had Evelyn? I'm worried sick about her.
And then what does Megan say to you?
My mom did. That's why TBI was looking for that BMW and she's being questioned.
And then what did you say to Megan?
What did your mom do with Evelyn? The news said she wasn't with them.
And then what question do you ask Megan here?
Has she had her this entire time?
And what does Megan say?
Yeah, I'll talk to you later. I'm just trying to gather pictures of her, but thanks though.
Is that the first time she told you something different than Ethan?
Yes.
Having Evelyn? Okay. Please answer any questions the defense has for you.
Okay.
Miss Stacy, my name's Gene Scott. How are you?
I'm okay. How are you?
Good. Thank you for asking. It's my understanding you knew Megan through her dating your son, Caleb.
Yes, sir.
When did they date?
It was spring of 2019.
Okay. So how old was Evelyn the first time you met her?
Oh, goodness. I honestly do not remember. It was early spring.
Okay, so sometime around March. Was that a fair estimate?
March or April, yeah.
Okay. So she'd have been somewhere 4 to 5 months old.
Yeah, I was gonna say 5 or 6, maybe. I don't know.
Because she's born in November, so if it
Right.
were 6, that would put the relationship into May. Was it that
Okay.
late?
I want to say they started dating somewhere around April.
Okay. So how often would you see Evelyn with Megan?
Anytime I saw Megan, Evelyn was with her.
Okay. And I'm assuming when you saw Evelyn with her, you never saw any signs of abuse or neglect. Is that fair
I
to
did
say?
not.
Were you able to ascertain the relationship between the two of them? Did Megan come across you as a loving mother?
It seemed perfectly normal. Most babies that age tend to cling to mom, and Evelyn did that.
Okay. What was Megan's personality like back then?
She was usually kind of quiet till she got to know us a little bit better, and then she would come in and she would just have normal conversations with us.
Okay. At that point, she wasn't unfriendly.
No,
She was. You described her earlier as being unemotional.
the one time that we were in the car together, yes.
That was different than her normal personality.
Yes.
You think you described her as unemotional? She could have been withdrawn. Would that be a fair assessment too?
Numb.
None. Just
Would be a good description.
okay. Just want to make sure I'm clear. Did you ever see any interaction with Megan and Evelyn where Evelyn wasn't dressed appropriately, she was dirty, or anything like that?
Mm-mm. No, sir.
Okay, so I'm assuming you thought she was a good mother.
I did.
When is the last time that you saw Evelyn?
September 11th, 2019.
Ms. Stacy, I thank you for being here and for your testimony.
Yes, sir.
Redirect.
No, no.
May she be excused.
Yes, yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Stacy, thank you for your testimony today. You're released from your subpoena.
Thank
you. All right, next.
Statement called Randy Wood.
Raise your right hand, sir. State your name, please.
Randy Wood.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Thank you, Judge. You're Randy Wood, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. And Mr. Wood, where were you living back in 2019?
Let's see, 217 Sandy Point Drive in Blumpville.
All right. You said Blumpville. Was that in Sullivan County?
Sullivan County.
Okay. And just for context, kind of tell us where that's located. Where is
It's
that?
located in Barefoot Landing on the lake.
Okay. Out by the lake out there?
Yes.
Behind
the airport.
Airport. Okay. All right. Now, we've heard some mention earlier in the trial about Preston Hunter Wood. Is he your son?
Yes, he is.
All right. Now, back in December of 2019, did you open a restaurant here in Blumpville?
I did.
All right. If you would kind of tell us what it was and what you were serving.
The name of it was Hunter T's Chicken Shack. I was the only owner of the place. It was right there on Highway 75.
All right. Where
I sold chicken, roasted chicken.
Okay. Was it a sit-down restaurant?
No,
or
it was a drive-through, just like Pal's.
All right. And it's over there, right across, kind of from Northeast State.
Yes.
Okay. Now you mentioned you were the only owner. Did you have employees, people that worked for you?
Yes.
Okay. How many people? How many
Well,
employees?
let's see. We interviewed. We hired everybody that filled the application out because usually there are only about half shows up the day you open up. So I probably had about 12 employees.
Okay. And who made the decision as far as who was being hired or not?
I did.
Okay. And one of those employees that showed up to apply for a job and work there, did you know Megan Boswell?
I didn't know her till she filled the application out. That's the first time I met her.
Okay. And did she apply for a job with you?
Yes.
And did you hire her?
Yes.
And do you see Miss Boswell sitting in the courtroom here today?
Yes.
If you would point her out and describe what she's
She's
wearing.
sitting right over there with the glasses on.
Judge, for the record, he's identified. All right. Mr. Wood, what do you remember what day you opened?
It was the first Monday in December, and it was the second.
Okay. Second day of December, is that 2019?
Yes.
All right. Was Miss Boswell working that day?
Yes.
Okay. And you mentioned you didn't have a whole lot of employees. Who was in charge of making the schedule and deciding?
Jason Facette made the schedule and everything.
Okay. Was your son Hunter an employee there?
Yes.
All right. What did Hunter do?
He was mainly just an employee. Okay. Because Jason sort of run the place when I wasn't there.
All right. So Hunter and Megan worked there as co-workers.
Yes.
Did you work there at the restaurant? Were you there on a regular basis, or?
Pretty much so, Yes.
Okay. So you saw Hunter and you saw Megan together at the restaurant. That's a fair
Yes.
statement.
Yes.
All right. Where was your son Hunter living at that time?
He was living with me at that time.
Okay. Your
Out
house
there, out that lake. Yes.
Okay.
Out there.
Did he have a vehicle that he drove then?
Yes, he had a Ford truck. What he drove.
All right. At some point in time, did you realize that your son Hunter was in a dating relationship with Megan Boswell?
Well, it is a weird situation, to be honest with you, because she got her car repoed one day at the Chicken Shack, and I made Hunter take her to the doctor that day, and because she didn't have a ride.
Okay. All right.
So that's how they started running around together, because she didn't have a car.
Okay. So at some point in time, you realize they're dating.
Well, they was together a lot.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
You can say dating if you want to, or
All
together
right.
a lot. Yes.
Okay. And at some point in time, did she come to live at your house?
Well, she didn't have anywhere to go when they repoed the car. And apparently her father, what she said, kicked her out. So I let her come stay, she stayed about 3 nights there. That's all she stayed.
Were you aware that she had a small child?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever see Evelyn?
No, never saw the baby.
Okay. She never brought Evelyn to work there with her at the chicken shack?
When I hired her, because one of the questions is, do you have any kids? Because we work around schedules. Because you got a child, you can't work a lot of hours. So I asked her, she said, yes, I have a baby girl. I said, well, do we need to work around your schedule? She said, no, the baby daddy had the child. She said, I can work as many hours you want. Okay. I said, okay.
Did she work a lot of hours?
She did work a lot of hours.
Okay. Now, you said she had stayed at your house. Did you ever see each?
Oh, what's going on? Have we lost connection? Hey. Can you hear me still? Can you hear me still? So you can hear me all right.
Ever bring Evelyn?
Here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
Every day.
All right.
Yes. 2 months.
Okay. What have you been up there to see him at that facility?
Yes.
What is his mental status this time?
Well, some days he's pretty decent. Other days he don't know who I am. Yes.
What is his mental status this time?
Well, some days he's pretty decent. Other days he don't know who I am.
Okay. Would he be able to come into this courtroom and testify?
No.
Okay. You mentioned that he'd been there for about 2 months.
Yes.
Had he had mental health problems prior to that?
Yes.
Okay. When did he, if you know, when did he start having mental health problems?
Well, when he got accused of being a baby killer.
Objection. I'll withdraw it. I'll withdraw it.
The court feed buffered at just the wrong time. I believe he's talking about Hunter. I believe. I thought it was me. I thought I was buffering. But as you could hear me, obviously it's not me. So it was them. It just glitched out for a second or two. So I think he's talking about Hunter.
Thank you, Mr. Wood. If you would answer any questions Mr. Scott has for you.
Oh, okay. Weird.
Mr. Wood, my name is Gene Scott. How are you?
I'm doing good. How you doing, this?
I'm doing good. Take my reading glasses off. Let's talk about your son. It's Preston Hunter Wood. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. And you said he hadn't had any mental problems until people accused him of being a baby killer.
That's true.
Okay. Since then, he has had quite a few mental problems. Is that
true?
Okay. He has been diagnosed as being schizophrenic, suffered hallucinations.
That's probably true. Yes.
Has he been violent towards you or his mother?
No.
Never been violent towards his mother?
Not as far as I know. We're divorced.
Okay.
Okay. So I'm not there.
And you say that if he were brought into this courtroom, he wouldn't be in his right mind to testify.
That's very true.
Could you describe his state to us a little bit more?
Well, he talks about things, you sometimes you don't really know what he's talking about. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how to put it. It's sad. I mean, this young man was a 4.0 student, in school. Now he's, I don't know if he's ever going to function his life again.
Does he hallucinate?
I don't know if he hallucinates, where you call it. I don't know, what the definition of hallucinate. I mean,
Well,
Oh man, this is getting heavy. So he's been diagnosed with schizophrenia. You don't get that because you've been accused of being a baby killer. Oh, what? All right, I'm going to see if Court TV is any better. I'm not having this. All right. Court TV might not be any better, but... All right, just let me take this back. We'll catch up in the break, don't worry. But let me take this back to see whether we can get the full thing here.
I made Hunter take her to the doctor that day. And, because she didn't have a ride.
Okay. All right.
So that's how they started running around together, because she didn't have a car.
Okay. So at some point in time, you realize they're dating.
Well, they was together a lot.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
You can say dating if you want to, or
All
together a lot. Yes.
Okay. And at some point in time, did she come to live at your house?
Well, she didn't have anywhere to go when they repoed the car. And apparently her father, what she said, kicked her out. So I let her come stay, she stayed about 3 nights there. That's all she stayed.
Okay. Were you aware that she had a small child?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever see Evelyn?
No, never saw the baby.
Okay. She never brought Evelyn to work there with her at the chicken shack?
When I hired her, because one of the questions is, do you have any kids? Because we work around schedules. Because you got a child, you can't work a lot of hours. So I asked her, she said, yes, I have a baby girl. I said, well, do we need to work around your schedule? She said, no, the baby daddy had the child. She said, I can work as many hours you want. Okay. I said, okay.
Did she work a lot of hours?
She did work a lot of hours.
Okay. Now, you said she had stayed at your house. Did you ever bring Evelyn over?
The baby never was in my house.
Okay. Did she ever bring any high chairs or playpens?
No, nothing.
Diapers, baby bottles?
Nothing.
Okay. Did you ever see your son Hunter around? Evelyn?
No.
Okay. How often did you see Hunter at that time?
Every day.
Okay. Now, your son Hunter, does he still live with you?
No, he started living with his mother, but he's at the hospital at the moment.
Okay. He's at a hospital. Where is he in a hospital?
Marion, Virginia.
All right. Is that a mental hospital?
Yes.
How long has he been there?
2 months.
Okay. What, have you been up there to see him at that facility?
Yes.
What is his mental status this time?
Well, some days he's pretty decent. Other days he don't know who I am.
Okay. Would he be able to come into this courtroom and testify?
No.
Okay. You mentioned that he'd been there for about 2 months.
Yes.
Had he had mental health problems prior to that?
Yes.
Okay. when did he, if you know, when did he start having mental health problems?
Well, when he got accused of being a baby killer.
Objection. I'll just draw the objection. I will draw it.
So this is court TV. This didn't buffer at all at the point when Law and Crime did. And I swear down, this is better audio than Law and Crime.
Thank you, Mr. Wood. If you would answer any questions Mr. Scott has for you.
We'll catch up when they have the sidebar.
Mr. Wood, my name is Gene Scott. How are you?
I'm doing good. How you doing, Tess?
I'm doing good. Take my reading glasses off. Let's talk about your son. It's Preston Hunter Wood. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. And you said he hadn't had any mental problems until people accused him of being a baby killer.
That's true.
Okay. Since then, he has had quite a few mental problems. Is that
true?
Okay. He has been diagnosed as being schizophrenic, suffered hallucinations.
That's probably true. Yes.
Has he been violent towards you or his mother?
No.
Never been violent towards his mother?
No, as far as I know, we're divorced.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm not there.
And you say that if he were brought into this courtroom, he wouldn't be in his right mind to testify.
That's very true.
Could you describe his state to us a little bit more?
Well, he talks about things you sometimes you don't really know what he's talking about. I mean, I don't know how to put it. It's sad. I mean, this young man was a 4.0 student in school. Now he's, I don't know if he's ever going to function in his life again.
Mm-hmm. Does he hallucinate?
I don't know if he hallucinates, where you call it. I don't know, what the definition of hallucinate. I mean,
Well,
All right, I'm going to see if we can catch us up.
are you aware that he has in the past been diagnosed with violent threats, hallucinations?
We're only 3 minutes behind. Let's just leave it. We're only 3 minutes behind.
What do you observe when you visit your son?
well, mainly I just talk about anything that's pleasant.
I understand.
Yeah.
Is he able to talk with you about things that make sense, or does it not make sense to you? The things he talks about with you, does it make sense always?
No.
Has he talked about Evelyn Boswell?
No.
Are you aware that he has in the past been diagnosed with violent threats, hallucinations, and delusions?
No.
Okay. Would that surprise you if I told you that's the case?
It'd give me a little shocker, yes. Because I never seen it.
So you don't know about that?
I've never seen that before.
Okay, I'll move on. Have you ever seen him be aggressive?
No.
Is there any security measures about as far as when you visit with him that requires him to be restrained or anything?
No.
When you talk to him, does he talk about things that are not real, things that are not there?
Well, he talks about the future sometimes, like maybe taking a cruise or things of that nature. Just good stuff.
Never bad stuff.
Never, we don't talk about bad stuff, no.
I have a minute, Judge.
I wish it was small.
Has Hunter ever discussed anyone stealing his thoughts with you?
Pardon me?
Has Hunter ever discussed anyone stealing his thoughts with you?
One more time, okay?
Has Hunter ever told you that someone or something steals his thoughts?
He usually informed me with everything, yes. Talk to me about everything.
So he's told you that some...
Hearsay.
It is hearsay, but
I mean, yeah.
It's kind of a unique situation. I'm sorry.
All right, so Hunter is going to be the perfect fall guy for the defense to use. He's gonna try to persuade the jury that Hunter did it. Yeah, he didn't understand the question exactly. Yeah, we've found our scapegoat. We have, yeah.
Mr. Wood, can you hear me okay?
Sometimes I can hear you, but at the very beginning, you go real low and then you get higher.
Sorry about that.
That's okay.
Let me ask you this. Has Hunter ever talked to you about someone or something stealing his thoughts?
Stealing his thoughts?
Yeah. Being able to read his mind?
No, he's never done that to me.
Are you aware of him ever talking to you about aluminum foil preventing that?
He's said some stuff off the wall stuff, you know. I will say that.
So that wouldn't surprise you?
It probably wouldn't surprise me, no.
Sir, I've handed you a photograph. Could you identify that photograph?
That is my son standing in front of the Hunter T's Chicken Shack.
You say your son, Hunter
Preston Hunter Wood.
Preston Hunter.
Yes.
Judge, we would offer that as the next exhibit, and I don't think it will fit on the projector to publish to the jury. I'll just ask that it, okay. We'll give it a try.
Sorry. It would be, generally objection.
No objection.
Full exhibit 96.
And that's the picture we're showing the jury. That's what you just identified, sir.
Yes.
I have just one moment, Judge. Judge, I may need just a minute.
You're expecting him to have a tinfoil hat on. Who misses Hector the projector? Yeah, I do, definitely. No, he's not testified. Hunter hasn't testified, no.
Sir, answer this only if you're aware. Are you aware of anything in his medical history about his thoughts about people or things stealing his thoughts?
I'm not aware of that.
Because you're not aware that it's there.
No.
Because that's all the questions I have. Mr. Wood, thank you for being here.
No. May be excused.
Yes.
Mr. Wood, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
You're released from your subpoena, sir. You're free to go.
Okay, thank you.
May we approach her a second?
All right, we might be able to catch up here. We have a long sidebar. Oh, we've gone back to that. No. No. No, court is on a short break. Why? No. What happened? Oh, I've got to go back again now to see what happened. Not more breaks. No.
Go go with the officer.
Everyone, please stand.
Why? What happened?
Here. I don't expect it to be long.
Yesterday went so well. We got through loads of witnesses.
Be seated. 10-minute recess.
10-minute recess. We've only just come back. We've only just come back. So we've caught up. We are live again now. No one, yeah, no one saw Evelyn with Hunter. So how could he have killed her? Ripple effect, yeah. Now in 2021, he was done for a DUI. Let me find the article that I was reading. I was reading it the other day. Here, look. Ex-boyfriend of Megan Boswell released. 5th of April 2021. Driver was identified as Preston Hunter Wood. So read this. Recent custody following alleged DUI crash that sends victim to hospital. Ex-boyfriend of Megan Boswell was arrested Thursday, April 1st. This is 2021. After police say he was involved in a DUI crash that sent a woman to hospital. According to a report from the Kingsport Police Department, officers were called to the Sonic on Eastone Drive around 10:11 p.m. after being informed about a crash with injuries. Officers report when they arrived, they learned a woman had already been transported to the hospital. The driver was identified as Preston Hunter Wood, 25, of Bluntville. Wood was previously involved in a relationship with Megan Boswell, the mother of deceased toddler Evelyn Boswell. Megan has been charged with felony murder. KPD reports that a DMV check on the vehicle Wood was driving on Thursday revealed it did not have insurance on it. Officers report that Wood had red and glassy eyes and appeared to be unsteady on his feet. Wood reportedly performed poorly on field sobriety tests and was told he was being placed under arrest for driving under the influence. The report states when officers tried to put Wood's hands behind his back, he began to resist by tensing his arms and pulling away. Officers were able to get control of Wood and place him in handcuffs, according to the report. KPD reports officers read Wood the implied consent form and asked him if he would consent for a blood draw. He reportedly refused to give consent and was transported to Kingsport City Jail for holding. A search warrant was obtained for a blood draw. Wood was reportedly transported to Indian Path Medical Centre for a blood draw, medical evaluation due to being in a crash. Charged with driving under the influence, aggravated assault. Drivers to exercise due care. Resisting arrest, failure to comply with financial responsibility. Transported back to Kingsport City Jail after processing. No further information is included in the report about the crash. So that was 2021. All right, let's look him up. Preston Hunter Wood. Oh. Okay. This is Sullivan County online court records. Well, oh dear. Look at all these. 20 entries. Is this all the same guy? So if we've got 2021, 2024, 17, 18, 19, 21, 22, 24. I don't know if all these are the same guy, though. I'm not going to go through 20 records, but let's have a look here. Charges. I don't know if it's all the same guy, but we've got aggravated assault, DUI first offence. It is the same guy. Look, 2021. Yeah, this is the same guy. So that's that. So number 2. So that's 2020. That's probably pertaining to the same thing. Oh, we've got, it's the same judge. It's the same judge. Interesting. Let's have a look what else we've got. That's something. Well, I'm not going to go through all these, but let's have a look at one of the older ones. There can't be that many people called Preston Hunter Wood, though, can there? Speeding. So some of these might not be interesting. Interesting. Yeah, it's the same judge. Yeah. James Goodwin. It's the same guy. So some of them might be like really like small, like speeding. But there's 20 records for him. So maybe we'd go through them all if we had the time. Yeah, there's another speeding. Yeah, I think a lot of these are just like small things. But the aggravated assault and the DUI would be related to what happened. But that seems to be still ongoing. Maybe. Let me go back to that 2024 record. Let's have a look. Yeah, so this is pertaining to the 2021 thing. So down here, 2021. And then we get to 6/28/24. What does capias mean? I don't know what that word means. Capias. Let's look it up. Oh. It means a writ ordering the arrest of a named person. The Latin word translates to for the taking of a capias warrant is the formal phrase can be shortened to just capias. Capias warrants are issued by judges that authorize law enforcement officials to arrest an individual and hold them until they can appear for a court case. Oh, maybe he didn't turn up or something. Maybe he didn't turn up for a hearing and the judge an arrest warrant. Oh, well, there we go. So Judge Goodwin doesn't play. Judge Goodwin does not play around. So 6/28/24 capias, but that's the last thing on that. So we've got those two that are open relating to the same thing. Oops. Let's try this one. Hearings. So that's the same thing. That's what we've just been on. So they're the same thing. That's old. Huh. Interesting. But those two circuit court ones all relate to the same thing. But what happened to him after his arrest warrant? All these are like general sessions, like small things. Oh, look at this. 2020. Violation date, 10/6/2020. Resisting a stop, arrest, search, disorderly conduct, criminal trespass. That's in 2020. Oh, dismissed. No way. This dude. So this is who Megan wanted to take up with. What's this? 2017. Theft of merchandise, shoplifting, probation violation. What's this guy all about? I'm just clicking on random ones here. Oh, that's speeding. I've got so many windows open now. They all open in new windows. More speeding. All right. I've got like about 15 windows open now. Right, let me try and close all these. Dear me. So this guy is not. I mean, look, if the dude's got mental health problems, right, and he's that bad, he's been in a facility, then I feel sorry for the guy. But he's not whiter than white. He's not completely, without his faults here. But he's the perfect guy for the defense to blame. He's the perfect guy for them to blame.
Yes, sir. We're going to begin without. That's fine.
Yes, I think we can. He's assisting me so we can get started.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, Hunter is the one with the chicken shop. Yeah. All right, we're back. We're back. We're back.
You want to go ahead and have your next witness?
Everyone stand, please. You may be seated. Thank you. Okay, Jim, go next.
State would call Ethan Perry.
Oh, I just did a big gasp then. Ethan. Ethan's next. She's a conniving biatch. She definitely is. Right, here's Ethan. Here's Ethan.
Raise your hand, sir. State your name.
Ethan Perry.
Solemnly swear affirm testimony you're about to give be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
Have a seat with you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Perry.
Good afternoon.
You would scoot up close to that mic there so we can hear you good.
Better?
That's great. That's great. You are Ethan Perry, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Perry, how old are you?
I'm 25.
And where do you live?
Kingsport.
All right. Do you know the defendant, Megan Boswell?
I do.
And how do you know Miss Boswell?
We dated in high school.
All right. Do you see Miss Boswell seated in the courtroom here today?
I do.
If you would point her out and describe what she's wearing.
A white top and glasses,
All right.
black hair.
All right. Judge, let the record reflect he's identified the defendant.
Record so reflect.
All right. So you indicated you all dated while you were in high school. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And when would that have been?
I was about 15 and she was about 13. So I'd say about 2014, 2015.
And where were you all in high school?
Sullivan Central High School.
That here in Blountville?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How long did you all have a dating relationship?
I'd say at least until I got out of high school, whenever I joined the Army.
Okay. Now, when you were in high school, where did you live?
In Blountville.
Okay. And who did you live with?
With my grandfather and my step-grandmother.
And who were they?
Carl and Sherry Perry.
All right. Did you also, as you were growing up, for a period of time, live with Paul Miller?
Yes, sir.
And who is Mr. Miller to you?
He is my step-grandfather.
Right. And when did you live with him?
Since birth until about 2010.
Okay. And how old were you at that time?
Oh, about 10 or 11.
Okay. All right. So at that point in time, did you go to live with Carl and Sherry?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you mentioned you had a dating relationship with Miss Boswell until you graduated from high school. When was it that you graduated?
2017.
Okay. And would that have been, what month did you graduate?
May, and I believe it was May 21st.
Okay. So end of May?
Yeah.
All right. What did you do after you graduated from high school?
Joined the Army.
Okay. And how soon after you graduated from high school did you join the Army?
10 days on May 31st.
Did you go straight into basic training at that time, or?
Not straight in. There were some hiccups along the way. I had some medical issues, but it was relatively quick. Yes.
All right. Where were you stationed?
I went to basic at Fort Benning, Georgia, and then I was sent to my unit in Fort Polk, Louisiana.
Did you continue to keep in contact with Megan Boswell while you were at basic training?
Yes.
Okay. Would you say you were still in a dating relationship at that time?
I'd say so, yeah.
Okay. How were you keeping in contact with her?
In basic training, mostly through letters. But by the time it was over, text.
Okay.
Yeah.
You didn't have a phone while you were?
It was like once a month we got our phone, but it was only for like 30 minutes. I can't really remember any conversations that we had specifically.
But you were still continuing to communicate with her the old-fashioned way by writing letters.
Correct.
Okay. So as your time in the Army continued, did you continue to have a relationship with Miss Boswell?
Yes.
Okay. And at some point in time, did you come back home to Tennessee?
Yes.
And when was that?
Probably the first time would have been in probably the winter of 2017.
Okay.
For Christmas.
Okay, that's what I was going to ask.
Yeah.
All right. So you had leave. You came home at Christmas time. Is that right?
Correct.
All right. Where did you stay when you came back?
With Carl and Sherry Perry.
All right. Did you have contact with Miss Boswell while you were here?
Can't remember for sure, but I'm sure. Yeah.
Okay. Y'all were still in a relationship. Is that fair statement?
Sure.
Okay. Well, if it's not, tell me.
I mean, I wouldn't call it a healthy relationship, but a relationship, yeah.
All right. You saw her while you were here in Tennessee?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, at some time in 2018, did you learn that she was pregnant?
Yes.
And when was that?
I would have probably around March or April.
Okay. Did the two of you have any discussion about who the father of the child was?
Yes.
Okay. And what was that discussion?
Well, it was more of whenever she announced that she was pregnant, it seemed pretty delayed. It seems like she would have known sooner. Well, the time that I was in. But yeah.
Okay. Well, let me ask it this way: was there discussion made about the fact that you were the father of the child?
There was, yeah.
Okay. And did you assume that you were the father of the child?
Initially, yeah, I just rolled with it, but the blinders were taken off pretty quickly after that.
Okay.
Yeah.
You had some doubts?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in November 2018, she had her child, Evelyn, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Where were you stationed at the time that Evelyn was born?
Fort Polk, Louisiana.
Okay. Were you still in contact with Megan during this whole time?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, at some point in time, did you leave your assignment there at Fort Polk?
When? What year? What time?
After this would have been November 2018.
Not in November, no.
Okay. Sometime later on?
For Christmas in like December, yes.
Okay. Where were you assigned at that point?
Fort Polk still.
Okay. So you came back home?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see Megan and Evelyn at that time, or?
I did not.
Okay. Is there a reason why you didn't see her then?
Mostly just over the legitimacy and, still trying to figure that out. It was just really embarrassing, I guess, to
All right.
argue over it.
Not having a good relationship at that time?
That too, yeah.
Okay. So you leave after Christmas, you go back to the Army?
Correct.
Okay. Still in Louisiana?
Yes.
Okay. At some point in time during 2019, were you reassigned, or was your unit sent somewhere else?
We were sent to El Paso, Texas to assist Border Patrol doing surveillance on the border. Okay. We would work from El Paso to the Santa Monica station in New Mexico.
All right. Do you remember when in 2019 that would have been?
I'd guess March through September.
Okay.
That's my guess.
All right. Now, at some time later on in 2019, did Miss Boswell show up to visit you while you were stationed in El Paso, Texas?
She did.
Okay. Was this a planned visit? Did you know she was coming?
No, it was hasty. It's a hasty visit.
Okay. Well, if you would kind of tell us how that happened, or how it was that she ended up showing up down there.
Well, the conversation started with her wanting me to take leave to go up to come back up here to Bluntville. And I told her, no, we have a mission here in El Paso. I can't just get up and leave, And so she decided to, on her own, to drive from here all the way to El Paso. And it took her about, I'd say about 2 days to get there. And all of a sudden, one morning while we were because we were staying in hotels, we weren't on a base or anything. I just get a picture from her. She was parked outside of the hotel and just took a picture of the hotel. So, yeah.
You knew at that point she was in Texas.
Yeah, it was pretty obvious at that point.
Okay. So what did you do?
Well, I mean, part of me just wanted to turn them away, but the other half was like, well, came all the way out here, may as well just stay. So I advised them to stay on the eastern end of El Paso because the western end is a little dangerous. And so, and then from there, we spent about 3 or 4 days together.
Okay. So did you take some time off of your work assignment there and go spend time with Megan and Evelyn?
Not officially, but yeah.
Okay. What did you all do?
I think the first day we just hanged out in the hotel room, just meeting Evelyn, playing patty cake, stuff like that, watching her walk around. And it was mostly that. We went to the El Paso Zoo. That was I think the second to last day. And then on the last day, we mostly just hanged out in the hotel. The last day, the last thing we did was we went to an IHOP. All right. And that was the last time I physically saw Evelyn.
Okay. And this is the first time that you've met Evelyn.
Yes.
Is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay. She's not quite a year old at this point in time.
I'm not sure.
Okay. Was she walking or toddling or anything?
She was, toddling, just, stumbling over herself. And
okay.
Yeah.
All right. So at the end of the 3 days, you go back to doing your Army thing. Is that right? Okay. Where did Megan go?
I believe she came back here to Blumble.
All right. Did you, after she left, did you continue to communicate with her?
Yeah.
All right. How were you all communicating during this time?
Primarily through Facebook Messenger.
All right. What sorts of things were you all talking about, or would you talk about?
Mostly just arguing.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Would she tell you things about Evelyn?
Yeah.
Did she ever ask you for money or assistance to help out in taking care of Evelyn?
She did on at least one occasion.
Okay. Did you ever send any money or assistance or anything?
I sent a little bit. It wasn't much. I would say no more than $100.
Okay. Now, at this point in time, you're still assuming that you're the father of Evelyn Boswell. Is that correct?
At this point, I mean, I'm still just rolling with it. No, I don't. At that point, no, I didn't assume.
Okay.
I had my doubts definitely at that point.
All right. But you're still, I guess, interested or invested in what's going on with that.
Yes.
Is that your statement? Okay. Now, at some point in time at the end of 2019, did you come back to Tennessee?
Yes.
And when was that?
For Christmas.
Okay. Do you remember what date specifically you might have come back?
Usually leave was about 2 weeks. And I think I was here until about New Year's or on New Year's. So I'd say, I don't know, 15th to the 30th.
Okay. And where did you stay when you came back to Tennessee?
At Carl and Sherry Perry's.
All right. Did you see Evelyn while you were here?
No.
Did you ask to see Evelyn while you were here?
Yes.
And what were you told?
I was told that she had the flu because we were planning to go over to Paul Miller's for Christmas. And it made sense because that's whenever COVID started making its rounds around the country. And so it seemed like a good excuse, made sense.
Okay. And did you, in fact, go over to Paul Miller's?
Yes.
And did you go by yourself or did you go with Megan or how did that happen?
I went with Megan. We met up at the Northeast State Community College parking lot.
Yeah. Mr. Perry, I'm going to show you 2 documents, ask you if you can identify, if you recognize those.
Yeah. Yeah.
And what are they?
You want me to read it?
No. I just want you to tell me what they are. Just generally.
It was trying to coordinate to get to Paul's.
Okay. Are those the text messages that you had with Miss Boswell on December the 23rd, 2019?
Yeah.
Okay. And is that a true and accurate representation of the conversation that you had with her?
Yes.
All right. Judge, I'd move to make that exhibit 97.
Objection. No objection. Be cool, exhibit 97.
Asked to publish those to the jury. All right, Mr. Perry. So you are having a conversation with Miss Boswell. You say your phone's messed up. I'm at Verizon. You tell her, yes, I'm still going to Paul's. What's her response to that?
Evelyn is sick, so I'm not bringing her around everyone. If you want to see her tomorrow, just you can. But she has the flu, and I don't think like being around a ton of people is such a good idea. I took her to the doctor. They gave her some medicine.
And then you say, okay, sounds good. My grandpa and would like to see her soon, though. Sherry's about to go into hospice soon. She stopped taking her chemo just whenever Evelyn feels better. You ask, is she okay? What's her response?
Okay. Yeah, she's fine.
All right. And you say, everyone has the damn flu around here. And then
She's just sick, and I don't want her around everyone. You want to meet me, and we can ride together?
And did you all, in fact, meet up and go over to Paul Miller's?
Yes.
All right. And did Megan have Evelyn with her?
No.
Did you all talk about, while you were at Paul Miller's, Evelyn at all?
About Evelyn?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Did you, and what did you all do while you were at Paul Miller's?
Just mostly just sat around. Believe we ate dinner, opened some presents, and it was relatively quick. I'd say we were there for no longer than 2 or 3 hours.
Okay. All right. After you left the Millers, where'd you go?
I went to take Megan back to her car at the Northeast State Community College parking lot.
Okay. Did you all have further conversations while you were here on leave?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. And again, were you trying to see Evelyn while you were here?
Yes.
Okay. Were you, in fact, able to see Evelyn?
No.
Okay. Did you see Megan again while you were home?
Yes.
Okay. And when was that?
Can't remember the exact date, but it was after Paul Miller's. Sherry and my grandfather Carl bought her some gifts, Evelyn some gifts, some baby food, and little stuff like that. So I asked Megan to come over to my place and just pick them up.
Okay. And you indicated you were staying there with Carl and Sherry Perry. Is that correct?
Correct.
And did Megan come to their house?
She did.
All right. And did you talk to her? Did you give her those items you just described, or?
Yeah, the conversation was relatively short. I just gave her the gifts, and she told me that she was going to go to, I believe it was Pigeon Forge with Hunter Wood.
Okay. Was Evelyn with her when she came to pick up those items?
No.
Okay. Did she say where Evelyn was?
Chances are she said, I don't know for sure.
Well, if you don't know or remember, that's fine.
Yeah.
Okay. How long was she there picking up those items?
Like 10 minutes.
Okay. All right. So did you have further communication or conversation with Megan Boswell while you were home?
After that, it seemed like the conversation pretty much ended altogether.
Okay. Were you all still communicating by text and Facebook?
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Perry, I'm going to hand you another document, ask you if you recognize that.
I recognize it, yeah.
And what is it?
It's Megan stating to me that her father just kicked her out of the house again, and that she won't have Evelyn back until she gets a place to stay.
Okay.
And then she said, "Never mind, I'm sorry."
All right.
The next day.
Those text messages you received from her?
Yes.
All right. And is that a true and accurate copy of text messages you received from her on December 26th and 27th?
Yes.
All right. Judge, I'd move to make that exhibit 98.
12/26.
I'm sorry. 2019.
No objection. Be full exhibit 98.
And I move to publish that. Good. Mr. Perry, she sent those messages to you. You did not respond to them. That'd be correct?
Correct.
Okay. Is that somewhat normal for you sometimes?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, you said you were on leave from the Army over Christmas there in 2019. First part of January, did you return to your duties with the U.S. Army?
Correct.
And where were you all stationed at that time?
Fort Polk, Louisiana.
All right. Did you continue to communicate and receive communications from Miss Boswell after you returned to Fort Polk?
It was pretty rare, but yes.
Okay. And specifically, do you remember getting a message from Miss Rachel Owens?
Yes.
And without telling us what she said, did you, as a result of what you were told, communicate with Miss Boswell?
Yes.
Okay. And again, we're not get into the exact conversation, but the nature of what Miss Owens had asked you was the fact that there were concerns about Evelyn. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so then would it be fair to say you asked Miss Boswell what was going on with Evelyn?
Correct.
Did you have communications with her about that?
Correct.
All right. I'm going to hand you a document and ask you if you can identify that.
Yeah, I recognize it.
And what is it, sir?
It's her stating that just to
Well,
ignore.
hold on. Don't read it
Sorry,
yet. No,
sorry.
you're fine. Just is that, and I'll lead you a little bit. Is that the text conversation that you sent to Miss Boswell after you had the communications with Miss Owens?
Yes, this is her response.
Okay.
Yes.
And is that a true and accurate depiction of the messages that you sent her?
Correct.
All right. Judge, I move to make that exhibit 99.
Go. Full exhibit 99.
And I believe the date on that is January 19th, 2020. I move to publish that this time, Judge. Okay. So you've messaged Ms. Boswell about the fact that you have concerns. Ms. Owens has expressed concerns about Evelyn, and her response is just ignore her. I've not talked to anyone in my family in weeks. Literally, I've cut all ties with them. That's why she's not seen her. She and Dad cussed me out. Dad took me car from me in the middle of work, left me in a bind and shit. Fuck them. They aren't my fucking family. They never were to begin with.
That's all she said.
Okay. All right. Did she ever tell you anything else about Evelyn or where Evelyn was?
I can't remember.
Okay. All right, so that was January 19th of 2020. In February of 2020, did you receive some phone calls? Well, let me ask you this. Were you still in the Army, still at Fort Polk at that time?
Correct.
Okay. Did you receive some phone calls from family members?
I can't remember.
Okay. Did you receive some phone calls by the Department of Children's Services here in Tennessee?
Yes.
That surprised you?
Yes.
Okay.
I did.
All right. And without saying what they said, why were they contacting you?
For the whereabouts of Evelyn.
All right. Did that surprise you?
Yes.
And why was that?
Because, well, I didn't have Evelyn, and that's what they were asking. If I had her, or if I seen her, or the last place that, where do I think where she would be, stuff like that.
All right. Were you then contacted by investigators with the U.S. Army?
Yes, I was contacted by the Central Investigation Division,
okay.
CID.
And kind of tell us what happened with all that.
Well, initially, I got my officer of my
Let's have another sidebar. We've not had one for a while. She has tainted so many lives with these lies. Absolutely. Unbelievable.
All right. Mr. Perry, if you would go ahead in the middle, telling us what happened as far as your investigation there by the Army.
So initially, I got contacted by my NCO in my company, and he told me that.
Well, don't tell him what he said.
Okay.
Just tell us what happened to you as a result of.
Okay. I was contacted by CID. They wanted to set an appointment for after lunch, and so I went back to my barracks room, to get ready. I still had no clue what was going on until I got the call by DCS, and which they were asking about the whereabouts of Evelyn, and so, which I gave the response. I don't know, all that.
Were you interviewed by interrogators there?
Yes.
For hours?
Yes.
Okay. Did you cooperate with them fully?
Yes.
Did you allow them to search your cell phone?
Yeah, search my cell phone, take DNA, search my barracks, and search my car.
Okay. So investigators searched the barracks looking for Evelyn.
Correct.
In Fort Polk, Louisiana.
Correct.
Okay. Was Evelyn there with you at your Army base there in Louisiana?
No.
Has she ever been there?
No.
With you?
No.
Okay. Did you cooperate fully with law enforcement in providing consent to search, provide DNA, anything else that was needed?
Absolutely. Everything that I could.
Okay. The only time you ever saw, when was the only time you ever saw Evelyn?
Was in El Paso.
Okay. That one time when Megan showed up?
Yeah, just out of the blue.
All right. Did you cooperate with law enforcement in determining the paternity of Evelyn Boswell?
Yes.
All right. Were you the biological father?
No.
Okay. All right. So the one and only time you see Evelyn is in 2019 before you came home for Christmas. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Perry. If you would answer any questions Mr. Scott has for you.
Mr. Perry, my name is Gene Scott. How are you today?
Doing good. How are you doing?
Good, thank you. I have just a few questions for you. How many times did you actually see Evelyn?
Well, I saw her in El Paso through a span of 3 or 4 days.
Okay. Was that it?
Yes.
Okay. And you said Megan just showed up at your hotel while you were staying there with the Army?
Correct.
Sent you a picture?
Yes.
You told her where you were staying?
Correct.
Okay, so that's how she would know to find you there.
Right.
And what did you all do over those 3 days you spent there?
Majority of the time was spent in the motel or hotel, whichever it was. And then we went out to eat. I think we just went out to pick up food. We went to the zoo and we went to IHOP.
Did Evelyn appear healthy to you?
Yeah.
No signs of abuse or neglect?
I wouldn't say abuse. I mean, I saw like a small bruise on her arm or her leg, but she was starting to learning to walk. So I just assumed that's what that was.
Most likely a child fall down before you walk.
Right.
Kind of thing.
Yeah.
Megan engaged with her. I mean, did she talk to her, appear to love her to you?
Repeat that.
Did she appear to love the child, Evelyn? If you know.
I don't know.
Okay. Was she normal? She clean when she brought her there?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. No issues with that?
No.
No neglect issues that you saw?
No.
Okay. That's all the questions I have for you. Thank you.
No, Your Honor.
See, where you go.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Perry, thank you for your testimony today. You're released from your subpoena, so you're free to go.
Thank you, sir.
Sorry, Nancy.
Say we call Carl Perry.
Raise your right hand, sir. State your name.
Carl Perry.
Mr. Perry, do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Have a seat right there. Speak up in your microphone.
Good afternoon. Your name is Carl Perry, is that correct?
Correct.
What city do you live in?
Elizabethton.
Okay. And do you know Ethan Perry?
Yes, that's
Who? Okay, go ahead.
My
Who is he to you?
grandson.
He is your grandson. Okay. And at some point, did Ethan live with you in your home?
yes.
Okay. And was that also in Elizabethton?
No, at that time, it was at 280 Lester Road, Blumpville.
Okay. Okay. And how old was Ethan when he lived there with you?
Let's see, he came to us in about the 8th or 9th grade, and he lived there until, well, he spent 3.5 years in the military up until he went in the military. And then when he came back another year or so, then he went out on his own.
Okay. So he came to live with you in about the 8th grade? Yes. Okay. Did anyone else live there with you?
Yes.
Okay. And who was that?
My wife, Sherry.
Okay. And was Ethan living with you when he graduated from high school?
Yes.
And do you recall when that was?
No.
Okay. Did he have a career plan after high school?
We encouraged him to go in the military.
Okay.
That's about it.
Okay. Did he do that?
He did. I took him to the recruiters.
You took him to the recruiters? Okay. Which branch did he enlist in?
In the Army.
Okay. And how long after he graduated from high school did he then go into the Army?
Pretty immediately.
Okay.
He had a buddy, and that was their plans. And
okay. Okay. And where did do you know where he went for basic training?
Yes. Fort Benning, Georgia.
Okay. And was Ethan still in the Army in 2019?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know where he was stationed at that time?
Yes.
Where was he stationed?
Fort Polk, Louisiana.
Okay. And do you know what type of housing he was in there?
I don't. I know he stayed in the barracks with the rest of the guys. That's about all.
Okay. Did Ethan come to visit during the holidays that year of 2019?
2019.
The Christmas holidays?
Yes, Christmas.
Okay.
I think like they come in.
Okay. And do you remember how long he got on leave from the Army to stay?
I don't. It seemed like it might have been a week or 10 days or something. I don't know.
You think maybe 1 week to 10 days?
I'm not sure if it's that long or not.
Okay, that's okay. And then after his leave, then did he go back to Louisiana?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. While on leave, where did he stay?
He had a buddy that went in with, and I think they planned their leaves together.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he might have stayed a day or two with his buddy.
Okay.
I can't. And then the rest with us a few days.
Okay. So a day or two with a friend and the rest of the time with you at your house.
Mm-hmm.
And Sherry was there at that time as well.
Mm-hmm.
Is that right? So would he have been there on Christmas Eve?
I couldn't. I don't remember specifically.
And that's okay. Do you remember celebrating the holiday of Christmas itself with him?
I don't.
Okay. And that's okay if you don't. A lot of time has passed.
I think that usually we had a few people in, but I can't remember. It seemed like that when they just wasn't a lot there. They were in and out. But.
Okay. During that 2019 holiday, do you remember seeing the defendant, Megan Boswell?
No.
Okay. Did Megan Boswell come to your house during that Christmas holiday?
No.
Okay. Do you know who Evelyn Boswell is?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell me who she is with regards to Ethan?
During that time, I think that there was a conflict. They weren't sure, but I know that the only time Megan Boswell was on our property was in high school.
Okay.
Way before that, but I know that Ethan had spoken to my wife Sherry about Megan Boswell and Evelyn.
Okay, let me stop you there for just a second. We can't talk about what somebody else has said, okay? But essentially, to help you out, it was alleged that maybe Evelyn was Ethan's child. Is that right?
Right.
Okay.
And I remember telling him to get a DNA.
Okay.
Go ahead, Jim.
Okay. And did you know that Evelyn was Megan's daughter?
Yes.
Okay. Did Evelyn ever visit your house?
No.
Did Evelyn ever visit your house in the holidays of 2019?
Never. I was going to say I never seen Evelyn.
Okay. Did you ever babysit Evelyn?
Absolutely not.
Did Evelyn ever spend the night at your house?
Absolutely not.
Did your wife Sherry, to your knowledge, ever babysit Evelyn?
Never. She'd never seen Evelyn.
Have you ever met Evelyn?
No.
Okay.
Never.
Okay.
We
Okay.
we watch the news at night, and that's how we learn to love this.
Okay, I'm sorry.
child.
Yeah. So you'll just yes, just try to answer the question I asked you. Okay.
I'm sorry.
I know, and I know this is new for you.
Okay.
Were you there? Were you present the day that Ethan left to go back to Louisiana?
No.
Okay. And do you remember when you first learned that Evelyn Boswell had been reported as a missing child?
Yes.
And how did you find this out?
By watching the news.
Okay. Did anybody ever come to your home?
Yes.
Okay. Who came to your home?
After this allegation was made.
Well, no, who came when you learned Evelyn was missing? Did anybody come to your home? Okay. No one ever came to ask you any questions about
No,
Evelyn?
not until this allegation was made.
Okay. What happened then? Who came to your home?
Just reporters from all over would
Okay.
come in.
Okay. Did the police ever come to your house?
Yes.
Okay. And that's what I'm asking you about.
Okay.
When did the police come to your house?
I really don't. I don't know that date, but they did come.
Okay. And were they kind when they came?
There were in the first two police officers that came. It was a lady and a man. One is late at night and not late. It's dark. It was dark.
Why were they there?
They were, as he said, when I let him in, he said,
You can't say what he said.
oh.
You can't say what they said, but
Well,
why
you
were they
asked me
there?
if he was kind, and
Okay.
I wanted to tell
Why
you
were
what
they?
they.
Okay. Just try to. I'm going to rephrase it a different way. Okay.
Okay.
Why were they at your house that day?
They were there for to see what we knew about Megan.
Okay.
Not Megan. I'm sorry, Evelyn.
Were they looking for Evelyn?
I'm sure they were, but they didn't, once they seen my wife, they.
Okay. What do you mean once they saw your wife?
Her physical condition.
Okay. What do you mean by that? Why would that?
She had cancer with metastasis to her left arm, her left scapula, both lungs, brain, and voice box.
Okay. And what did that have to do with the police coming?
I think when they glanced at her, they knew
That Evelyn was not at your house?
She wasn't no babysitter.
Okay. Okay. All right. Please answer any questions the defense has for you.
No questions. Secret. Mr. Perry, thank you for your testimony. You're released from your subpoena, sir, and you're free to go.
Sir, may I ask? I thought that since she might have made that allegation that I could.
Sir. Call your name.
We approach.
Sorry.
I'm not sure what he thought he should have been asked, but oh, I'm so sorry. It's like people like this who have absolutely no influence on Megan's life. She's roped
Next
them
witness
into it.
may take a little time. Does anybody need a break before we start? Anybody at all? All right. Call your next gentleman.
They would call Michelle Gillum.
While they're getting her, let's see that.
Yeah, it's just
Today's the day for sideboards, clearly. Megan thought Evelyn wasn't going to be missed. I don't even begin to try to fathom how she thought she would get away with it. Whether she just thought people would forget or not take it seriously. I don't know about Megan's mother. I don't know whether she will be testifying.
Judge, are we still connected to the? Well, I don't want it to be. Is I guess what I'm. So we're trying to queue it on ours without showing.
Not now.
Okay, thank you.
Loads of people hurt. Loads of them.
We ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
People who have no connection to Megan Boswell got roped into this, got interviewed by the police, don't know Evelyn at all, and end up having to testify in court 5 years later. It's shocking. It is a very sad case.
Raise your hand. State your name.
Michelle Gillum.
You solemnly swear on the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
All right. Good afternoon.
Hello.
If you would state your name for the record, please.
Michelle Gillum,
And where are you employed?
the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office.
And what is your current assignment there at the sheriff's office?
I am a lieutenant over internal affairs.
Lieutenant Gillum, back in February of 2020, what was your assignment at the sheriff's office?
I was a detective in our criminal investigations division.
And within the criminal investigations division, did you have a particular set of crimes that you worked or investigated?
I did. During my 7 years in the detective division, I worked the child abuse and child sex abuse crimes.
All right. And so on February the 18th of 2020, a report came into the sheriff's office regarding a missing child by the name of Evelyn Boswell. Were you aware of that call?
I was.
All right. And were you in the office at the time that call came in?
Yes.
Okay. If you would kind of tell us what you did as an investigator on that particular day.
On that day, another detective met response when the call come in, which means that they just went out to the residence to check on the child, to check her well-being, see if she needed any attention, anything like that. And then I met response actually in the office with Megan Boswell.
Okay. And the detective that met response, would that have been Tracy Harraz?
It was.
Okay. And do you all work with the Department of Children's Services when these referrals first come in?
Yeah, so when a DCS referral first comes in, the Department of Children's Service investigator is the one who initially gets it and then sends it to law enforcement. And we team up with them and we meet response together, which in that case was Jimmy Lewis and Tracy Haraz. They went to the residence of Megan Boswell to check on Evelyn.
At some point in time, did Detective Haraz and Jimmy Lewis arrive at the sheriff's office?
They did. After they went to Megan's residence, they came back to the sheriff's office with Megan for her to be interviewed. And then that's when I met up with her.
Okay. Now, were you involved? Did you interview Megan initially?
No. The initial interview was conducted by Jimmy Lewis and Tracy Haraz for a brief time before I got to the sheriff's office.
All right.
Then I took over.
Okay. Did you discuss with them what was going on in the case? Did you before you went in to talk with Megan, did you all share information?
Me and Megan, or me and
you and Detective Haraz?
We did briefly, and pretty much all that conversation looked like was that Evelyn is missing.
Okay. So I guess when you went in to talk to Megan for the first time, what was your approach to interviewing her? What were you trying to?
I didn't have much information, so I just started from the very beginning, as I would with any case, with the basic info of names, addresses, and things like that.
All right. And this interview, where was it conducted?
In our sheriff's office, the interview room.
All right. And is your interview room, is that equipped with audio, video recording devices?
It is.
And was your interview, in fact, recorded over there?
It is.
Okay. Did you, as the interview went on, did you have doubts or question what Megan was telling you about Evelyn?
Yes. During the interview, just some of the things she was saying, it just wasn't adding up or making sense.
Okay. What was your concern, or what was your, I guess, the point of your investigation initially? What were you all trying to do?
Figure out where Evelyn is.
Okay. All right. This interview that you had of Miss Boswell, do you have an opportunity to review that interview and watch the recording before coming into court here today? All right. And the recording that you watched, was that a true and accurate copy of your interview that you had with the defendant?
It is.
All right. Judge, I would move to introduce that. I believe we are Exhibit 100.
Objection? No, sir. The full Exhibit 100.
Well, okay. If I could, Judge, I would ask to play that video at this time.
Hold on a second. Hold on. Pause it. Hold on. Yeah, try it again.
Start from the beginning. I'm sure you've already went through it all with Tracy, but just start from the beginning and go through it all. Okay?
You all here?
Yeah. Okay, well, I'm ready. Okay, so baby's Evelyn.
Go ahead and pause it. Let me figure out the phone.
0-51 about 3 days.
That's the only volume control that I have.
When did you have it? Well, I had her and her dad came home from the army.
No. When did you give birth? Can you hear me?
Okay, 11:21.
Anybody can't hear?
And, did she come
Barely
over to
hear,
them?
barely.
Yes, I was in foster care. So I had to sign, what do you call it? I don't know if you know. It was like I was placing.
I don't know what, there's no master volume switch up there that I have, that I know of.
Very close to it.
I'm gonna have you go with the officer while we figure this out. Everyone stand.
Oh dear. There seems to be the day for technical hitches.
Be seated. All right, we're in recess.
We're in recess. We're in recess until we sort out the technical issue. Oh no.
We are in recess.
We're in recess. We'll get the clerk in here to see if you
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Can you? They need to get an IT person in. I mean, you would think they would test these things. Do you not think they test these things beforehand? Am I asking too much for them to have checked the volume and made sure it was loud enough for everyone to hear? Yeah, user error, probably. Unreal. Well, so regarding Ethan, they did DNA. So it wasn't just, no, I'm not the daddy. It's, no, he really isn't the daddy. So the question then remains, who is Evelyn's daddy? Not that we get a truthful answer, so who knows? Maybe another lie Megan could have told was, oh, Evelyn is with a different daddy. Evelyn's with her real daddy. And got him to chase down that lead in some random place. The granddad should have been allowed to say his piece. Yeah, he obviously felt that there was more questions that needed to be asked. I don't know that it would have benefited anybody, honestly. Maybe Megan doesn't know. Maybe she doesn't. No, absolutely no one's going to take Megan's word for it without DNA. You'd want to take more than one DNA test as well. You want to be sure about it. Maybe she doesn't want people knowing who the true biological father is. Oh, that's an interesting take. Yeah, could be that. Did Ethan pay for a funeral? I do remember something along those lines. I couldn't tell you for certain, though. I don't think the real daddy wants to stand up. I absolutely don't think he wants to stand up. Maybe we should watch the trial on 2x speed. We can't because it's live. This is live, so we can't speed it up. You only speed it up if you're watching on a replay. I know my wife battling cancer, and you get the police turning up at your door, like demanding to know where Evelyn is and when's the last time you saw Evelyn. And no, all those lives that she's ruined. People who have absolutely no connection to her have been roped into this to give evidence. Years later, it's really sad. Really sad. Oh, my sister-in-law has a daughter who's about 25. She's never revealed who her father is. Presume she knows, but maybe not. Yeah. Yeah. But for some reason, she chose Ethan to be the dad. You know, young man, clearly polite guy, nice guy, got prospects, got a career, so she chose him. I know what. I'll say he's the dad. I'll tell him he's the dad, and then he'll look after us. Didn't work out for her, did it? Not at all. I know. She seems to be surrounded by really nice people. I know. It's insane. Everyone that has come to the stand, like the friends and the boyfriend, the ex-boyfriend's mother, all dead nice people. Foster mother, foster sister, all dead nice people, respectable, got jobs, not in any way connected to, I don't know, a seedier side of life. Just normal, down-to-earth people. And then there's Megan. What went wrong? I took a DNA test and my sister is my real sister. Bummer. Oh dear. Is Ethan still in the military or no longer? I don't think he's in the military. I mean, I don't know that they'd allow that really long hair that he's got. I don't think it's because of this, though, that he's no longer in the military. I don't know. My answer is I don't know, but I don't think he is. My mother never told my half sister who her dad is. I got her a DNA test and I figured out through piecing together her extended family that her daddy's dead. Oh, so many stories, so many similar stories. Oh, wow. My cousin's 36, just learned she thought her father isn't. She found a real father from an unknown sister, taking one of those DNA sites. There's so many. There's so many. I follow a few like DNA things on Reddit. And there's so many. Like people post on there saying, I've just found out who my real dad is. And the man I thought was my dad isn't my dad. And I found a whole new like side of a family that I didn't know existed. Or the saddest ones are, I've just found out I've got a daughter. You know, there'll be guys who say, I've just found out I've got a kid, but the kid's now like 25 and should I contact them? Oh dear, so many. What makes someone turn into a manipulator? I don't know. Some people have that personality and they're just like that. I don't think there's any one particular life experience that can turn you into that kind of person. I think it's something that you are. Yeah, there's probably every single guy who's ever been with Evelyn Boswell is thinking, oh, am I the real dad? And they just, that's it. They stop thinking. It's too difficult for people to think about it, given that even if they are the dad, Evelyn's just been murdered in a horrific way. You just wouldn't want to contemplate that, would you? You'd just block it out. My niece, my sister adopted, contacted when she was about 23. Oh. Yeah, might be some guy in the area hiding in silence right now. After doing the math, yeah. It's not like there's any benefit of anybody coming forward, is there? I mean, I'd strongly advise anybody not to come forward, given the circus it would create. Unless they, I guess, want 15 minutes of infamy, that's the word. Could be one of Megan's mom's boyfriend. Well, it could be anybody. Sell the story to the media? Yeah, well, if they want their 15 minutes of infamy, yeah, they could do that. That's the only benefit. Financial. But if you've got, you know, if you're a decent person, you're not going to want to do that to make money off a dead child. And it seems that in the main, Megan's associates are decent people. Yeah, somebody might want closure, but not publicly. But how could you contact Megan Boswell and ask her, am I the dad? And expect a truthful answer? You know, after all of this that's been broadcast, all these lies, how could you even contact her and believe anything she said? She was a beautiful little girl, absolutely. What was that? Strange that Megan's mum and boyfriend got released from jail and then the search at Megan's dad's place. Coincidence? No, it's not a coincidence. The reason why they went to search Megan's dad's place is because Megan told them that Evelyn might be there. That Hunter, that she admitted that Evelyn was dead, but said it was Hunter who went to dispose of Evelyn's body, and he may have taken her to Tommy's place. That's why they went there. And then Tommy was helping, taking them around the place, and lo and behold, she's there in the playhouse. So that's nothing to do with Megan's mother. That's to do with Megan telling them that. So not quite a confession, because she didn't admit doing it. She said Hunter did it. But Hunter wouldn't have known about the playhouse. Why would Hunter have taken a dead child to Megan's childhood playhouse? It doesn't make sense. Especially as Megan said that she didn't want to know where he'd taken her. How on earth would Hunter know to go there? He'd never been there, didn't know the family. How would he know to go and put Evelyn in the playhouse? There's only Megan who has that connection with that playhouse. So there's no one else. There's no one else who is connected to this. No one else except Megan. Megan did it all. And the fact that she sent them after her mother, whatever else her mother has done, she's not connected to Evelyn's death. Megan sent them after her. Megan sent them after her, like looking for this silver BMW. Megan did that. Megan did everything.
Well, I had her, and then her dad came home from the army.
No. When did you give birth to her?
Okay. 11/21/2018.
And did she come home with you then?
Yes, I was in foster care. So I had to sign, what do you call it? I don't know if you know. It was like I was placing her in custody, but so she could be with me. Like nothing happened for her being there.
Okay.
It was like a custody placement agreement or something like that.
Did you live in foster care then?
Yes, I was in Rhode Island.
And who's our baby daddy?
Ethan.
And did he live with you?
No.
Okay, so it was you and your foster parents.
Yeah.
Okay. So how long did y'all live there?
From, well, I was there in October. She wasn't born until November, and I came home like at the beginning of February. That's when I came.
So about a year ago. Okay, so you come home. Did she come with you?
Yes.
All right, and where's home for you?
To my dad. Sorry.
Where's your dad? Where's your dad live?
I'm Muddy Creek.
Muddy Creek. All right.
Okay.
So you left foster care. You maybe went to dad. Did baby daddy ever come with you then?
No.
Nope. Okay. Where did baby daddy live?
At the time, he was in like the army.
Okay.
And he was in Texas for a little bit, and I think he went back to like the base, wherever he was at.
Okay. So where's the RA now?
Well, they said he's in Louisiana, so I guess that's where he's at.
Okay. All right. So we're back to February. You and baby went to your dad, right? How was that?
What do you mean?
Was it good? Y'all stay there long?
No, we might not get into a lot.
All right. So that didn't work out very well. Where'd y'all go then?
My grandma's involved in
All right. When'd y'all go to grandma's?
I guess in April.
All right. So in April.
Towards the end of April.
Okay. So you didn't stay at dad's very long.
No.
Baby go with you to grandma's?
Yes.
All right. Where's grandma live?
At the bottom of the hill for my dad.
All right. So she lives near dad on Muddy Creek. All right. So you all go with grandma. Is it just grandma or grandma?
Grandma.
Just grandma. So y'all been with her since April?
No, I moved out on my own in October.
Okay.
My dad owns a trailer park.
Did baby go with you in
Yes.
October? All right. So you moved out of grandma in October. Baby went with you. Where'd you move to?
My dad's trailer park off of like Sugar Hollow and Buffalo. It's called Boswell Mobile Home
Was
Park.
it just you and baby?
Yes, it's just me and baby.
All right. So you and Evelyn get your own place in October. All right. So from October until now, walk me through.
Okay. Ethan came. I went to Texas to see Ethan like a couple of weeks.
When was that?
November, December.
Did baby go with you?
Yes.
All right. So you and baby went to Texas
Yes.
to Ethan.
Yes.
Right?
And I was the first time that he met her because he didn't really have anything to do with her up until that point.
Okay.
Okay. So sometime in December, me and her moved in together.
Hunter's boyfriend?
Yes.
Okay.
But at that time, Evelyn was not with me when I started staying there because Ethan had her.
All right. So when you and baby went to Texas in November, the first time she met Ethan, did she come back with you?
Yes.
All right. So y'all went to Texas, had a couple weeks.
Yeah.
She come back with you.
Mm-hmm.
And then walk me through from November to December.
Okay. I had her up until, me and her didn't start staying together until probably like the middle towards the end of December.
Okay.
So up until that point, I lived in the trailers at my dad's.
Right.
I know it wasn't any longer than like December 25th because I was with Hunter on Christmas. And also that's when the lights got cut off because I just completely like moved all my stuff out.
Okay.
Okay. And then Ethan got hurt.
When?
On Christmas Day, me and Hunter, we came back from Pigeon Forge because on Christmas Eve, me, my dad, Hunter, like everybody took a trip to Pigeon Forge. And then Christmas morning, we came back and he got her then.
Did he come up and get her? Did you take her to him?
No, we took her to him.
Where did you take her?
Wherever his grandparents' house is, got like a long gravel driveway. It's off our town of Bluntville.
Okay, so it's local. All right. So what made you all take her to him? Because he's not been in her life.
Well, because he was like complaining about wanting to know her. I mean, like that's her dad. I was trying to give him a fair shot. You know what I mean?
Was your plan to leave her?
No, I wanted to get her back.
Okay, so
but I wanted to let her have time to bond with her dad. And then after, like,
did you stay there? Or did you just drop her off and say sayonara?
I mean, I sat there for a little bit, and then she was fine. She kind of remembered from Texas.
Okay, so let's back up. He texted you saying he wanted to be in her life.
and he said, hey, I'm at Hardtown, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
So you say that would be great for you to be in your daughter's life.
Yeah.
So you and Hunter, or just you?
Me and Hunter.
You and Hunter take Evelyn to where Ethan is.
Mm-hmm.
All right? What happened then?
Well, Ethan would not let me come on the driveway. He made me walk all the way up his driveway, like, you know. And I walked up there first myself, and I was like, you're being ridiculous. Let me pull up the driveway. You know, because he was mad Hunter was with me. And I told him Hunter was coming with me when I got there. Like, before I got there, I called him. This was when I still had my own phone. I called him, and I was like, hey, like, I'm going to come up there. You know, he got her some stuff for Christmas. And I was like, okay, that's fine. I went to my brother's and got what he had gotten her for Christmas and stuff, you know. And I was like, I'll send it with you. I'll get her clothes and stuff, and we'll go up there. You know, I was like, that's fine. I was like, Hunter's going to come with me. And he's like, okay, that's fine. I get there, and he's like, no, I don't want to come up my driveway.
Okay.
So at first I walked up there by myself, you know, I tried to talk to him to let me pull up the driveway. So I really didn't walk her up there, you know what I'm saying. Walked myself back down, got her out of the car, and went back up there.
Okay.
And then I sat there for maybe like 23 minutes. She was fine. I left.
When you and Hunter took the baby there, did you and Ethan have a talk about how long she was going to be staying with him? So you took your baby, correct me if I'm wrong on any of this.
Okay.
You took your baby that you've cared for since the day she was born to her dad's house that she's had nothing to do with, and you stayed for 30 minutes, and he was being an ass, made you walk all the way up the driveway, it was being difficult, and you left your baby with this man.
Well, I mean, I trusted him, so I was like, it's her dad.
So just because it's her dad, you trusted him, and he's not been in her life at all.
Well, I mean, I try to give him benefit of the doubt. But I don't think Ethan's a bad person.
But this is your baby.
Right.
You see where I'm coming from?
I see that, but like, you also have to understand that was like her dad.
Okay, so I'll give you the benefit of the doubt.
I'm sorry, I'm not trying to argue with you. I know sometimes like I am, but like,
This story, I feel like you're being honest, but there's a big chunk that you're not telling us. And I'm just going to call it like it is, okay? Something within the story has happened. There's a huge chunk that you're just not telling us. I think you took her to me, probably around that time. But there's something missing, and we've got to find that missing piece, okay? And just looking at you, I can tell something ain't making sense. Can you gather that? Okay. She gathers it too. So you leave her with Ethan on Christmas, all right? Walk me through from Christmas till now.
okay, he talked to me like the next day, and then he just kind of stopped like talking to me, not answering the phone, you know, and he got mad, and he got drunk, and he told me he was going to come kill me, because he does that.
When was this?
New Year's, I think.
All right, so he had the baby. Did you try to get the baby back?
I went by where I picked her up, and she wasn't there.
Okay, so I'm trying to wrap my head around this again. You're a mom who's dropped your kid off with a dad that she don't know.
Well, then I tried to...
And now you can't find her, but you don't notify us. You just have a good New Year's and carry on with life?
Well, I mean, he told me he was going to his friend's house.
Okay, what friend?
I don't know their names, but I kind of know around about where they live.
So now this man that don't know your child is taking your child to someone's house that you don't even know their name?
Well, it was his friend. Like, I understand where you're coming from, but also I was really trying to give him the benefit of the doubt, because he never helped me with that.
How many benefits of the doubt are we going to give him in the story before you start telling me the truth? Because there's two ways this can go, okay? In order to do our job, we got to have your cooperation, and you've got to be honest with us, okay? But if you sit here and you continue to lie, which I know you're doing, it's not going to end well, okay? Because at the end of the day, we're going to figure out what happened. We are. Okay? So, do we need to back up, Annie, and start over and have you start telling us the truth?
He got mad because he didn't want Evelyn to be around Hunter.
Okay.
And then he just stopped talking to me. Like, on New Year's, he got mad, and he used to get mad all the time at me and be like, well, I'm going to kill you, blah, blah, blah. And then me and him broke up because he was, like, threatening my little brother.
So you have not talked to him since New Year's, is what you're telling me.
And he's messaged me maybe one time. I've tried leaving him several voicemails. He won't answer me.
You got your phone on you?
Mm.
You don't have a phone. Where is your phone?
me and my dad got into it, I'll be honest with you, probably like a couple days after Christmas, because that's the last time I've been around my dad, and I was kind of smashed because I want to talk to him. I just really not have the money over there around him.
So within the messages you would send Ethan, how would you do that if you don't have a phone?
From Hunter's phone.
From Hunter's phone. Okay.
I tried to call him several times. He has not returned my calls.
So when were you going to notify us about your baby?
If he didn't meet me tomorrow.
Oh, tomorrow. Why tomorrow? Because you waited months and you've not cared in months. So why tomorrow would you notify us?
I was going to try to meet him tomorrow to get her.
Have you talked about that?
He told me he'd give her back to me in about 2 months. Or when me and Hunter broke up.
So he told you, and you just picked tomorrow without notifying him of anything?
Well, tomorrow would have been 2 months.
Oh, well, have you talked to him to verify a date? So then what would you want to notify us of? Because how would he know to meet you?
Because that's what he said, 2 months.
Where was y'all going to meet at?
Ingles at Glen.
So where do you think your baby is right now?
I have no clue. I thought she was with him.
Is this your only kid? You ever had a kid before?
No, it's my only kid. She got confused with the records and thought that I had 2 kids, but when I was in foster care, I had to place Evelyn in an agreement with Holton Homes so I could keep her with me at the foster care place because they would not let me keep her any other way.
So where do you think she's at?
I don't know.
You seem totally unfazed by this. That tells me that you know where your baby's at.
No, I don't.
Megan, I've been doing this a long time. I've talked to a lot of mothers. I've talked to a lot of girls. Okay? What you're telling me very well could be partial truth. But like I said, there's a piece that you're not telling me. We're going to figure out what happened. We always do. Okay? Are you connected in any way?
No.
I'm going to straight up ask you, did you have anything to do with you not knowing where your daughter's at?
I mean, I dropped her off at Ethan, so I mean, in a way, yes, but as far as like anything else, no.
You're ready to continue, Judge. Lieutenant Gillum, in addition to interviewing the defendant on February 18th, 2020, did you continue to work on the investigation into the missing child?
Yes.
Okay. And on March the 6th of 2020, were you present when investigators learned that there was evidence that had been located at the residence of Tommy Boswell?
Yes, I was on scene.
Okay. And so did you go to his residence?
I did.
Okay. Where was that located?
Off Muddy Creek.
Okay. And what was it that you did once you arrived there at Tommy's property?
We received consent from Tommy to search a storage shed and connecting dollhouse type structure.
Okay. And were there other officers that assisted you in searching that property?
Yes, there was 3 others.
Okay. And did you in fact search that shed area?
We did.
All right. And what types of things did you find that were of evidentiary value there?
Within the storage shed type structure, it was just various baby items, some medicines, clothing, bottles, just car seats. I mean, anything you could imagine that you would need to care for a child was inside that storage shed.
How did it look or appear? I mean, how were they placed in there, or how were they in there?
No, it was very disorganized, just not in any sort of organizational structure. It was just kind of thrown in there. Things were upside down, boxes turned over, clothes just appeared to be thrown in there. No sort of structure at all inside.
All right. And did you photograph what the condition of the shed, that outbuilding, before you searched it?
Yes.
Okay. And did you all remove anything or any items from that shed?
I believe most of the baby items got removed that night. Yes.
Okay. And did you take photos, or someone there take photos of the evidence and the items that you removed from the shed?
Yes.
Lieutenant Gillum, I'm going to hand you some photographs and ask you if you recognize them. Mr. Scott's still going through some of them, but if you would go ahead and take a look at those, see if you can identify what's been handed to you.
This is going to be the storage shed photographs.
Okay. And are those, looking through those, are those the photos of the items that were recovered and removed from that outbuilding?
They are.
During your search?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Okay. I'll do that. Okay. If you would. Okay. We'll just kind of go through these one by one. We'll try to go quickly.
Okay.
The first photograph that's there on the top, what is it a photograph of?
This is the outside of the storage shed, just with the door open, showing the contents inside and how they looked before anything was touched.
Okay. And does that accurately depict the shed, that outbuilding there, before you all removed any of the items?
It does.
Judge, we move to make that Exhibit 101. All right, and the next photograph, what is that a photograph of?
This is inside the shed. Again, just showing the various items. There's a swing type thing and looks like a bag of clothes and some more baby items.
All right, and again, is that a true and accurate photograph of the?
It is.
Judge, we move to make that Exhibit 102.
Exhibit 102.
And next photograph.
Same type thing inside the shed. This one is showing a picture of a bottle. It still actually has a little bit of milk in it.
Is that a true and accurate photograph?
It is.
We have to make that 103, Judge.
Be 103.
Next photograph.
Inside the shed, there's a box. It's got clothing, a ripped bag, a drink that looks like it's half drank.
Okay. Is that a true and accurate photograph?
It is.
Maybe make that 104.
104.
Next photograph, please.
Zoomed in on that box. It shows the nipple to a bottle. It looks very dirty.
And again, is that photograph taken before anything was removed?
No. That's before anything was touched.
All right. True and accurate photograph.
Yes, sir.
Move to make that exhibit 105.
Scott, I'm assuming you've seen these, if you have any objection to them.
That's correct.
Next photograph, please.
This is an even further zoomed in picture of the dirty nipple to the bottle in the box.
All right. It's a true and accurate photograph.
Yes.
Move to make that 106. And the next photograph.
This is an item just used to take care of a baby in everyday needs. It had been removed from the shed. It's like a squeegee type thing.
Is that a true and accurate photograph of that item?
Yes, that one right there had been removed from the shed before the picture was took.
Right. But it was located in the shed.
It was.
All right. Judge, move to make that 107. Next photograph.
This is a yellow bottle. Again, there's still liquid inside of it, and it's dirty. That was located inside the shed, and it's a true and accurate.
Judge, move to make that exhibit 108.
108.
And next photograph, please.
This is going to be baby clothing. It appears to be like shorts. It had been removed from the shed before the picture was taken.
Is that a true and accurate photograph?
Yes.
Move to make that exhibit 109.
109.
Okay. Next photograph, please.
It's a picture of just right inside the door of the shed. You see a little onesie laying there on the ground, various diapers, a pillow with some sort of stain on it.
Is that a true and accurate photograph of those
Yes.
items? Make that 1010, Judge, please. 110. What did I say? 110. It's getting late.
This next one's going to be a close-up of the onesie. It shows a stain on the inside where her bow would have went.
Is that a true and accurate photograph of
It
that
is.
item? We have to make that exhibit 111.
111.
Next photograph.
This one is of the pillow and a blanket inside the shed, both with various stains on them.
Is that a true and accurate photograph of those items?
Yes.
We have to make that exhibit 112.
Full exhibit 112.
This next one is just going to be a close-up of the pillow and the blanket that I just described.
Is that a true and accurate photograph?
It is.
We have to make that exhibit 113.
Full exhibit 113.
Next photo.
This one's going to be of a cloth bib, again with various stains on it.
That been located inside the shed?
Yes,
All right.
inside the shed.
Judge, we move to make that exhibit 114.
Full exhibit 114.
Next photograph.
This is going to be inside the shed as well. It's just showing kind of what all was thrown in there. Looks like a cat carrier, some bibs, cloth bibs, diapers, and I believe that's going to be one of them diaper dispenser things there in the corner.
Is that a true and accurate photograph?
It is.
We move to make that exhibit 115.
Full exhibit.
Next photograph, please.
This is as well going to be inside the shed before anything was touched, and it's just showing various things that was thrown around in there. Looks like this is going to be a smart pump, some more clothes, and diapers.
Judge, we move to make that exhibit 116.
Full exhibit 116.
Next photograph.
This is as well going to be inside the shed. There's a picture of a ladder, some more clothes tossed around.
Is that a true and accurate photograph?
It is.
We have to make that 118.
118. 117. I'm sorry, 117.
Is it 117? I'm sorry. 117, sorry. I had myself. Next photograph.
It's going to be a close-up of a dirty sock and like a medicine syringe.
Were they located inside the shed
They
as
were,
well?
yes. They were within the ladder.
Make that 118, Judge. Next photo.
It's going to be a close-up of the medicine syringe that was inside the shed.
Is that a true and accurate photo?
It is.
We have to make that 119. Next photograph, please.
These next couple are taken from outside the shed once they had already been removed. And this is a picture of a baby swing, and it's got just a whole bunch of stains on it.
All right. Is that a true and accurate photograph of what it looked like?
Yes.
We have to make that exhibit 120. Next photo.
This next one is just a close-up of the swing where the stains were on the outside, just showing that the stains went all the way through the swing.
That photo accurately reflect the condition of it?
It does.
We have to make that exhibit 121. Next one.
The next one is going to be a Mickey and Minnie bottle with what appears to be milk still in the bottom of it, and it had been removed from the shed when the picture was took.
We have to make that exhibit 122.
And that is an accurate picture.
Next photo.
It's just a close-up of the exact same bottle, just showing you about how much liquid was in the bottom of it when we took it out of the shed.
Okay. You all did not in any way empty it, manipulate it, do anything
No.
else before you. All right. We have to make that exhibit 123. Next photograph.
This is the onesie that I was talking about at the beginning. I don't know if y'all remember me talking about a onesie that was laying on the floor of the shed. This is going to be a close-up of the onesie once we removed it from the shed. It shows that there's brown stains toward where her butt would have been, and there's yellow, orangish stains toward the collar of the onesie and the sleeve.
We have to make that exhibit 124. Next photo, please.
And this is just going to be a close-up of the stain where her butt would have been on the onesie, where it's brownish green.
Is that the same onesie that was from
It's the same
prior?
onesie, yeah. It's just a close-up.
We have to make that exhibit 125. Next photograph.
Just various baby toys that was found from inside the shed that we removed.
Is it a true and accurate photograph?
Yes.
We have to make that exhibit 126. Next photo.
The next photo is going to be the medicine syringe that we removed from the shed.
We have to make that exhibit 127. Next photo.
It's going to be a bottle that we removed from the shed, and it's discolored with some sort of brown substance.
Is that a true and accurate photograph?
It is.
We have to make that exhibit 128. Next photo.
It's just going to be baby pants that we removed from the shed.
We have to make that exhibit 129. Next one.
It's going to be the cloth bib that I talked about in a prior picture that we removed from the shed.
Is that a true and accurate photograph?
It is.
We have to make that exhibit 130. Next photo.
It's going to be a little baby sweater with various brownish, yellowish stains on it.
Is that also removed from the shed?
It was.
We have to make that exhibit 131. Next photo.
It's going to be a close-up of the baby clothing.
Same item as in the previous.
Yes, same item.
We have to make that exhibit 132.
Full exhibit 132.
Next photo.
Little baby shorts. It says 6 months old for the size. They're dark blue.
And again, were those found in the shed?
They all were, yes.
Okay. We have to make that exhibit 133.
Full exhibit 133.
Next photo.
It's just going to be the top of a baby bottle.
Is that a true and accurate photo?
It is.
Make that exhibit 134.
Full exhibit 134.
Next photo.
It's going to be a baby suction that we removed from the shed.
We have to make that exhibit 135.
Full exhibit 135.
Next photo, please.
A baby blanket that we removed from the shed with yellow stains on it.
Is that a true and accurate photograph?
It
That
is.
item. We have to make that exhibit 136.
136.
Next photo.
This is a white trash bag that we removed from inside the shed. It appears to have various blankets inside.
We have to make that exhibit 137.
Full exhibit 137.
Next photo.
It's going to be the contents inside that white trash bag, and it looks like it's going to be a couple blankets and a cloth bib.
And have those items been removed from the bag that they were originally in?
Yes, they were removed from the bag.
We have to make that exhibit 138.
138.
Next photo.
It's going to be a child's toy. It's a little pink bear we removed from the shed.
We have to make that exhibit 139.
Full exhibit 139.
Next photo.
It's going to be baby pants. They're light blue in color.
Is that a true and accurate photo of that item?
It is.
We have to make it exhibit 140.
Full exhibit 140.
Next photo.
It's going to be a cloth bib that we removed from the shed with various stains on it as well.
We can make that exhibit 141.
Full exhibit 141.
Next photo, please.
It's going to be a red blanket we removed from the shed.
We have to make that exhibit 142.
Full exhibit 142.
Next photo.
That's it.
That's it. Okay. Yeah. We approached it. Okay. I'll try to see how many more there are. I'm going to hand you up, I think, was about 40 more photos.
Okay.
Have you look through them and see if you can identify what those are photos of.
These all appear to come from inside that storage shed.
Okay. Are they true and accurate photos of the items that you all removed and took from the shed out at the Boswell property that night?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, introduce them individually. I think that will take us numbers 143 through 181.
I know it takes a long time, but I try to keep a list.
Okay.
So that later in the trial, we have to go to a specific photograph.
All right. You want me to just have her go through them
Just the way
individually?
you would do it.
All right. That's fine.
All right.
Start back up, Lieutenant Gillum, if you would, for the first photograph there. Tell me what you're looking at.
It's going to be another medicine syringe.
Judge, we make that 143.
Actually, if there's no objection, they'll all be moved in with their respective number, so I don't have to, you say 143, and I have to say it. They're all gonna be full exhibits, just read the number when you get it.
Okay.
So you will know what it is.
Okay.
That way, and I can keep writing it down.
Okay. That's fine. Next photo, please.
It's going to be a pink bottle with various brown stains on it.
We have to make that 144. Next photo.
It's various baby clothing, cloth bibs, and a toy rattle.
We have to make that 145.
This next one's going to be just a closer view of those exact items I just described.
Yeah,
The same picture, just
145.
zoomed
All right.
in.
And we have to make that 146. Next photo.
Just various bottles and the caps of bottles.
We have to make that exhibit 147. Next photo.
A little Mickey and Minnie sweatshirt for a baby.
Move that in as exhibit 148. Next photo, please.
I'm not really sure exactly the proper name for this, but it's like a measuring cup for like medicine liquid.
Is that a true and accurate photo?
It is.
Make that exhibit 149. Next photo.
A little jumper, a little onesie.
We have to make that 150. Next photo.
The pillow that I described in the first set of photos with the brownish stain on it, that's going to be that pillow removed from the shed. A picture of it.
We have to make that 151. Next photograph, please.
Another little onesie.
We have to make that 152. Next photo.
This is another onesie covered in what appears to be dirt.
We have to make that 153. The next photo.
This is another onesie. It's got some various stains on it.
We have to make that 154. Next photograph, please.
Another medicine syringe.
Make that 155. Next photo.
This one's going to be another onesie. It's black in color with Gypsy Princess on it.
156. The next photo, please.
This is going to be medicine. It looks like it's prescribed to Evelyn Boswell, and it's some sort of ointment. I can't pronounce the name of the ointment.
All right, is that a true and accurate photograph? Which
It is.
collected? Be exhibit 157. Next photo, please.
And it's just going to be another up close of that exact ointment that I just described.
Make that 158. Next photograph, please.
The tube of the ointment was brought out of the packaging, and that's what this is going to be a picture of. It looks like it's supposed to go in the eye.
We have to make that exhibit 159. Next photo, please.
It's going to be a sippy cup.
Move that as 160. Next photo.
Another sippy cup. This one's pink in color.
Make that 161. Next one, please.
It's going to be a close-up of that pink sippy cup that I just described.
Move that as 162. Next photo, please.
This is going to be the cap of a bottle, and it's got brown stuff all over it.
We have to make that 163. Next photo.
It's going to be a passy.
Exhibit 164. Next photograph, please.
2 baby spoons.
Move to make that 165. Next photo.
This is going to be a diaper bag that is unzipped, but all the items are still inside untouched. And it appears to be some medicine, a Mountain Dew can, some diapers, and just various things that I can see so far.
We have to make that exhibit 166. Next photo.
This is going to be the medicine inside the diaper bag. It looks like it's going to be children's Tylenol.
Have to make that 167. Next photo.
It's going to be close up of the children's Tylenol in the diaper bag, and it looks like it's got some food and a cloth towel around it with some stains on it.
Make that 168. Next photo.
This is going to be another picture of the inside of the diaper bag showing the same thing, the Mountain Dew can with the cloth towel.
We have to make that 169. Next photo, please.
This is going to be a children's spoon, and on one end of the spoon, it is got black residue on it.
We have to make that number 170. Next photo.
Mac and cheese baby food.
Move that as exhibit 171. Next photo, please.
This is going to be some sort of tissue paper with brownish red stains on it.
Move that as exhibit 172. And next photo.
It's just going to be another angle of the tissue paper with the brownish red stain.
Move that as exhibit 173. Next photo.
It's going to be a suitcase with various clothing items inside.
Move that as exhibit 174. Next photo.
It's going to be a red wagon, and inside the wagon there's a baby doll, some baby shampoo, wipes, and a suction.
Move to make that exhibit 175. Next photo.
This is going to be a picture of the items beside the wagon inside. And it's got clothing, a car seat. It looks like a little bunny rabbit, teddy bear type thing.
Move that as exhibit 176. Next photo.
This is going to be inside of another diaper bag, and it's stained with brownish, reddish type substance.
Move that as Exhibit 177. Next photo.
This is a cardboard box, and inside the box is several white bags.
Move that as Exhibit 178. Next photo.
And this is going to be a big black trash bag, and inside of it is clothing, toys, all things for a baby.
Move that as Exhibit 179. Next photo.
It's going to be 5 tubes of diaper rash cream.
Make that Exhibit 180. Next photo.
It's going to be a Mickey mini blanket with a brownish red stain in the middle.
Move to make that Exhibit 181.
That's it.
All right. Judge, I think they've all been admitted at this point. I would move to publish them to the jury. Take the Gillum, I put up what's been introduced as Exhibit 101. What are we looking at there?
That's going back to the very first picture. It's going to be outside the shed when the door was opened, exactly how the contents were when the door was opened, untouched.
Okay. You all had not moved anything at this point?
No, sir.
(102).
Contents inside the shed. I believe that's a swing type thing and some various clothing items.
(103).
That's going to be the contents inside the shed. There you can see a Mickey and Minnie bottle with some liquid still inside.
(104).
And that's going to be a cardboard box with clothes and a bag on top.
(105).
That's just going to be a close-up of that cardboard box, and it's kind of showing you there the top of a bottle.
(106).
Again, it's zoomed in on the top of the bottle. That's going to be
107.
Sorry, that's going to be the suction thing that we removed from the shed.
(108).
That's going to be a bottle that we located inside the shed.
(109).
A piece of baby clothing.
(110).
And that's going to be a onesie on the floor of the shed, along with a pillow there on the left-hand side.
Are those the items that are sitting below the pillow? Can you tell what those are there?
Looks like diapers. Or are you talking about right below the pillow?
Yes.
Yeah, those are diapers.
And I think you have a laser pointer sitting beside you there on the stand. Looks like a.
Oh. Yes.
Sorry. If you could, on the screen up there, point out where we're talking about.
Oh, right here, diapers.
All right.
And that's going to be the pillow, and then there's the onesie.
All right. Thank you. And Exhibit 111.
That's the onesie I described, and these are the stains that I talked about.
112.
It's going to be the pillow with the brownish stain and then a blanket.
$113.
Again, it's the same picture, just a little bit closer up to show you that pillow and blanket.
$114.
There's going to be a cloth bib right there on the floor.
Did you all collect that?
We did.
115.
Again, just showing you the contents there on the floor of that shed.
And for the items that you collected, did you collect all the items that were identified as, or how did you make decisions as far as what you collected?
No, we collected the cloth bib and then this little article of child's clothing. Pretty much anything baby related went.
Exhibit 116.
There was a ladder on the floor of the shed, and this is just a depiction of the contents around that ladder.
117.
It zoomed in a little bit, but you'll see right here is a medical syringe.
And you're indicating an area just inside the metal ladder that's depicted.
Yes,
The
there should be a closer up photo of it next.
118. Can you see it better there?
It's right there. Sorry, I'm a little shaky.
All right. Is it the syringe? As we're looking at the photograph, it's kind of on the left-hand side. Is it slightly pinkish color? Is that what we're looking at?
It is. There's a blue, what I think is a wipe case, and then it sits directly to the left of that blue wipe case.
And I'm going to show you 119, which I think might give you a little better.
Yes. Right there.
Is that a close-up image of that syringe?
It is.
Exhibit 120.
That's going to be the child swing that was taken from inside the shed.
121.
And then this is what I was talking about, if you recall, where I said it shows the stain went through the entire swing. You can see right there what I'm talking about.
All right. So we're looking at the bottom. We're looking at the photograph. That's the bottom, the base of the.
Yes.
Okay. Exhibit 122.
It's going to be a Mickey Minnie bottle.
Do there appear to be any sort of substance inside the bottle?
There appears to be some milky, whitish looking liquid. He just shy of the bottom of the cup.
Exhibit 123.
That depicts a little bit better where the liquid is inside the cup.
Exhibit 124.
This is going to be the onesie that was on the floor of the shed. I see a stain on the cuff there of the arm, the collar up here, and then, of course, right toward the bottom.
And looking at that same item, I believe, Exhibit 125.
Yes, that's going to be a close-up of the stain.
And is that, you lifted the flap there on the bottom of the outfit. Is that what we're looking at?
Yes, that's exactly what it is.
Exhibit 126.
Just various baby toys.
Number 127.
Medicine syringe.
$128.
A bottle.
$129.
Child pants.
$130.
A cloth bib.
And again, all these items you all found inside the shed. Is that correct?
Every item, yes, was taken from inside the shed.
Number 131.
Another article of baby clothing, and then there's a stain. I believe it's right there.
Let me show you 132, which may give a little better view.
Yes,
That
that's the
that
exact same article of clothing where the stain is right there.
Exhibit 133.
Baby shorts.
Number 134.
The top of a bottle.
135.
A baby's suction.
Number 136.
A blanket.
And these photos that are taken of these individual items, you all have removed them from the shed. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And took them back over to, it looks like, to the sheriff's office to photograph them.
Yes, they were in our evidence.
Number 137.
That's going to be a white trash bag with various blankets inside.
And showing you 138. Is that the same bag of blankets there?
That's going to be the contents inside the bag, yes.
All right. So you've removed them from the
Correct.
the bag at that point. Number 139.
Just a child's toy, little bear.
Exhibit 140.
Pants.
Was it the condition of the pants when you found them? Were they turned inside out like that, or did
Yes.
you all manipulate them? Okay.
Yes. How they each show in the picture is exactly how we found them.
Exhibit 141.
It's a cloth bib.
Number 142.
A red blanket.
143.
Another medicine syringe.
$144.
A baby's bottle.
Number 145.
Just various articles of clothing. I think there's a blanket, a little toy rattle.
And all these items were found together.
Yes.
Show you 146.
That is just going to be a close-up of those items, just a little bit more in detail. You can see what appears to be a sock there with some stains on it, like a little bow headband there. Just a close-up.
All right. Exhibit 147.
Various bottles and their lids.
148.
A Mickey mini sweatshirt for a baby.
Number 149.
Looks like a type of a measuring cup for some sort of medicine liquid.
150.
It's going to be a onesie.
$151.
That is going to be the pillow from inside the shed once it was removed.
Number 152.
It's another baby's onesie.
And 153.
Another onesie.
$154.
And that's going to be another onesie with various stains. You can see it toward the collar here and then more toward the bottom.
Number 155.
Medicine syringe.
$156.
Another onesie.
Appears to still be on a hanger. Is that correct?
Yes, yes.
Exhibit 157.
That's going to be the eye ointment.
158,
The ointment removed from the box.
159.
A close-up of the ointment tube.
All right. It looks like it says it's erythromycin
Yes.
ophthalmic ointment.
Yes.
160.
A sippy cup.
161.
Another sippy cup.
162.
And that's just going to be a close-up of the previous sippy cup.
163.
That's going to be the lid of a sippy cup and just shows the various stains on it, the blackish brownish stains.
164.
A passy.
165.
2 baby spoons.
166.
It looks to be a diaper bag, and that's the contents inside the diaper bag.
Is that before you removed any of the items from the diaper bag?
Yes, sir.
167.
That's going to be the bottle of children's Tylenol that was inside the diaper bag.
So that was found in the diaper bag that was shown in the previous
Yes, sir.
exhibit. 168.
There it is in the diaper bag beside the baby's food and the cloth.
169.
Just another angle of inside the diaper bag.
Exhibit 170.
That's going to be a children's spoon with some sort of black residue substance there on the end of the spoon.
Exhibit 171.
That's going to be the mac and cheese.
Had it been opened or was it unopened?
I can't. It looks like it's been an end has been opened. Just the way the packaging was.
Exhibit 172.
That is going to be the piece of tissue paper with the brownish red substance on it.
173.
And that's just another angle of the exact same tissue paper with the brownish red substance.
Number 174.
A suitcase with just various clothing items inside.
175.
That's going to be the red wagon. As you can see, there's baby shampoo here, a suction, some wipes, a baby doll.
For 176.
There's going to be a car seat and just some various clothing items.
Number 177.
The inside of another bag that we found from inside the shed with some stains there on the side.
Exhibit 178.
It's going to be a cardboard box with several white bags.
Exhibit 179.
A black trash bag with various clothing and toys for all for a baby inside.
Number 180.
The 5 tubes of diaper rash cream.
Number 181.
Appears to be a child's blanket with a brownish red stain on it.
And all these items were collected and taken out of the shed.
Yes, sir. Every item.
Detective Gillum, you testified earlier about the interview that you did with Ms. Boswell over the sheriff's office.
Yes,
Sheriff's office located here in Blountville, correct?
correct.
That's Sullivan County?
Yes.
All right. The property that you went out to search, Tommy Boswell's, out on Muddy Creek Road?
Yes, Muddy Creek is in Blountville inside Sullivan County.
All right. If you would answer any questions that you still have for me.
Y'all come up here, man.
Detective Gilliam, the items you collected, all these photographs we've admitted, were any of those items since TBI lab for testing?
I'm not sure if they were or not.
You weren't involved in that?
No, I was not.
You just collected them?
Correct.
Okay. Let's go back an hour and a half or so to the interview we watched. You talked to Megan on February the 18th, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
What time of day was that?
It was in the evening. It was after working hours.
Okay, if you could help me narrow it down a little bit more than that. So when do working hours end?
Between 4 and 5. That interview probably took place around 6:30, maybe even 7.
Okay. She had an earlier interview with Tracy Haraz and a DCS worker. I think you seemed to reference that in your interview.
Yes, sir.
Okay. What kind of time gap between those two interviews?
I know when the referral first came out was right at 4 to 5 that day. And that's when Tracy and the DCS worker went to the residence and brought Megan back to the sheriff's office and had their interview. So I would say their interview might have took place around 5:36.
Okay. And your interview was basically just a follow-up on their interview?
Yes, sir.
Continuation, so to speak.
Yes.
All the questions I have?
Redirect.
Nothing for the judge.
Will she still be under the subpoena? Or she should be released?
We'll keep her under subpoena, Judge, but she can be released at this time.
You'll still be subject to subpoena. So don't, you can leave the courthouse, but make sure you're available. Do not discuss your testimony with any other witness or allow any other witness to discuss their testimony with you.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to stop right there for today. You're going to get tired of hearing these admonitions. I'm just going to tell you that now. You're not to communicate with other jurors or anyone else regarding any subject connected with this trial. You're not to form or express any opinion about the case until it is finally submitted to you. You're to report promptly to the court any incident involving an attempt by any person to improperly influence any jury member or a juror's violation of the court's admonitions. You're not to read, watch, or listen to any news reports concerning this case. You're to decide this case solely on the evidence introduced in this trial. You can go with the officer.
Everyone, please stand. May be seated. The lawyers at the sideline. So you can duck. Look for what that means. I will talk to them. You don't want to be in the way.
Oh, okay.
All right, folks, with the media. Now, I don't know how many times I said, don't put the camera somewhere and then listen to me. Your freedom depends on it. I don't know how many times I said, leading up to this trial and the first day of this trial, that you're not to zoom in close-ups at the defense lawyer, his client, his computer, or the same for the state. Now, I get a note from my assistant just a moment ago that you're zooming in on Mr. Scott's laptop to the point that you can see exactly what he was doing. That's an absolute violation of Rule 30. It's an absolute violation of this court's order. And I'm going to tell you right now, I'm going to give you one warning. If it happens again, the media will be excluded from the rest of the trial, and you'll find yourself in jail. Now, I know that there was another person in here running the camera earlier today. At least I thought there was another person in here, not you.
No, sir, it wouldn't. I don't think that would be the case.
Okay. You talk to whoever else is going to be operating that camera, and you had better heed my warning. Okay?
And if I did do that, it was inadvertent. I wasn't trying to shoot anything on the computer screen.
Well, I'm going to tell you right now,
People.
my assistant came in here, and she wouldn't have done it. And I told her to have the feed up in there and be monitoring it, because I'm worried about the jury, but now I'm worried about attorney-client privilege. Okay? Don't let it happen again. Now, we'll be in recess till, I think we're going to start at about, do y'all want to start at 10 or 10:30? I was thinking 10:30 to about 4 tomorrow. If you have that many witnesses, you can line up. Huh?
Oh, Judge Goodwin doesn't play, does he?
Oh, it's already been.
He doesn't play at all.
I just wanted to make sure that that does not going to be. Quickly change stuff. All right. We'll start back at 10:30. That's tomorrow morning.
Court stands in recess.
All right. Okay, there we go. 10:30 tomorrow. So that's going to be 3:30 p.m. UK time, I think. All right, so that's when I'll set my live stream up. I'll go live just a little bit before, just so that we can, I don't know, do a sound check and whatever. So I shall see you tomorrow. Slightly shorter day tomorrow. I do like Judge Goodwin. I did wonder whether he'd say anything, whether he'd know, because they zoomed right in on Mr. Scott's laptop. You could see the pictures that he was looking at as clear as anything. And it was there for quite a while. So shouldn't be doing that. They really shouldn't be doing that. And there was no need. There was no need for them to train the camera onto the defense table, because the camera should have been facing the screen so that we could look at what the jury are looking at. But anyway, they better not do it again, because what we don't want is to be excluded from the trial. Do we? No. All right. Okay, guys. Thank you all for joining me. And yeah, been a long day, but slightly shorter one tomorrow. That's good. That's good. That's good. It's a Saturday. They can have a lie-in, can't they? We can all have a lie-in. All right. I can't have a lie-in because I've got dogs. Well, thank you all. Thanks, mods. And thank you to those that donated earlier on in the day. And I will see you tomorrow. Over and out.